Hi, welcome back, guys. This is your friend welcome to Fanfics World back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Amnesia Suicide Qurik now. Before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel. If you want more videos like this now, let's get into the fanfiction. He didn't mean it. Fuck. He didn't mean any of it. He knew what he has done for the past decade. He knew how much damage he caused and how much pain and suffering he inflicted. He shouldn't have been so fucking stupid. He should have seen the signs. He should have been more careful with his words. He shouldn't have been so fucking violent. But Izuku did it. He took Katsuki's advice. The advice he so freely gave with no thought to the consequences. Too caught up in himself to even attempt to understand his influence. He knew what he was doing was wrong. He knew that he was hurting someone who was undeserving of the pain. Yet all the while he couldn't stop himself, justify his actions whenever guilt began to slither around his gut. He'd get killed if he became a hero. Hero schools probably wouldn't even accept a quirkless person. Better not to let him get his hopes up. It's unsafe for a quirkless person. He needs to toughen up. I'm just doing this to protect him. Yeah, right. Katsuki was never protecting him. That much is obvious now. But he did it, and now Katsuki could never make up for his past mistakes. He had killed Midoriya Izuku. He had pushed and finally, Izuku fell, crashing to the ground in a gruesome, graceful tumble. His blood that Katsuki had so easily drawn beforehand, generously splattered all over the alley walls. And Katsuki's hands. He had been there, stalking down an alley with his lackeys. He was about to kick Akin when he had seen Izuku up on a roof. He had run when the boy began to tip over the edge. But he was too late. He couldn't make it in time. All he could think was that it was his fault that he did this. The blood flowing from Izuku's body was his fault. The peaceful look on Izuku's face as his bones bent at odd angles was his fault. The fact that he jumped exactly after Katsuki had told him to, everything was his fault. The police told him that he didn't even leave a suicide note. He just jumped and left nothing behind. No explanation, no blame, no reason. Nothing to reveal the truth as to why he did it. It all haunts Katsuki's mind in the hospital waiting room. Nurses shuffled around the halls, and people whispered in low tones, but Katsuki didn't take any notice of it. All he could hear was static, and the crunch and squelch as Izuku's body hit the pavement. His eyes stayed fixed on his bloodied hands. He had held Izuku in his arms and cradled him to his chest. He had tried everything he could think of to try and stop the blood from flowing out. He tried everything. Izuku Midoriya, his childhood best friend, the long-term subject of his torment, now lay limp in his arms. He was so caught up in his anger and drive to become a hero that he didn't even think about how the boy may be suffering. But now it felt like his whole world is crashing down around him. He has no future after what happened today. His life was over now, just like Izuku's. He had never hated Izuku. Sure, it began that way, a fit of toddler rage, but over time progressed into normalcy. The way he could express his unexplainable anger was by hurting someone else. The way to release the stinging tightness from his frame was to punch it away or break something. And Izuku offered himself up as tribute every time. But did he even? Katsuki would take anything as a reason to attack. He realized that now. Izuku simply existed, and Katsuki took offense to that. Izuku's mother hasn't even shown up yet. Mitsuki and Masaru were on their way. Izuku was being operated on, and Katsuki sat alone. Nothing to distract him from slipping into his thoughts, or lack thereof. Only numbness. Only the overwhelming feelings of guilt and grief. The fact that Izuku was now being operated on slipped his mind. He had already accepted that Izuku was dead. He had already accepted that he had killed him, and there was nothing more that could be done. Izuku Midoriya was dead. His parents had arrived a few hours ago. Mitsuki barreled in and immediately pulled Katsuki into a crushing hug as she kneeled on the floor before him. Now, they both sat in the seats beside him, Masaru with a hand firmly on his shoulder, and Mitsuki holding both of Katsuki's shaking hands. They sat in silence, none knowing what to say. A few nurses approached the family, asking for details about Izuku like his name and information about his parents. Mitsuki put her own number down as the emergency contact, and Masaru did the same. Soon the nurses left, and the family was left to their own devices again. "Hey, Katsuki." Mitsuki spoke lowly and gently, a vast contrast from her usual loud and brash manner. Katsuki's eyes slowly moved to meet hers. There was a certain blankness on his face. His eyes looked haunted. Mitsuki held back a sob. "How about we go and get cleaned up, hun?" "Okay." She brought a hand to Katsuki's back and circled it softly. "I'm not leaving," he rasped out. His voice was quiet and cracked through a sentence. He was going to argue about this. And so was Mitsuki. They both knew that. Before they could start squabbling, Masaru stepped in. "Katsuki, he's not going to go anywhere." Katsuki flinched at the unusual bluntness of his words. He was right, of course, but Katsuki couldn't bring himself to accept it. And whose fault is that? Now is not the time to be selfish, though. He jerked his head into a nod, and his parents took that as their cue to stand. Mitsuki kept a hold of his hand the entire time, leading him out of his seat and steadying him when his legs began to shake. Everything was a blur. He went through the motions of getting in and out of their car, opening the front door of their house, walking up the stairs and going to the bathroom. He was working purely on autopilot now. Not even the sting of a freezing cold shower could change that. All he could do was stare at his hands. Though the water may have washed the dried liquid away, the blood was still there. He could still feel it and see it. It would always be there, no matter how hard he scrubbed. They didn't eat dinner together that night. In fact, Katsuki didn't eat anything. Mitsuki even suggesting that he ate something sent shivers down his spine and made him gag. How could he eat? How could he eat after what just happened, after what he did? Instead, he went to bed hungry, though he didn't feel it. He could barely even sleep. Any time he shut his eyes, it was like he was transported back to that alley. He watched Izuku fall again. He watched as he failed to catch him again, and he watched as Izuku's body hit the ground again. He couldn't sleep, though he wanted nothing more to just succumb to the nothingness. So instead of shutting his eyes, he just stared at the ceiling, hoping that he would exhaust himself, that he would get so tired while keeping his eyes open that as soon as he shut them he'd fall asleep. It almost works a few times, but every time he was on the cusp, the sound of Izuku's body cracking against the ground echoes in the room and startles him back awake. But there was nothing else he could do but keep trying. "Yukai, Katsuki, wake up." Katsuki was awoken by his mother shaking him by the shoulders. He had half a mind to scream at her to shut up and leave him alone, but the look on her face stopped him. They saved him. "He's alive. He's alive, Katsuki." Katsuki's world shook. There was no fucking way. Katsuki practically raced out of the house. As soon as what she had just said sunk in, the sudden hope he felt made him so dizzy and light that he couldn't even think straight. And Mitsuki probably broke a speed limit with how fast she drove. But Katsuki kept telling her to hurry up, to go faster. "He's alive. He's fucking alive." The family sat in tense silence in the hospital lobby, waiting for the doctor to come and inform them of Izuku's status. Katsuki's leg kept bouncing, and he was practically biting his nails off. They had been waiting for what seemed like hours, which only gave his nerves ample time to grow. Every time a nurse or doctor would pass by, his head would lift up hopefully, only to fall in disappointment when they didn't even acknowledge the family. Seriously, they called us and said to come in as soon as possible. What is taking them so long? Mitsuki wasn't exactly quiet with her frustration, and Masaru tried to calm her, although he agreed with the sentiment. At this point, they had been in the waiting room for an hour and a half. None of them had eaten a thing or slept well since yesterday, and all were completely exhausted and anxious. But thankfully, speak of the devil and he will appear, or whatever they say. The Bakugas. Their heads whipped around at the voice. A doctor stood in the hallway, middle-aged and balding, a clipboard in hand and stoic. Cold air about him. "Right this way, please." He starts walking away and briefly gestures for them to follow. Katsuki is the first to stand and run after the doctor, Mitsuki and Masaru scrambling to follow along. The walk was in complete silence aside from the echo of their footsteps down the hall, and the smell of antiseptic was beginning to become nauseating. Eventually, the doctor halts in front of a closed room, raising a hand for them to stop, and he turns to face them. As of yet, We have been unable to get in contact with Inko Midoriya. So, with your consent, we ask that you take temporary guardianship of Izuku Midoriya, since you have been placed under his list of contacts." Mitsuki nods, but looks at her husband in confusion. She thought Inko would be the first one over here. "Before we go in, I should inform you of his state." They quickly nodded, and the doctor continued on, pulling the clipboard out from under his arm and adjusting his crooked glasses. "Due to the extent of his injuries and the amount of blood he lost, we had to put him under a medically induced coma for the time being. But he is alive and will be for the foreseeable future." The doctor kept speaking blankly, with no sympathy or emotion in his tone, and giving them little time to process everything. "I'm sorry to say it, but it's most likely that he won't remember anything from before this incident." The family froze. Katsuki's heart sunk into his stomach, and the dread he thought was gone began to rebuild in his gut. The doctor didn't seem to notice nor care, though we won't be able to identify the exact type at this stage. It can be assumed that he will suffer from long-term amnesia due to the trauma his brain suffered. We won't know if it's permanent or not until he's awake. Along with that, the damage he received to his legs could mean that he may never walk again. The impact from the fall shattered his bones and tore most of his nerves, unfortunately. Mitsuki covered her mouth in horror. However, he's quite lucky considering the severity of the fall. He could have easily slipped into a vegetative state, if not died on impact. Before the reality of what he just said could sink in, the man was already pushing the door open and ushering for Bakugus to go inside. They could do nothing but numbly walk through the doorway, and the doctor left. As soon as they entered, the usual hushed busyness of the hospital became only a distant buzz, replaced by the several beepings of monitors echoing inside the nearly barren room. There Izuku lay, utterly still in the middle of a hospital bed, completely still and lifeless. Katsuki had to remind himself that he was still alive, that he was safe and breathing, and that his heart was still beating. But it was so hard, especially when Izuku looked the part of dead. He was extremely pale and his face was blank, with no emotion showing through. The bags of his eyes were a bruised dark purple, worryingly so, and his lips were pale and chapped. Wires went up his nose, and an IV fluid drip was secured in his one exposed arm. An oxygen mask was tightly strapped to his head, a faint wheezing sound coming out when the boy breathed weakly. Half his hair had been shaved off, tufts of remaining hair sticking out through the thick layers of gauze and bandages wrapped around his head. A brace was snugly fit around his neck, and from beneath the blanket, Katsuki could see the outline of casts on both his legs. Despite all that, Katsuki couldn't stop staring at the dried blood splattered on Izuku's cheek and arm. The medics had obviously only focused on keeping him alive, not cleaning him up post-surgery. Katsuki felt like he was falling. The blood caused the memories to flash before his eyes, and the beeping of monitors began to mix with the squelch that would forever haunt his mind. His breathing quickened, and the blonde looked to his own hands, swearing he saw the same blood there as before. Masaru noticed his son's distress and put a hand on his shoulder to steady him. Mitsuki stared at the small boy in the hospital bed. He was so young, too young to be in this position. Both Izuku and Katsuki. She knew Katsuki had been there to witness Izuku's fall. She couldn't imagine what her son was going through right now. They had been friends since diapers. They were so close, and for him to see Izuku fall from such a height, to see his blood leaking from his broken body, as he tried everything in his power to save him. She couldn't even imagine. So instead, she turned to her son and tugged him into a solid embrace, shielding his view and hopefully providing some comfort to the traumatized boy. Now, Katsuki Bakugo was not a crier. He rarely ever cried. But this time, he couldn't hold back the tears. He thought Izuku had died. He thought he had killed Izuku. And now to see him, covered in wires and tubes and bandages and blood and breathing, it was all too much. So, just this once, he allowed himself a moment to be weak, to let his vulnerability show for this brief moment. He let out his fear, his anger, his relief. And nobody in the room could possibly judge him for it. He was a kid. He was just a kid for fuck's sake. Both of them were. Just children misguided by the society that surrounded them. The society that made Izuku think he had no other choice but to die. That he had nothing to look forward to or be hopeful for, and that living would only cause him more pain and despair. The same society that made Katsuki think that everything he did was amazing and perfect and that he could do no wrong, just because of his quirk. Now look at him, sobbing over his mother's shoulder because of what he did do wrong, because his amazing and perfect actions drove a kid to the point of throwing himself off a roof. He was the worst. He was the fucking worst. Eventually, it was time for them to leave. The sky had turned dark and the hospital had become quiet and stale. Only nurses and doctors wandered the hall, and it was clear that visiting hours were over. Katsuki had run up to his room as soon as they got back home, racing up the stairs and slamming the door shut behind him. Masaru squeezed his wife's hand as they watched him go. "I'll go check on him. Take a moment to rest, dear." Mitsuki gratefully squeezed his hand back and went straight to the living room. She sat on the couch and took out her phone. As much as she would love to relax right now, she had a call to make. 12 times. 12 times she had tried to call Inko. 12 calls and 20 texts, all left unread. Now, Mitsuki liked to consider herself a patient woman, hot-headed and short-tempered. Yes, but she knew that you had to wait for some things in life. Being a mother, in particular, has taught her this value. But now she was coming to the end of her tether. She's known Inko since Katsuki and Izuku were babies. Well, she knew Inko. These past few years, Mitsuki has been seeing less and less of the green-haired woman, and their conversations have become more and more brief and shallow. Mitsuki just thought she was busy with work. The Inko of the past was a person who worried a lot. The type to think, if anything can go wrong, it will go wrong. So why has she been so absent now? There's no way in hell the Inko she knew would just disappear like this, especially if her child had been hurt. There was no way. She took a deep breath, picked up the phone, and decided to call one more time. If Inko didn't answer, Mitsuki was driving to her house and demanding answers. This was getting ridiculous. It dialed once, twice. "Inko, you better pick up, you fucking." "Hello?" Resounded before the third dial could complete. "Inko." She yelled in relief and frustration, forgetting how she had wanted to be quiet, so she didn't disturb the two upstairs. Katsuki didn't need to know what she was doing. "Hey, Mitsuki, how have you been?" She sweetly asks, and the blonde woman blanches at her tone. She sounded cheery. She talked as if there was nothing wrong, as if it was just a normal phone call between two friends where they had nothing better to talk about than how their mediocre day went. But there was something so very fucking wrong. Mitsuki's hand went to her hair and squeezed in frustration and concern. "How am I?" "Izuku is in the fucking hospital, didn't you know?" Mitsuki cries out. She swears she hears a groan resound on the other end. A fucking groan. "Ugh, I know. The hospital's been blowing up my phone with messages, and they keep trying to call me. I muted it a few hours ago, that's why I didn't hear your calls." Annoyed. She sounded annoyed. Not mad. Not upset. Not even in denial. She talked as if it was just a nuisance that the hospital had been calling her. Mitsuki felt her temper dull, replaced by a growing feeling of cold dread that strangled her gut. Inko just kept talking. I picked up the first call because, of course, the hospital called, so I thought something might have been wrong with me. But as soon as I answered, they were just going on about, "Are you with someone you trust? Are you driving right now? Blah, blah, blah." After 5 hours of them just making sure that I was fine, they finally told me that Izuku tried to kill himself and now is in a coma or something. Mitsuki almost dropped her phone in her shock. Why was she acting like this? So, of course, I'm like, how much is this going to cost me? And you wouldn't believe how much they wanted me to pay for them choosing to keep that kid alive. It was ridiculous. They didn't even give me a moment to grieve before dumping all those bills on me. How selfish are they? She couldn't breathe. She physically couldn't even breathe. Her hand was shaking as she gripped her phone. "Inko, Izuku almost died." She choked quietly. She didn't know if Inko just couldn't comprehend the seriousness of what has happened or what. Mitsuki couldn't understand why she was acting like this. She knew that if this had been her son, she would have been an inconsolable mess. Not like how Inko is. "Yeah, I know. He didn't even kill himself, right? So now I have to pay an arm and a leg to keep him alive, just so he can try and do again in a few months. It's so stupid. If he wanted to die, Why not just let him? All reviving him is going to do is teach him that that's the way to get attention from people. That's probably what he did it for anyway. Attention. This was not the woman Mitsuki knew. This was not the Inko that would panic any time Izuku got a scraped knee or a bruise or cut. This was not the kind and gentle woman who would fret at the tiniest inconvenience. What the hell are you saying? He finally got the hint that nobody wants him, but now he's caused me so much trouble just because he couldn't even kill himself right. Mitsuki's throat closed up, and hot tears began to well up in her eyes. But anyway, I booked a flight to America, 'cause there's no way I'm giving out so much money for that quirkless failure to live a little while longer. Do you remember Hisashi? I'm going to go stay with him. You should come and visit me sometime, Dash. Inko, you can't just fucking run away from this. The police will get involved. Mitsuki yelled. Tears of anger rolled down her face. She couldn't believe this. She really couldn't. Oh yeah? And who's going to care enough to get the police involved? He's quirkless and he's young. The only thing they should be doing with him is donating his organs to people who need them more, not wasting resources on keeping him alive when he doesn't even want to be. Mitsuki ended the call. She huddled over herself and shook. She couldn't listen to what Inko was saying anymore. How could she talk about her own son like that? Like he was nothing? Inko was upset that they had kept him alive, not that he had almost died. At Mitsuki's firm request, Katsuki took a week out of school to recover. She fought for a longer break, but considering Izuku didn't actually die, the school denied the extra leave, reasoning that it would only harm his education and social life. Total inconsiderate pricks. Katsuki wasn't against the idea of staying away. He didn't know if he'd be able to handle being in that place, surrounded by all the people who encouraged Izuku to take the dive. He'd probably break down as soon as he saw the green net seat empty anyway. But unfortunately, the week passed by agonizingly fast. The days went in a monotone flash. He'd wake up, go to the hospital. Then he'd be driven back home and forced to eat something before going to sleep. Each day he'd sit there and stare only at Izuku or anything but. It was a toss-up on whether he'd vomit at the sight of him or if he'd keep his eye closely fixed on the boy, fearing he'd disappear or the heart monitor would fall flat the second he looked away. And just like that, his week was gone. No clarity between the days, only the blur and buzz of the room in which he sat. He couldn't remember doing anything else if you asked him. All he remembered was sitting in that desolate room with only the surrounding machines' beeps as company. But now his newfound routine had to be broken. He had spent his final night dreading going back, staring at the blank wall of his room, and feeling only anxiety stinging his gut and churning his near-empty stomach to the point of nausea. He doubted that he got any sleep at all. One moment it was completely dark out, and the next he could hear the birds sing their morning melodies as the light shone through his curtains and annoyingly straight onto his face. He decided somewhere in the night that he was not going to get up. There was no way he was going to fucking school today, and there was nothing that could make him. Absolutely nothing. A knock resounded on his door, and his heart sunk as it slowly swung open. He pulled the covers over his head and groaned. "Hey, Katsuki, it's time to get up," Mitsuki said gently as she stood by the door. "I'm not going," he croaked, the sound muffled by the sheets over his head. "What did you say, honey?" "I said I'm not fucking going." Louder this time. A wave of sudden anger burned in him. He wasn't fucking ready. Why couldn't anyone understand that? But Mitsuki and Katsuki are very much alike. Both are stubborn and hot-headed. So if Katsuki was going to dig his heels in, so was she. She knew she was a reactive person. You get angry with her, she'd return that anger full force. "You're going to school, and that's final." I said, "Fucking no. I don't want to go, Dash." "Look at you, Katsuki. All you've done this past week is sit and wallow away. I thought taking this week off would have been good for you, would have given you time to recuperate and recover, but clearly I was wrong." She tried to drench Katsuki in the cold reality of the situation, try to get him to see reason by saying how it is. But Katsuki remained unmoving and silent. "You need to go out, go talk to your friends, teachers, fuck, anybody, Dash." "I don't want and I don't need to. I'm fine, Dash." "You're not fine. Don't even try that bullshit with me. You're acting as if he died. He's not dead, Katsuki. He's not gone and he's going to wake up. Staying at home all day isn't going to change that. He visibly flinched, and Mitsuki's heart ached. She knew he was just hurting. She was too. But she also knew that it can't be good just to let him be alone with his thoughts. You need to talk to us. Tell me what's wrong so I can help you. I can't do that if I don't know what's hurting you. She walked closer and sat on the edge of his bed, laying a hand on his side. She could feel his body shaking. Nothing's wrong. I'm not ready. I'm not ready to go back there, and I'll never be fucking ready. Is that what you wanted to hear? That I'm weak and a coward? He sobbed out. You're not a coward, and you're not weak. After seeing what you saw, seeing your friend do that to himself, it's completely normal that you be feeling like this. It's not normal. He choked and curled into himself further. You think it's better to hide away forever, that it's better to live in this little bubble now than it is to go back out into the world. She rubbed his arm, hopefully comforting him. It's not. If only you'll feel worse. Believe me, Katsuki, I wouldn't be sending you out there if I thought you couldn't handle it. At this, Katsuki pulled his sheets down and slowly sat up. Mitsuki didn't waste his chance to scoop him into a hug. I'll tell you what, if you go to school today and it's absolutely awful, you can take another week off. Fuck what the school says. Deal, she muttered while rubbing circles on his back. Katsuki sniffly responded, Deal. Katsuki already regretted agreeing to go to school today. You would think it was him who had died, or something with the amount of attention he was receiving. Everyone he passed in the halls would ask him if he was all right, or if he needed anything, he just needed to ask. It was a nightmare. He felt like screaming in their faces and telling them to fuck off. It was a drag just getting to his homeroom, and he couldn't help but feel slightly relieved as he got to the doors. But that relief turned icy as soon as he gazed towards Izuku's desk. Placed upon it a vase of red spider lilies sat. Katsuki knew what those meant. You'd give those to people when someone had died or committed suicide. On the glass, someone had written, Hopefully you do it right next time so I can put these flowers to good use. Beside it lay a few paper cutouts. As Katsuki neared, he could see new additions to the usual hateful messages usually scrawled across Izuku's desk. Pointing to one of the newspaper clippings was a note written in bold Sharpie. Glad you could be joining the rest of your kind. Smiley face. The paper was a statistic report. It stated that 90% of quirkless people aged 30 and under are either killed in quirk-related hate crimes or commit suicide themselves. Beside, it was a graph chart obviously made by one of the students. It was poorly drawn, and it read, Quirkless people who kill themselves versus people who care. It was a bad attempt at a joke, showing the high statistic of suicides compared to the zero amount of people who cared about it. It wasn't funny. Katsuki felt completely numb as he picked up the next clipping. It was an incident report of a group of quirkless teens who had committed mass suicide a few weeks ago. They had all jumped off a bridge and into the rapids below as bystanders just watched. The photo next to it showed them lined up just before they did it. Attached to it were 2 sticky notes, obviously written by 2 different people. Could have done it with your buddies a few weeks ago, sad face. And see? They did it right. Katsuki's numbness only grew as he sifted through the rest of the notes. All of them were pretty much the same. Cutouts of quirkless suicides or deaths with some cruel remark attached to it. Some people, though, apparently thought it wasn't worth the effort and just wrote right onto his desk in permanent ink. Slurs, insults, jokes. No one restrained themselves. No one had any sympathy or remorse. Hey, Bakugu, welcome back. One of Katsuki's lackeys ran up behind him, a group of them following behind. Katsuki didn't even look at them. Where have you been, dude? Oh, do you like what we did? He noticed Katsuki staring at the desk and pointed at it. Yeah, it was a bit of a class project, you could say. One of them said snidely. The rest laughed. They fucking laughed. As soon as we heard that he actually survived, we thought we'd make him a little welcome gift for when he comes back. What'd you think? What do I think? He said after a pause. I think you're all fucking sick, Katsuki quietly whispered to himself. He turned around and pushed them all out of his way as he went to his desk, ignoring their confusion and questions. He couldn't bear to look at that desk any longer. Katsuki tuned them all out. He didn't even listen when the teacher began their lesson. His hands were shaking, and he knew it. His eyes were beginning to feel watery, too. He couldn't believe how cruel these people were. The teacher didn't even care. That much was obvious. They didn't even glance at Izuku's desk, and no one got in trouble. Not even for destroying school property. Was it always like this? Was everyone this horrible before? Katsuki knew in his heart that it was, and that he just didn't want to think about it. Think about how he could have stopped all this before it was too late. It's not like he didn't know Izuku was being bullied. He just didn't want to think about how bad it all was. Izuku's desk was a glaring reminder throughout the entire day. It just sat there in his peripherals, glaring at him. He couldn't pay attention to his lessons. He didn't talk to anyone. He just sat at his desk all day and disassociated. He never should have left home today. When Katsuki finally returned home, he headed straight for his room. He didn't even say hello when Mitsuki asked him about how his day was. He just ignored her and shut the door behind him. He knew he should tell her. He should at least tell someone about what was going on at school. He's been mulling over the idea of what to say all day. He swore to himself that as soon as he got home, he would tell his parents everything he saw. But then a thought crossed his mind and stopped him immediately. What if he got in trouble? What if they found out about his part in all this? He wouldn't be able to take it. His mother would hate him for sure if she knew. So would his father. He couldn't handle his parents finding out how much of a monster he was. After all, he was the one who told Izuku to jump. He was the one who started all the bullying, and he was probably the reason why it kept going all these years. He was no different than the other kids. If anything, he was worse. He knew it was selfish not to tell them. It was wrong to keep everything quietly to himself. He knew his parents would do something to try and stop it, but that's all they could do. Try. It's been made clear that no one else cares about what happened to Izuku. The only thing that would result from him spilling it all was that his parents would hate him. They wouldn't be able to fix anything. Katsuki was the only one who knew the whole truth. He knew how cruel everyone was to Izuku. He knew why he jumped, and he knew that if he didn't do anything about it, nothing would happen. He had half a mind to just leave it and ignore what was happening, just as he's always done. But that wasn't fair. It wasn't fair to Izuku to leave things the way they were, to let them continue to berate and harass him when he was literally fucking unconscious and couldn't do anything to defend himself. It enraged Katsuki. Izuku hasn't done anything wrong. He doesn't deserve this kind of treatment. He never has. Why couldn't he see that before? Did it really take having a hold of Izuku's lifeless, broken body for him to realize how horrible everything was? Was his head really so far up his ass before that he didn't even notice how much Izuku was suffering? How could he be so fucking dense as to tell him to kill himself when he damn well knew what he was going through, what he was putting him through? Katsuki was a monster and a coward. He couldn't even bring himself to tell his parents for fear that he'd lose their love and trust. He'd just let everything continue as it always has been so he could stay being the perfect little hero to his parents. He was awful. He was the worst. A knock broke him out of his spiraling thoughts. Katsuki looked up from his sitting position on his bed to see Mitsuki standing by the door. "That bad, huh?" She whispered and walked to sit beside him on the bed and wrap her arm around his shoulders. Katsuki didn't say anything. He just let his mother pull him into a half hug. They were both quiet for a second. Mitsuki was waiting for Katsuki to say something, but after a minute passed, she knew that she needed to start off the conversation. "What happened today?" Katsuki ducked his head. Mitsuki sighed. "You're not going to talk about it, are you?" He shook his head. "Do you want to go back tomorrow?" He shook his head again. "Are you going to go back tomorrow?" At that he paused, and Mitsuki had her answer. "You are strong, Katsuki. I don't know what made you think that you weren't this morning." "I'm not strong." "You're going back to school, even if you don't want to. That doesn't mean anything, heat scared. I know most kids wouldn't go if they didn't have to. But you have the inner strength to be responsible and go regardless of how much you don't want to." Katsuki leveled her with a look. It was probably not the best example, but it wasn't the only one she could think of. She knew her son was strong and would make sure he knew that. Besides, he was a Bakugu. Of course he was strong. "Why do you want to go then?" "I'm not making you." Katsuki paused, mulling over his answer. He felt like he needed to do something. He couldn't just leave everything how it was. He didn't care about his fucking social position anymore. He didn't care about being at the top of the pyramid, and he fucking hated everyone in that school, especially after what he had just seen. It seemed like he was the only one there with a basic sense of human fucking decency. Everyone hated Izuku just because he was quirkless. They were all quirkist assholes who deserved to die. I don't know. Mitsuki thought on his answer for a bit and hummed. All right then. Well, I'm proud of you anyway. My little hero, never forget that. She squeezed him tighter for a second and left the room, leaving Katsuki alone to think. He wasn't a hero. Not yet, at least. But he would make sure to change that. He wanted to be better. He wanted to be a hero. But what could he even do? He pushed the kid so far to the edge that he decided it was better to fall than to push back. He still wanted to be a hero, even though he felt like he didn't deserve it. After all, how could he live out his dreams of being a hero when he ripped Izuku's chance away? Why did he even want to be a hero? To be the best? To be the strongest? To make his parents proud? He didn't know if he wanted any of that anymore. It all seemed so meaningless. Well, he still wanted his parents to be proud of him, but being a hero wouldn't help that. He was a rotten person, and rotten people make out for rotten heroes. What did he even want anymore? What good reason did he have to even try to be a hero? Izuku, he realized. If nothing else, he wanted to make it up to Izuku. When they were kids, Katsuki would promise that he'd be the #1 hero for the two of them, that he'd be the strongest to protect Izuku. And now, he realized that's just what he was going to do. Fuck everything else. He'd become the hero Izuku always wanted to be. Fuck being the best. Fuck being the strongest. Katsuki was going to be Izuku's hero. He was going to make a difference in this god-awful world for Izuku. And the first place he would start is with that fucking school. Katsuki got to school early the next day. Partially, it was to avoid the crowds he faced yesterday. He didn't think he'd be able to stop himself from punching the next person who asked if he was all right. But he also had something he needed to do on his walk to the classroom. He stopped by the janitor's closet and tugged at the door. It was left completely unlocked and there was nobody around, so Katsuki just helped himself to supplies, taking out a few chemical cleaners and a bucket and rag. He filled the bucket with water at a faucet and continued en route to his class. The halls were conveniently empty. No students had arrived yet, and teachers were still hanging around in the staff rooms. As soon as he slid open his classroom door, he headed straight towards a graffiti desk. He set the bucket down and began to remove the paper items and throw them into bin. He exploded a few first, but that just made more of a mess. He did the same with the now wilted flowers after throwing the excess water from a vase out of the window. After doing that, he started to work on the desk, pouring a generous amount of cleaning agent over the wood, and started harshly scrubbing it with the wet rag, squeezing the liquid out into the bucket, and washing it off every few minutes. He wasn't stopping until the desk was fucking spotless, he decided, and the majority of the markings did come off easily, but some of the ink stayed permanent. Words written in big, bold lines held firm, and no matter what Katsuki did, they wouldn't go away. The biggest was the word no, sitting right in the center of the desk. The word itself made Katsuki feel sick now. It was a common slur used against quirkless people. It implied that they were just a genetic mistake, a dud, a failure of a human being. It was an awful insult, but people used it freely. No one really cared about how hurtful it could be. Tears of frustration welled up in his eyes. It just wasn't coming off. No matter how hard Katsuki scrubbed at it, it wasn't going away. "Fuck!" he yelled out, throwing a rag at the nearby wall with as much strength as he could muster at the moment. He almost kicked over the bucket in his anger, but stopped himself. That would just make more of a mess that he'd have to deal with later. He took a few breaths to calm down. He had cleaned the majority of the desk, and aside from the permanent words and remarks that had been scratched into the desk, it looked pretty good. Katsuki still sighed, though. It wasn't good enough. He could still see the marker. He'd buy some stronger shit after school and try again tomorrow. No way was he going to let Izuku come back with fucking slurs written all over his desk. He packed up the supplies and tipped all the water out the window, stalking back to the janitor's closet, and still seeing barely anyone in the halls. It was almost 8 o'clock. Students should be coming in pretty soon. As soon as the lackeys from yesterday walked in, they immediately started complaining. Ugh, what? What happened to our present? One of them groaned, running up to Izuku's now remarkably barren desk. Are you kidding? And after all the work we put into that, Katsuki just scoffed from his seat. So fucking dramatic. But who they can't keep bullying the boy who's in a coma right now? Poor things. Look, there's still some left, though. One of them pointed at the remaining words. Oh, yeah. Hey, do you still have that marker? One of them nodded and pulled out a pen from their pocket. The other one grabbed it and uncapped it, bringing it to the desk like he was about to write something else. The others just laughed. Katsuki stood up, his chair screeching back audibly, but no one paid it any attention. Seems like this is the only thing that's going to stick. What should I write? Before he could even start, Katsuki had walked over and snatched the marker from his hands, holding up above his head. Oh, hey, Bakugu, did you want to write something? Katsuki looked at him and glared. His anger was practically tangible, and suddenly they weren't laughing anymore. Malice was clear in his eyes as he stared down at them. He clenched his fist around the marker and didn't even try to stop himself from exploding the object. The explosion wasn't strong enough to send ink flying, just enough to create holes in the barrel. He switched his grip to hold on to the cap before the liquid could touch him. It quickly started dripping, and Katsuki dropped the leaking pen into the other's still open grasp and spilled all over their uniform and hands, staining them. Whoops. Katsuki sneered at them, turned around, and went back to sit at his desk. He could hear the group frantically talking. The one holding the pen was getting absolutely covered. His sleeves were stained, and so were his fingers. He panicked and ran to throw the thing in the bin, then quickly raced off to the bathroom, probably to try and wash it off. Yeah, good luck with that. The rest of them turned to Katsuki. What the hell, man? He tried to sound intimidating, but he was talking to Bakugo fucking Katsuki. Obviously it didn't work. Katsuki just ignored him, instead favoring kicking his feet up onto the desk and leaning back. I'll tell the teacher. The guy started, but Katsuki didn't let him finish. He grabbed him by his collar and pulled him down to eye level, startling the boy into falling forward. He fucking whimpered. And tell him what? That the permanent marker you brought to draw on school property somehow broke and spilled ink everywhere. The guy was pretty much shaking in fear at this point. He brought his arms up in a placating gesture. He was stuttering. Katsuki couldn't even tell what he was trying to say. Guess having his reputation had its perks. He let go of the guy with a shove and went back to ignoring him. The boy staggered back and quietly went to go sit at his desk, the rest of the group dispersing with a brief mutter. Listen up. The next person who so much as thinks about doing shit to that desk will answer to me. Understand, dipshits? He announced. No one answered, but no one protested against him. Whatever, they've been warned now. It's their own fault if anything happens. No one touched his desk at all after that incident. In fact, not a word was said against Izuku in Katsuki's presence. Word quickly spread about how Bakugo was suddenly defending the quirkless weirdo, as the school had dubbed Izuku. He didn't care about how they gossiped about him, about how he changed or some shit. Fuck them, they didn't matter. His lackeys didn't follow him around as they did before either, and to be honest, Katsuki preferred it that way. He preferred to just sit by himself and think, and not constantly be followed around by people he didn't even care to know the names of. All the people at that school were assholes. They were all just extras, completely unimportant to Katsuki now. His teachers didn't bother to comment on the change, though he was sure they talked about it behind his back. After all, why would the top dog Bakugo Katsuki just start caring about the quirkless Deku? They couldn't even comprehend that someone would even be remotely invested in his life, let alone actively and willingly be his friend. The week passed by quickly, and Katsuki settled into a new routine. Wake up, go to school, go to the hospital, then come back home to eat dinner and sleep. He was fine with that, though he wanted to start training again too. Before, Katsuki would spend at least 2 hours every day training to become stronger. His ambition to become a hero completely controlled him sometimes, and he made sure to push himself to the limit. Now, he hasn't worked out in 2 or so weeks, and he was getting antsy. How could he become a hero if he kept slacking? His mother was also talking about getting him into some kind of therapy thing. If you asked him, he didn't need it. He was completely able to deal with his own shit by himself. He didn't need to go whine about his feelings to some stranger. So what if he has nightmares all the time? So what if he couldn't look at rooftops without feeling nauseous? So what if his guilt became so overwhelming sometimes that he couldn't physically breathe? He'd get over it in a while. He didn't need help. He was better than that. He could do everything on his own. He could do it. Months have passed by, and slowly, Katsuki has been coming to terms with everything that's happened. It probably helped that he now has a therapist that he visits once or twice a week. Admittedly, when his mother had first told him that they had booked him an appointment, he didn't take it very well. He yelled something like, "No old geezer is going to understand how I feel. And I can deal with this by myself. I don't need any help." But all that led to was Mitsuki quite literally dragging him into the clinic by the collar. All the while he was grumbling and digging his heels in. The first few sessions were a drag to go to. He didn't want to open up to a stranger, and he refused to answer any questions that would potentially allow his feelings to be examined. Looking back on it now, Katsuki could understand how he just didn't want to be hurt, didn't want to let his emotions out, and be judged for the monster he so desperately didn't want to be. But unfortunately or fortunately, his therapist had a quirk that let her see a person's feelings through their aura or something. So he didn't have much of a choice in the long run. Pain, guilt, sadness, anger, and self-hatred apparently suffocated him and hung around like a dark cloud, ever building and waiting for the final drop that made it storm, as she described it. She told him that her job was to help let that water out little by little, rather than the eventual flood he was building up to if he continued acting the way he did. He understood that. He knew that if he kept bottling things up, it'd just explode right back in his face. He's seen it happen before with both him and his mother. They were very similar in that way. Both of them preferred to hide their pain rather than let other people know about it. They didn't want to seem weak in any way. Now that he knew he couldn't hide what he was going through, it became easier to open up to the therapist. She wasn't mad at him, not like he expected someone to be. She likewise understood him. She understood how he's changed, how he's trying to change. She understood that above everything, he was just a kid who was molded to do the things he did by the people around him. People would praise him for the wrong things and praise him for the right things. It didn't matter. As long as they got in good with a future hero with a powerful quirk, he'd be allowed to do anything he liked, even push a kid to kill himself just because he didn't have a quirk. Though, as his lackey said, it was more of a class project in that regard. It seemed like everyone wanted him dead. Over time, the guilt that crushed him dissipated into acceptance. He accepted what had happened, and while he wouldn't ever forgive himself for it, he knew he couldn't change the past. She had explained to him, after piecing together the story, that it was not completely Katsuki's fault, and that he couldn't place all the blame solely on himself. It wasn't fair to him, or Izuku. It wasn't easy to come to terms with that, but it wasn't like he could refute it either. Mitsuki had also contacted the police. It absolutely crushed Katsuki to find out the reason why. Izuku didn't even have his mother to turn to as Katsuki had thought before. He really had no one who cared about him. Not even one person who thought that his life meant something or was even worth living. Not one fucking person. The police didn't care, though. Not even after Mitsuki's constant pestering and threats. They, like the rest of this awful fucking world, thought that would be fine just to let it go. After all, the poor woman's been stuck with a quirkless kid for how many years now? And just recently he tried to kill himself, leaving her with mountains of bills that would be impossible for a single mother to make. It was completely understandable that she'd need to get away from it all. Besides, she's in a different country now, so there's nothing they can do about it. Bull fucking shit. Katsuki had never seen Mitsuki as enraged as she was when she left that police station. Not even Masaru could calm her down, nor did he really want to. If the police wouldn't help, then what else could they do? It all felt hopeless on that account. Now Izuku was left memoryless and motherless. God, what were they going to tell him when he woke up? Sorry, kid. Your mother fucking ditched you for her deadbeat ex-boyfriend because you're quirkless and hospitalized due to everyone's constant negligence and abuse. How much more cruel could it get? How much more did life want Izuku to suffer? Not even the police would help him. Katsuki had nothing to do with his rage except train, to put his all into working harder. Training became his outlet. He would punch his anger away until he felt too exhausted to even feel it anymore. It helped him, despite how destructive it sounds. It suited a destructive person like Katsuki. It was finally the day for the UA entrance exam, and Katsuki was ready. He's been preparing for this constantly for the past 6 months, and now all he wanted to do was get it over with. He knew he'd pass. Walking through the massive front gates was surreal. So many times he's imagined it. The moment he'd walk through these gates as a student of UA on his path to becoming the hero he's always wanted to be. And now he was finally here. For the entrance exam, although he wasn't a student yet, but he would be. He'd ace this fucking exam for sure. President Mike tried his best to work the crowd of anxious teens, but it didn't work. Everyone was too worried about the exam. Katsuki's mind was racing with plans and strategies when it was revealed that it was robots they'd be fighting. His quirk was perfect for this. He just needed to get close enough to explode the bots in the first place, and he'd be set. It would be easy. And easy it fucking was. Everything was riding suspiciously smoothly. He thought the entrance exam was supposed to be a challenge, but he was just breezing through it, destroying robot after robot efficiently. As he said before, his quirk was perfect for this. He saw other kids struggling to take down the hunks of metal and had to pull a few out of the way before they got crushed. They probably had mental quirks or something. How was this test supposed to be fair again? It was obviously suited to favor kids with physical combat-based quirks above all others. So apparently UA was fucking quirkish too. This was absolutely not an equal exam, and Katsuki would make sure to stick it to the school coordinators when he gets a chance. Like hell, he'd just let the blatant quirkism slide. How was he supposed to be considered the best of the bunch if half the kids applying for it couldn't even compete properly? It was so stupid. The exam ended soon, and Katsuki, despite being out of breath and exhausted, was feeling good. It always felt good to exercise his quirk, and especially good now that he's just finished a test relying on it. He passed the physical for sure, and he was positive he aced the writing portion with flying colors. He hasn't just been training, but studying rigorously too over these past 6 months, so he pretty much knew everything he needed to and more. He may have overprepared a tad bit, but despite that, he can't help but tense at the worry building in his gut and his confidence diminished. There's still a chance that he might not get in. No matter how sure you can be, there's always a chance you're wrong. Logically, he knew he passed. There was no reason he wouldn't have. His middle school teachers never wrote anything bad on his reports, and despite his past tendencies for violence and bullying, his record was perfectly clean. There was no logical reason why he shouldn't get in. And yet, Katsuki needed to get in. He needed to. He didn't know what he'd do if he didn't. But that would be karma, right? Izuku's chance of getting into UA was taken away. So why should Katsuki be allowed in? It would only be fair, right? Just as his thoughts were getting overwhelming, a car unexpectedly pulled up in front of him. Masaru had come to pick Katsuki up. He knew his son would be exhausted after the exam, and despite Katsuki's previous assurances that he'd be fine to walk home, he knew that a ride would be very much appreciated. But he didn't expect his son to be so quiet and reserved when he hoped in the car. He looked upset. He didn't even say a word. Did it not go well? He gently prompted. No, it went fucking great, was the simple, vague answer he got. Well, that was to be expected. What's wrong then? Masaru glanced at him from the rear-view mirror. Katsuki met his eyes. He wore a certain type of vulnerability that Masaru rarely ever sees. Do I deserve to get into you, eh? The question somewhat shocked him at first, but then his expression softened. It made sense that he would be worried about that. His son was always so concerned about whether or not he was working hard enough. He was just like his mother in that sense. Of course you do. You've worked harder than anyone. Do I deserve it? He cut him off, and Masaru now understood. He wasn't asking if he deserved to get into UA because of his efforts, but if he deserved it after everything that happened. Masaru didn't know the specifics of what really went on between his son and Izuku. He wasn't one to impose or push uncomfortable questions, but he recognized the guilt that hung heavy off his son's shoulders. He saw how much he was hurting after the incident and knew there was more behind it than he would ever know. But he's also seen Katsuki's change for the better afterwards. He's seen his struggle to live with himself after what happened to Izuku and how he's tried to be better than he was before. He's worked hard to change, and whether he realizes it or not, he has, and his parents couldn't be more proud of him for it. "You've earned it," he answered. Katsuki had a lost look in his eyes as his father spoke, and it was quiet in the car for a second. Masaru sighed and adjusted his glasses. If you live your life stressing over what you do or don't deserve, you'll never be happy with what you have or get. Focus on what you've earned and work for the things you want. I know I'm just an old man, and you probably think that I don't know anything about anything, but I do know a thing or two. Katsuki didn't know what to say to that. On one hand, he knew his father was probably right, but on the other hand, he was too tired to even start comprehending what that even means. In his opinion, deserving and earning were basically the same thing. He just hummed and looked out the car window. Masaru left him to think quietly and drove them home. Slowly, 2 weeks had passed by and Katsuki was almost killing himself with worry. It had been an anxious wait. Katsuki had no idea if he got in or not, and despite his parents' reassurances, he couldn't help but expect the worst. Letters of acceptance were supposed to be sent out today, and Katsuki wasted no time in racing home after school. As soon as the final bell had rung, he was out of the classroom, running on pure adrenaline, and ending up out of breath and ragged when he finally got home. He quickly wrenched open the mailbox, and his rapidly beating heart plummeted. Nothing. The mailbox was empty. He desperately ran to the front door, ripping out his keys and fumbling to put them in. Once he finally managed that, he ran inside and saw Mitsuki sitting at the dining room table. To his relief, a white envelope sat starkly on the wood, Mitsuki wearing a worried expression as she looked at her son. Did you dash?" He panted. She shook her head. "I haven't opened it yet. I was waiting for you." Katsuki walked over to her and dropped his bag on the floor, gently taking the letter out of her offering hands. He stared at it for a minute, debating whether he should open it or not. His stomach churned uneasily, and Mitsuki noticed his hesitance. "Do you want to open it later? We can wait until your father gets home." She gently proposed, taking his hand in hers reassuringly. "Yeah, that would probably be better." He mutely nodded his head, placing the letter back down on the table and sliding his hand out from under his mother's. He picked up his bag and made his way to the staircase. Mitsuki watched him as he went. Even though she absolutely knew he'd pass, the doubt that clouded her boy, the uncertainty, it made her heart break. Her boy had lost all faith in himself. He didn't trust his abilities anymore. He didn't trust himself. Hopefully, his acceptance into UA will help him in that sense. She can only hope it will show him that he is good enough, and that he should believe in himself. But she'd have to wait and see. They all sat at the dining table. Masaru and Mitsuki were on either side of their anxious son as he clutched the heavy letter. He took a deep breath and ripped it open. Better just to get it over with. An object clattered out along with a piece of paper. They all stared at the unknown object and jumped when it suddenly projected an image of All Might right before their eyes. They stared at the man as he spoke, explaining how Katsuki earned both the most battle points and secret hero points in a jovial, booming voice. They stared as he declared that Katsuki had scored first place in the overall entrance exam and had been accepted into U.A, in Class 1A specifically. They stared as All Might signed off, calling out something like, "This is your Hero Academia," before the projection shut off and the house was left in silence. They stared at the empty space for a moment. Mitsuki strangled Katsuki in a hug, and Masaru beamed brightly, slightly tearing up and wrapping his arms around the two in a group hug. "That's my boy. What did we tell you?" She giggled proudly and squeezed him tighter. Katsuki's shock slowly melted away. He did it. He fucking did it. He made it into UA, the school of his dreams. He fucking passed, and there was nothing that could stop him now. Graduation from Aldera rolled around sooner than Katsuki expected. Not like he was complaining, though. He wanted to be out of that fucking school as soon as possible. For the past few weeks, he felt like he was walking on air. The knowledge that he had been accepted into UA rang in the back of his mind like bells, reminding him that he just needed to get through the rest of middle school, then he'd be home free. He just needed to graduate. He just needed to get that piece of paper, and he'd be free from this god-awful school and on the path to becoming a hero. So when it was finally time for him to stand up on that stage and receive that certificate, he couldn't have been happier. A grin presented proudly on his face as he made his way back down the aisle and to his awaiting parents. Masaru flashed him a thumbs up, and Mitsuki grinned back at him with pride. But Izuku wasn't there to graduate with them. The school didn't even mention him. There was no seat reserved for him or his family. Nothing to even recognize that Izuku had ever been a part of their graduating class. It made him so mad. Katsuki looked at his principal with disgust as he made the final dismissal speech, then smiled devilishly when the man paled and stuttered as he caught the teen's glare. Mitsuki nudged his shoulder playfully when she saw what he was doing. As soon as the ceremony had formally ended, the family booked it out of there as fast as they could. His mother and father ignored all the other parents who tried to congratulate them on Katsuki's bright future. Instead, they hopped in the car, laughing the whole way as they sped off to find some fast food joint to ransack. Going through the drive-thru, they ordered a bunch of food and a few drinks. Mitsuki drove them away and to the hospital, occasionally having to swat Masaru's hand away from stealing a few nuggets before they had even arrived. Usually, the family strictly ate healthily, rarely indulging in greasy foods or unnecessary sweets. But this once they made an exception. It was a celebration. They were finally out of that fucking school, and Katsuki had graduated top of the class. It was a special event. Mitsuki quickly parked the car, and when they got to the lobby, the lady at the front desk sighed at the formally dressed, familiar family. They were smiling cheekily as Masaru half-heartedly attempted to hide the food behind his back. "Just go on up. Don't make a mess," she said, waving them off, and they wasted no time in getting in the elevator. "Masaru, I swear, there better be some left." Mitsuki began to scold when she saw Masaru steal another nugget, this time handing it to Katsuki. The elevator dinged, and the doors opened. Quietly this time, they walked down the halls and made it to Izuku's room. They opened the door and filed in, shutting it behind them. Many times before had they been here. Most days after school, Katsuki would come and just sit with Izuku, doing whatever homework he had on the unused side table, while absent-mindedly recounting his day to the comatose greenette. It was a routine event. Izuku's hair had grown out a lot since it was shaved, coming into an uneven cut where half of it was a few inches longer than the other half. The bandages around his head and the brace around his neck had been removed, and scarring was only slightly visible on his forehead. The bruising under his eyes had faded significantly, dulling down into ones of exhaustion, and he no longer needed to wear an oxygen mask. The leg casts were changed into braces, and beneath them were compression socks. Something about keeping his circulation flowing or something. He looked a lot better. He looked healthy. He looked alive. Katsuki and Mitsuki rearranged the guest chairs and side table to create a makeshift buffet as Masaru unloaded all the food. They all sat around and dug in hungrily. It was a happy moment. They were all chatting and laughing away, insulting the school and talking about how boring that whole event was. Mitsuki joked about putting soda into Izuku's so he could join in as well, and Masaru almost had a heart attack when she pretended to do it. Katsuki laughed more than he has in ages. He felt so happy and light. The weight on his shoulders was like it never existed at all. Eventually, visiting times were over, and the family was asked to leave. Rather reluctantly, they packed up, still talking away. They said their goodbyes to Izuku and out of the lobby, waving to the lady who vaguely threw her hand up at them in return. When Katsuki got home, he almost fell asleep immediately, barely bothering to change into other clothes. Before climbing into bed, he still had a smile on his face. "Today's been good. You ready?" Mitsuki asked with a grin while adjusting Katsuki's collar. Of course he was fucking ready. He had spent the majority of his life working up to this moment, and all he could feel was pure excitement and eagerness. He had fucking earned this. Of course. He grinned back at her and swatted her hands away. She just beamed and tugged him into a tight hug, squeezing him fiercely while turning from side to side. "I am so proud of you," she squealed, releasing him and stepping back to stand with Masaru after a second. Katsuki couldn't even bring himself to be mad or annoyed at the blatant affection and doting. Instead, he picked up his bag and headed to the door, waving a simple goodbye to his proud parents, trying to maintain his usual uncaring facade. It didn't really work. Seeing how happy they were made everything worth it. all the borderline torturous hours of study and training, pushing himself to the extreme every night and day. All it was mostly so that he could be the best hero, but if he was being honest, just seeing how proud they were was satisfying enough. His parents yelled him goodbyes as he exited the house, and didn't stop until the door was shut behind him. He felt like he could run for miles today, and an odd feeling of being actually excited about school settled in his nerves as he walked to the train station. He was finally reaching his dreams, finally on his actual path to becoming a hero, and he couldn't be more thrilled. Never fucking mind. The second he walked into the classroom, it was pure fucking chaos. Groups of girls were chatting in all corners, and some blue-haired guy was yelling at a weirdly sparkling blonde for some reason. He was pretty sure this dude with purple hair was actually sleeping in the back, and this guy with a bird head was muttering about darkness or something. Overall, it was just fucking loud and unprofessional. Suddenly, most of his excitement was gone, replaced with a familiar annoyance of having to deal with people his age. Suppressing a groan, he maneuvered his way through the crowds of overexcited teens and picked a seat by the window to sit in. Where the fuck was the teacher anyway? Sure, it was technically early, but still, it was the first day. Hey, we were in the same exam area, right? Oh, dude, you were so cool. Katsuki's attention was brought to a starry-eyed redhead kid from across the classroom. As he approached, the absolute mess of long spikes on his head became obvious, and Katsuki almost snickered at the shittily done hairstyle. I'm Kirishima Aijiro, he greeted when directly in front of the seated blonde. Bakugu Katsuki. He simply responded and kicked his feet up onto the desk, utterly bored with the lack of actual school going on. Call him a nerd, but he came here to be a hero, not to make fucking friends. Wrong move to make apparently, as the blue-haired guy from earlier beeline straight towards him the second his shoes touched the wood. How dare you have such an utter disregard for school property? Take your feet down this instant, or dash. Katsuki just stared at him. This kid couldn't be this fucking serious. This early in the morning, and he's already shoving his nose into everyone's business and making a fuss over fucking nothing. Who shoved a stick up your ass? The redhead covered up a snort of laughter, and the guy let out an offended gasp. Such inappropriate language to use against your fellow classmate will not be tolerated, dash. Everyone in your seats, or you'll be expelled. A tired voice dominated overtop the chatter, and suddenly the room fell dead silent. All eyes turned to the door to see a scruffy, worn-out-looking man unfurl himself from a bright yellow sleeping bag. Confused, everyone started shuffling around to find a desk and sit down. The man sighed and took his place at the podium in front. It took you 36 seconds to sit down, and nobody noticed me until I made myself known. Time is a valuable resource in heroics, a resource all of you seem to take for granted. Murmurs echoed around the classroom. I'm Aizawa Shota, your homeroom teacher. Some people openly exclaimed at the revelation, but quickly quieted down. This is kind of sudden, but go and change into your P uniform. Meet me at the training grounds. A girl with a brown bob raised her hand, sheepishly, and the man looked at her. Aizawa-sensei, what about the orientation assembly? Teachers in the hero course are allowed to take certain creative liberties. We'll be doing our own sort of orientation. Anyone who arrives late is getting expelled. Go. Without another word. The man starts to walk away, and after a second, everyone scrambles to the locker rooms to change. What even the fuck? This was totally not what Katsuki expected his first day to be like at fucking all. His classmates were fucking weirdos, and so was his homeroom teacher. Fucking great. Katsuki and a few other extras arrived at the training grounds early, and he almost scoffed at the group of laggers sprinting to be on time. It was almost laughable how lame the majority of his classmates were. Here Katsuki was, studying and training his ass off, expecting to be competing against the best of the best, only to be met with people who couldn't even change their clothes fast enough because they were too busy talking. It was kind of fucking disappointing. As soon as everyone was within hearing distance, their homeroom teacher told them that they would be doing a bunch of ranking exercises, and that the person who came last would be expelled. Katsuki couldn't care less. He was going to come first, so the threat didn't matter to him. At the complaint that was so unfair, the teacher went on this long-ass monologue about why heroics itself wasn't fair. It was kind of funny seeing everyone shit their pants, both uttered the unexpected assessment, and their intimidating teacher. They went on to the actual activities, and Katsuki found them to be pretty standard, except he was allowed to use his quirk, which was cool. Hearing everyone's awe at his ball throw distance was a good hit to the ego, and Katsuki smiled up proudly at the end of the orientation, seeing his name be in first place like he expected. Apparently, Aizawa was just lying anyway, and he didn't end up expelling anyone, much to the relief of some invisible girl. Other than that, the day went on fairly standardly. They got changed and went back to homeroom where they were handed their syllabus and timetable. Most of the general subject teachers were also pro-heroes, which was pretty sick, and the class briefly got to meet them all. During lunch break, that redhead kid tried to corner him again and talk. A blonde with a lightning bolt, his hair guy with tape dispensers for elbows, no literally, and a girl with pink skin and horns following in tow. They sat with him at a corner table much to his annoyance. "So what's your name, Blasty?" The pink-haired girl asked, and suddenly everyone at the table was looking at him. Fuck. How does he talk to new people again? Bakugo Katsuki. Dude, your ball toss was so sick. It made the ground shake. "Oh, I'm Kaminari Denki, by the way," the other blonde greeted with a rather annoying amount of excitement. Katsuki just vaguely nodded and didn't say anything more. Figures the first thing they'd talked to him about was his quirk. Just another group of lackeys to follow him around in UA great. They continued chatting amongst themselves, and Katsuki largely zoned out, not bothering to listen in to everyone else's introductions. It's not like he'd remember their names anyway. He's pretty sure they tried to include him in a few conversation topics, but he ignored them mostly, giving non-committal grunts to answer their questions. Hopefully, they'd take the hint and leave him alone. Katsuki preferred it that way. Soon enough, it was the end of the school day, and Katsuki was free to go. So much for the school of his dreams. He thought there'd be some actual competition here, but they just let anyone in apparently. Whatever, he just needed to learn useful shit from pros, get his license and graduate. He didn't need to make any substantial friends. Ignoring the slightly disappointed feeling that last thought brought him, he started to trudge back home. He almost made it there too before his phone rang and disturbed his peacefully quiet walk. He looked at the caller ID and answered. It was probably just his mother asking how his day went. "Katsuki! Katsuki, where are you?" Her tone made him panic and set him on edge immediately. "I'm almost home. Did something happen?" He nervously asked into the phone and started to pick up the pace. "Running now," fearing something bad. "We're at the hospital right now, dash." "To the fuck?" "Why?" Izuku woke up. Katsuki stopped running, ragged breaths teetering in his shock. There was no fucking way. Katsuki's heart began to beat dangerously quickly, and he spun on his heels suddenly, started a sprint in the other direction. He woke up. He's awake. "Right now. Can you get here, or do you need your father to give you a lift?" "I'm on my way." By the time Katsuki got to the hospital, he was completely out of breath, panting harshly as he entered the lobby and speed walking up the stairs. He didn't have time to wait for the elevator. The lady at the front desk didn't even question him as he barreled through. Use of the family. Mitsuki was standing outside Izuku's room anxiously, an arm folded around her torso, and the other raised so she could bite her thumb. As soon as she spotted Katsuki, she walked towards him and pulled him into a hug. "The doctor is in with him now. Your father is trying to get out from work," she whispered, and Katsuki nodded, shock and adrenaline still pumping through his veins and making him antsy. They waited for a few minutes outside. Katsuki originally paced around, but Mitsuki got him to sit on the floor with her, trying to calm him down. "How was school today, hon?" she asked genuinely. "It was all right. Boring. I'm pretty sure all my classmates are fucking idiots." Mitsuki barked out a laugh at that. "I'm sure you'll settle in soon. There's got to be some good kids you can make friends with." "I fucking doubt it. They all seem like duds." Mitsuki smiled at him and put her hand over his. "Then you'll just be the best. You'll have mountains of these duds flocking to you, begging for your friendship in no time." "Yeah, because I totally want that." He rolled his eyes. "And have a repeat of Aldera? No fucking thanks. If Katsuki wants friendship, it needs to be mutual, not having random-ass lackeys follow him everywhere, praising him just for fucking looking at them. Well, now that Izuku's awake, you'll have him again." She didn't notice Katsuki freeze up at that, and she didn't notice the way his jaw clenched either. Katsuki stood up, and Mitsuki followed when the doctor exited the room and shut the door behind her. He's awake and going steady, very confused, but that's to be expected. His brain seems to be functioning properly, and frankly a lot better than expected due to the trauma he underwent. I think it will be safe to say he'll make a full recovery in terms of intelligence and fine motor skills. You can go in and see him, but we ask you not to overwhelm him too much. His memory? Mitsuki piped up almost dreadfully, hand coming up to fiddle with her necklace in a self-soothing motion. We won't know the extent of it while he's still confused like this, but we can assume that for now, all memory of before the accident is gone. Whether or not he'll regain some of it over time is still up in the air. She finishes, and the two Bakugas look at each other. Katsuki lip trembled. I see. Thank you, doctor. Mitsuki dismissed, and the lady walked away, leaving the two. Mitsuki faced Katsuki. Are you all right, hon? We can wait a minute, Dash. Katsuki shook his head. No, Dash, no. You go in, I need a second. Mitsuki softly smiled at him in understanding, and after taking a deep breath, opened the door to Izuku's room. As soon as she was gone, Katsuki raced off to the bathroom, feeling the sudden urge to puke. His nerves were getting the better of him. The last time he saw Izuku awake and talking. He's going to ruin this all again. He fucking knows it. He's going to say something again, or do something. He's going to ruin everything. It was easier when Izuku wasn't awake, because then he didn't actually have to face him. He didn't have to explain to him what happened to him, why it happened, who made him do it. Katsuki could barely even breathe as he leaned over the toilet, vomiting whatever lunch was in his stomach. What if Izuku remembers everything? What if seeing Katsuki is a reminder and he's going to hate him again? He's going to remember all the shitty things that happened to him, and he's going to want to jump again. No, the doctor said he wouldn't. Not for now, at least. He literally couldn't remember it, because that part of his brain was injured. Katsuki would be able to start over again like he planned to. He would be able to help Izuku while he recovered. He would be able to help him with school, help him rehabilitate. He would be his friend, a real friend. He would make it up to Izuku whether he knew why or not. That's what he promised he'd do. Katsuki shakily stood to his feet and flushed the toilet, working on a barely remembered resolve and plan that he would be better and make things right. He took extra time to wash his face and hands, gargling the probably unfiltered tap water to try and rinse out the flavor of bile from his mouth. It would be fine. It would be all right. He'd start anew. The walk back to the room felt like he was tugging Lee behind him, halfway between wanting to run away, but knowing he needed to go in. He almost exploded the handle of the door when he gripped it, sweaty palms and a jumpy nervous system doing nothing in his favor. He held his breath when he pushed the door open, and when he saw Izuku there, sitting upright, eyes blinking owlishly around the room as his mother chatted away at him, constantly asking him how he was feeling while holding onto his hand that actually held hers back, it took his breath away from him. And when Izuku's eyes turned to meet his, Katsuki felt his world tilt on its axis. It was all too real now. Oh, Katsuki, come here. Izuku, this is Katsuki. You two were really good friends. Katsuki couldn't even tear his eyes away from Izuku's inquisitive Viridian gaze, not even when his heart jumped at his mother's admission. He knew how that sounded, and how Izuku would take that. My friend, Katsuki? He muttered out and looked over at Mitsuki as if in confirmation. She nodded heavily and pulled Katsuki's faltering body into the seat beside her. Yes, honey. He's been visiting you almost every day since the accident. Oh, but you used to call him Kakin. Isn't that cute? She sounded almost desperate at the end, her voice wavering as she reminisced on everything that used to be, knowing that all of it was gone for him. Every single moment from when he and Katsuki were children, every sleepover, every game, all of it was gone now. But Izuku just looked back at Katsuki. So, Kakin? Katsuki's voice broke. Why, yeah. And this is from Katsuki's 3rd birthday party. You two were absolutely inseparable that day, more so than usual. Katsuki saved you a seat next to him at the table, and he fought the other kids who tried to sit there. Oh, and this is from your first official sleepover. You had slept over tons of times before, but this time you guys wanted it to be an official first one as big kids. Oh, I could barely get you two to sleep. Mitsuki flicked through the photos on her phone, looking at each one with sad eyes. Each time she would explain one, she would look up to Izuku, hoping to see even a glimmer of recognition. There was nothing. Izuku took in each picture with a purely curious gaze. No smile of fondness or common remembrance, just inquisitive eyes looking between her and the phone, gauging her reaction to each and trying to understand why she was getting so upset. He had no emotional connection to these memories. No connection at all. Katsuki saw the way his mother's voice grew thick with tears as she tried not to cry. He would be the same. But right now he couldn't feel much other than the overwhelming surrealness of the situation. Izuku was awake, sitting upright in his hospital bed with messy, uneven green curls falling over his shoulders. But despite how much Katsuki looked, how much the body in front of him was so clearly Izuku Midoriya's, he couldn't see it. Sure, that was physically him, but he wasn't there. He didn't ask questions. He didn't show much expression. He didn't do anything Katsuki knew the old Izuku would do. Hopefully it was just the shock of the situation sinking in, the shock and confusion of waking up and being told a whole life he had no recollection of. He would go back to himself in a while. Mitsuki's phone pinged and she checked her messages, drawing Katsuki's attention. She looked back to Izuku and stood up, smiling down at him softly. "Excuse me for a second, hon." She turned to Katsuki. "Your father's here. I'll go meet him down at the lobby and catch him up on everything." She squeezed his shoulder as she passed by, and before Katsuki could even say anything, she had left, leaving the two boys alone together. Katsuki slightly slumped in his seat. For so long he had waited for this day, but with what the doctors were saying, he thought Izuku wouldn't wake up for years. He had no idea what to say to him. Not a single idea of how to fill the silence when he was so conscious of Izuku's eyes studying him. He just stared back. Should he apologize? Isn't that what he always wanted the opportunity to do? To say how sorry he was for how Izuku ended up? But it felt kind of inappropriate right now. Izuku had just woken up after being in a coma, after having his body and mind shattered. He was confused. He didn't know much of where he was, or why he was there, or who he even was. Saying something like an apology to him right now might make him distrustful. Figuring out that Katsuki did something that he needed to say sorry for, but not remembering what that was. The last thing Katsuki wanted was for Izuku to not trust him, even though something in the back of his mind said that he shouldn't, that Katsuki couldn't even trust himself, so Izuku shouldn't either. Would you like me to call you Kakin? Izuku's crackling voice piped up, breaking the silence and Katsuki's deep-in-thought blank stare. "Ha!" He roughly barked out, startled by the question. Emotionally, that is. Did he want Izuku to call him that again? Yes, of course, but also, no. Would it be wrong to make him call Katsuki that? Annie Mitsuki? She said that I used to call you that. I was just wondering if you would prefer it. You seemed a little upset when I did. He looked down at his hands, unconfident, though for some reason, the way he spoke made Katsuki's heart squeeze. That was how he used to speak. Considerately, uncertain, with a little bit of a stutter from nervousness. He was asking what Katsuki would prefer, thinking about others' happiness before his own, just like he used to. Either way is fine. I wasn't upset, he simply said, almost backtracking when Izuku's eyebrows furrowed in indecisiveness, either at his own for having to pick or at Katsuki's lack of a distinct answer. But Izuku spoke before he could even attempt to clarify for him. So, Kakin is all right to call you by. He made his decision, and if that decision caused Katsuki's emotions to go haywire each time he heard it, then so be it. He's not going to tell Izuku that. Instead, he just nodded jerkily. Yeah, that's all right. Izuku curtly nodded back as their conversation concluded, and a silence settled between them. Katsuki couldn't tell if it was awkward or not. It was for him, but he couldn't tell with Izuku. All these months Katsuki had planned on what he would say. But of course, when the time actually came, his brain froze and hid everything he wanted to talk about from him. Stupid fucking piece of shit brain. The first encounter Izuku is going to remember having with him, and all he's doing is just sitting there, staring at him, barely saying a thing. It was too fucking awkward for him to take anymore. He needed to say something regardless of whether it was meaningful or not. But of course the only thing on the tip of his tongue was the one thing he decided he shouldn't say right now. I'm sorry. As soon as the words left his mouth, he wanted to slap himself. How the fuck is Izuku going to know what he meant by that without him having to explain everything to him? Real fucking nice. Izuku's an ass what that meant, and in the first few hours of being awake, Katsuki would tell him how his life was fucking awful, so he threw himself off a building. So fucking smart. What for? There it is. The gateway question that Katsuki needed to shut down immediately, because he absolutely would not be the one to explain this to him. Not right now anyway. Right. Never mind. He spat out, turning his head away from the confused green net, before he said something else positively idiotic. I'm sorry, is he fucking serious? Why the fuck would he say that? Now Izuku's just going to be even more confused and suspicious of him. Good fucking first impression. The long and awkward silence would have been better. Izuku was about to question him further like he predicted, but before he got the chance, the door opened, and in came an unfamiliar man, a more interesting thing for Izuku's information-hungry brain to focus on at the moment, thankfully. Hey, kiddo, it's such a relief to see you up. How are you feeling? Masaru and Mitsuki quickly took their seats, Izuku's eyes noticeably following him the whole way. I'm feeling all right. He responded in a small voice, and Masaru smiled kindly, noting Izuku's nervousness with a new person. I'm glad to hear it. Izuku anxiously smiled and nodded. Just before I left, I was telling Izuku all about when he and Katsuki were kids, Mitsuki announced, squeezing the hand holding on to her husband's. He knew how hard this was on her. She was a sentimental woman at heart, keeping multiple photo albums of Katsuki, growing up with brief descriptions and dates. The past means a lot to Mitsuki, and now the realization that Izuku didn't even know who they were anymore was sinking in. You don't want to overwhelm him too much. Honey, I'm sure this is all a bit scary. Oh, I'm your Uncle Masaru, though feel free to just call me Masaru if that's more comfortable for you, he said, and Izuku just nodded, taking in that this is probably the whole family together. They all just looked at him with varying degrees of sadness or blankness in Katsuki's case, enough so that it made him feel uncomfortable. He turned his head away from them, bringing his hand up to tug at his unruly hair anxiously. Mitsuki immediately picked up on his discomfort. Oh, honey, what's wrong? Is something bothering you? Do you need me to call a nurse? Mitsuki leaned forward, ready to stand up and go get someone, but Izuku shook his head and looked down. All of you are sad when you look at me. Each family member jolted when he said that, feeling like they had just been drenched in cold water. That was not their intention at all. They should have known Izuku would take it wrongly and think it was his fault. No, that's not it. We aren't sad. In fact, we are so grateful that you woke up. It's just, there's so much you don't have anymore, and that's what makes us sad. Mitsuki spoke quickly, trying to rectify the situation, but having to actually explain what made her so upset let the tears she had been holding back roll down her face freely. Now it was Izuku's turn to panic as the woman started to cry. Tie-san, then can you tell me everything? I don't want you to be sad, so if you want to, I would like to know, everything, if that's possible. If you'd like to? Please don't cry, he stammered out hurriedly. Mitsuki quickly wiped her fingers beneath her eyes, and Masaru rubbed her back in worry, but also in understanding. She took a deep breath and collected herself, smiling at Izuku gently. I would love to. Oh, I'm such a mess. Sorry, Izuku. She laughed out at the end, and Izuku shook his head, shoulders sagging down slightly. It's okay. I didn't mean to make you upset, so I'm sorry. You have nothing to apologize for, kid. We're just very high on emotions right now. Seeing you awake after so long, it's an indescribable feeling. Katsuki could see that Izuku was quickly getting tired. Even as he tried to engage in and keep up with his mother's fast-paced storytelling, the blonde could see his eyelids grow increasingly heavy with each blink. He didn't ask her to stop or slow down, but it was obvious that having so much information thrown in his face was becoming too much for him to process all at once. His brain was still foggy from being dormant for so long. And this is you and Katsuki playing heroes and villains. You both had these cute matching all-might onesies that you were all day if you could. She continued, more relaxed yet eager than she had been before. She blazed through each photo with ferocity now that Izuku had given her the go-ahead. though Izuku's expression grew questioning as he examined the image. All Might? What's that? Mitsuki's excited ramblings faltered at that, and Katsuki's heart constricted. He grimaced. For so many years, Izuku had been absolutely obsessed with All Might, and now he didn't even remember that that was a person's name. It left a foul taste in his mouth. Oh, he's a hero? The number one hero. It pained them all to see how that didn't even ring a bell for him. He still had no clue who that was. The topic of heroes was slowly becoming a sore point for Katsuki, but by the look on Mitsuki's face, it wasn't a subject she was going to drop. Maybe she wanted to reignite Izuku's love for heroes or something, but at this moment Katsuki knew it wouldn't help anything. Nom. Oh, and speaking of, Katsuki got into UA. He's going to be a hero as well, just like you always dash. Mom! Katsuki interrupted, louder this time, and getting Mitsuki's attention. She stopped and realized her fault when she actually looked at Izuku's confused, tired face. She was talking about the future Izuku always wanted right in front of him, the future he's now been robbed of, and how her son is currently on the path to getting it. Even though she didn't realize or intend it, she was being cruel. Right. She sat back in her seat dejectedly. She was saying too much right now, and she knew it. Overloading Izuku with all this information in such a short time was unfair. It was his first few hours awake. He was disoriented, tired, and she needed to back up. The fact that Izuku remembered absolutely nothing was taking its time to fully sink in for her. A soft knock was heard on the door, and all heads turned towards it. Quietly, a nurse stepped in. Sorry to interrupt, but the doctor would like to see Midoriya. She informed with a smile. Oh, should we go? Mitsuki asked. It would probably be best if you waited outside. Yes, of course. Sudden nervousness overcame Izuku, and he looked between the family members as each stood to leave, anxious to be left without them. Masaru looked at him and noticed his unease. We'll be in the waiting area outside. The doctor just has to check over you first. Then we'll be back as soon as possible. It won't be long. His gentle smile did only little to soothe the boy, but he nodded in understanding. Masaru didn't miss the way his hands began to grasp at the sheets. Still nervous. The nervousness only grew as the family left the room, a clinical-looking male doctor quickly replacing their presence. Poor kid. Did you see the look on his face? Masaru whispered as soon as the door closed behind them. Mitsuki's mouth set in a firm line, and she nodded. He's being abandoned at every turn. Of course he's scared of us leaving him too. It's not just that. We're the few people he knows right now, and being stuck in a hospital bed is hard enough without the thought of being examined and tested. He looked so scared when the doctor walked in. He sighed, seeing a pattern, but not liking the full picture it was creating. Izuku closed off as soon as a man walked in. He was distrustful and fearful. It was like that with Masaru, and it was like that with the doctor. It made him worry. That poor fucking kid. She bit her thumb. The family had been waiting for over an hour, and Katsuki was getting jittery. He didn't like leaving Izuku for so long, especially since he seemed so uncomfortable. Izuku obviously didn't want him to go, but they didn't have a choice. Katsuki couldn't help but worry about what Izuku might be thinking, that they'd just leave him there without even saying goodbye. Sure, his father said they'd be back ASAP, but an hour is a long time for uncertainties to grow. Footsteps echoed down the near-empty hall, and the family stood to greet the tired professional. How is he? Is everything all right? Mitsuki asked before the man could even say anything. He sighed and pulled his clipboard out from under his arm, checking over his notes. As much as it can be. He's distant and emotionally volatile right now. Asking too many questions overwhelmed him. The family looked at each other confusedly. Izuku wasn't emotionally volatile when they were with him. He wasn't even unstable, just tired and confused. Volatile was not a word they would associate with him at all. Masaru frowned. What about his head? Mitsuki pushed forward, wringing her hands slightly. The doctor cleared his throat. From what I could tell, Midoriya is suffering from what's called retrograde declarative memory loss. This type of amnesia affects the long-term semantic and episodic memories. Meaning? Katsuki pressed seriously. Semantic meaning general knowledge, such as facts, the names of places, and trivia. Episodic meaning autobiographical knowledge, such as events in his life like going to school, playing video games, going to the cinema, etc. It seems as if his non-declarative memories are still intact, which are skills you learn by doing. He remembers how to write and read, and we'd usually do further physical testing, but considering Midoriya's non-mobile state, it isn't fully possible at the moment. Luckily, he does not have anterograde amnesia, so he can form memories and retain them well. He remembers all of your names clearly and can identify your physical features, which is a good indicator of his capacity to retain memories. Is there any chance of him getting his memories back? Mitsuki asked, worry creasing her brow. It's very slim. Over time, he might regain some, but a full recovery is very unlikely. What about his legs? Will he be able to walk again? Masaru put a hand on his wife's shoulder, feeling it shake slightly under his gentle grasp. Again, it's very unlikely. The muscles in his legs have atrophied, and that coupled with the damage done from the fall, I cannot responsibly say he has a chance. He doesn't have enough strength in his legs to even hold his body weight up, and rebuilding that muscle would be extremely difficult. How long is he staying here? Katsuki's voice cracked as he asked after a beat. Izuku couldn't walk anymore. He couldn't even fucking stand. He kept his eyes on the floor, guilt gnawing away at him more than it had in a while. I'd recommend keeping him here for a few more weeks. I'd like to run more tests with him just to make sure we haven't missed anything that might cause him issues in the future. Brain damage such as this is precarious, and his body needs time to safely and calmly recover. Quirkless people's bodies are especially fragile after all. But that does bring me to my next point. The doctor ignored the way the youngest Bakugu immediately glared at his statement. Katsuki clenched his fist and scowled at him. Yes, Masaru asked. His medical fees. Since he came and we haven't been able to contact his parents at all. We have tried the police, but it seemed that didn't work either. He raised a questioning brow, hoping to probe more information from the family. Mitsuki was more than happy to provide. They're both overseas. They fucking abandoned him. She scowled. Damn their reputation. She was going to tell the exact truth of what happened. I see. Well, usually we need their permission for continued treatment, but seeing as that is currently unavailable for him. Do you know if he has a free medical care certificate? The two adults looked at each other. We're not sure. Can he apply for one now? Is there an age cap? It's applicable for children under 15, so he'd only have a few months to be eligible. If he applied for one now, it would be able to cover all his current medical fees. Any treatment that goes over 3 months from now, though, he will have to pay for as an adult, he said without any compassion or sympathy for the kid's situation. All right. Mitsuki's expression hardened. She was fully prepared to pay the extra fees for him if he needed more than 3 months of hospital help. The family had discussed it before, Katsuki being the most adamant to take responsibility for him. They had the money to spare, and Izuku didn't have anyone else to help him out, so it was a natural decision. I'll give you a few days to think it over and decide on a solution. The doctor tucked his clipboard back under his arm. Of course. Thank you for everything. It's my job. I recommend you to not ask him any more questions if you go back in. He became very upset toward the end of my testing. Being in a coma for so long is a traumatizing and exhausting experience, especially for someone of his age. Try not to overwhelm him too much. The doctor began to walk away without so much as a look back, and the family wasted no time rushing to Izuku's room. Masaru was still hung up on the doctor's recount of Izuku. He was apparently upset and highly emotional, so vastly different from how he was before. He hoped Izuku just didn't like doctors, that was the reason for his change in personality. Katsuki was the first to open the door, and his heart just about broke when he saw the state Izuku was in. Izuku was sat up in his bed, hunched over as thin arms tried to wipe unending tears away from his eyes. He looked desperate, frustrated with himself, harshly rubbing bandaged hands over his tired eyes. As the blonde stepped closer, he could hear Izuku quietly muttering and cursing at himself. I don't know anything. I am sorry, he sobbed. He hadn't even realized the family had stepped in yet, too distraught to be aware of his surroundings. Izuku, Katsuki said shakily, getting the crying boy's attention. He looked up at the blonde through tear-stained eyes. Why don't I know anything? He anguished, staring at the pained teen like he must have the answers. And Katsuki did. He did have the answers. But he couldn't give them to him. Not right now. Not when he looked so small, so broken. He couldn't. So instead he stepped forward, sat on the edge of the bed, and pulled Izuku close, holding him tightly. He could feel Izuku's frame tremble with his sobs, and he ducked his head into the blonde's shoulder. His shaking hands held onto the back of Katsuki's shirt, desperately clinging to the comfort, as if it would be ripped away from him. "It's not your fault, Izuku. It's not your fault." Katsuki whispered, knowing that if he spoke any louder it would give away the grief building in his throat. But his quiet tone carried strength, and Izuku cried harder, burying himself into the body before him. Katsuki did not want to go to school today. He did not want to spend most of his days stuck around extras that practically hung off of him like fucking monkeys when he could be sitting with Izuku, actually talking with him or something. Fuck. Just being with him, making sure he was okay and still awake and alive. Seeing him in such a state yesterday was awful, but he knew that the breakdown would happen sooner or later, though he was surprised with just how soon it was. Izuku had ended up crying himself to utter exhaustion, holding on to Katsuki until his breathing slowed down, and he fell asleep, relying all his upper body weight on the blonde, which was practically nothing. He lay him back down, and the family left for the night sadly, Mitsuki making sure to write a little note reassuring him that they'd be back tomorrow, though that didn't make Katsuki worry less about Izuku, thinking they abandoned him and left him to face the hospital alone. Izuku coming out of his coma was different from what he'd expected, though now he realized he was an idiot for thinking otherwise. He thought that when Izuku woke up it would be a joyous event. He thought they would talk a lot, that they would become friends again. But the reality of it was that Katsuki was too awkward and guilt-ridden, and Izuku was confused and distraught. It was so different. But he just hoped that once Izuku settled into his own self and the situation truly sunk in, that it would be easier for them to speak with each other. Seeing Izuku's breakdown last night also made him realize that those would probably be a regular occurrence. Sure, it was hard for Bakugus just to see him without his memories, but it must be so much more frightening and frustrating for Izuku. He's going to need a lot of emotional support, which, unfortunately, was not Katsuki's strong suit. But he'd try his best to be there for Izuku. He'd do his goddamn best to help him in any way he needed. But how the fuck could he do that when he was stuck babysitting his classmates? The usual group had immediately latched onto him the second he walked through the door, asking about how he was doing or commenting on how his scowl was more intense than before. One of the extras even had the gall to ask him to explain something during class, because he didn't understand. Of course Katsuki helped him, but still, he could have asked literally anyone else. During lunch, it was even worse, though. The group seemed extra bent on questioning. No interrogating. Katsuki and their rambles seemed to reach no end. "Dude, did something happen? Your resting bitch face is incredible today." The yellow-haired one commented, earning a laugh from this black-haired dude with a weird smile. "Ha fucking ha, idiots. I can't tell if it was something really good or really bad." Pinky said, studying his face as she leaned across the table. Katsuki just kept eating, not indulging in their banter in the slightest. Usually they just keep talking over themselves if Katsuki didn't respond until they forgot that they even asked him anything in the first place. "Tell us what happened, bro. I want to know more about you." The shitty redhead commented loudly. "Yeah, he's totally got that cool, mysterious bad boy thing going on. Keep it up, man. That's got to be a hit with the ladies. Maybe not with that grumpy face, though." They snickered and Katsuki felt a vein pop. He inhaled sharply through his nose. These idiots aren't worth him getting mad over. They'll change topics soon enough and he'll be left in peace. He's just got to get through it. "Oh, guys, I found a couple $100 in my old middle school bag. Want to go to the arcade after school and spend it all." The blonde one announced right on cue, and Katsuki exhaled. "Hell yeah. Totally. Of course, bro." But then suddenly all eyes turned towards him, and he just stared down blankly, annoyed by being the center of attention again. Like hell he'd spend his precious free time hanging out with these losers anyway. He's got plans, important plans. "Cat." They all groaned in disappointment for whatever reason, and thankfully the bell rang, signaling the end of lunch. They all stood up and put their trays away. getting split up from each other amidst the other students rushing off toward their classroom. Katsuki felt a pang of excitement in his chest as he walked, and he had to fight off a grin. The next class they had was heroics training. Fucking finally. As they made their way to their seats and waited for whoever their teacher was to arrive, Katsuki's anticipation only grew and his leg bounced. He needed to blow off some steam, and this was a perfect way to do it. But then their actual teacher came, and the class went near fucking wild. Motherfucking All Might himself was their heroics teacher. Katsuki's bones ached like hell as he ascended the staircase, and he was pretty sure that half and half frosty fucker gave him frostbite or something. Damn the fucking elevators being maintenance today. What if someone in a wheelchair needed to get up to the top floor, huh? Did they even think of that before they gave the go-ahead for all the fucking elevators to be worked on? All at the same fucking time? Now he has to climb up like 3 flights of stairs after pushing himself in fucking heroics training. Usually the burn in his muscles would be nice, like a reminder that he was getting stronger, but right now all it did was make him feel drained and slightly more pissed off than normal. But he allowed himself to breathe a sigh of relief as he finally got to Izuku's floor and shuffled his way through the lengthy halls. If his mother's sporadic texts were anything to go by, she and Dad should already be there, being able to get out of work earlier than usual. All he got out of the messages was something like, "We escaped the office, be at hospital. Hurry your ass up," etc., followed by various emoticons that Katsuki was sure were unrelated to everything she was saying. But he was used to her intentional misuse of SMS and left her on read. Though what he was confused by is the scene, he walked it on. Izuku was sat upright in the middle of the bed, surprisingly, facing toward the door as he absent-mindedly fiddled with the bandages on his hands. Meanwhile, Mitsuki stood behind him, doing something with the back of his head. When Mitsuki noticed him by the door, her face lit up in a grin. "Hi, hun. How was school today?" she asked, bringing the greenette's attention to him as well. Izuku sheepishly smiled up at him and muttered out a hello. "What are you doing?" He looked upon the two, only now noticing how much shorter the hair around Izuku's face was. Well, shorter compared to before. I noticed there were quite a few knots in Izuku's hair, so I thought I'd give it a cut. What do you think? It suits him, no? She continued, snipping away at different bits and letting them fall onto the towel behind him. "Are you allowed to do that, hag?" Katsuki said as he tiredly dropped his bag by the wall and took a seat in front of Izuku. Mitsuki scoffed. "Yes, I asked a nurse, and she said it was fine as long as Izuku gave me permission to. You always take me for a damn hooligan, you brat. What do you think, Izuku?" She asked sweetly at the end, making Katsuki almost roll his eyes at the difference between how she spoke to Izuku versus her own son, though he couldn't actually be mad at her for it. He was the same when it came to the green net. Izuku reached up and felt the already curling strands, a little bit shocked with a notable difference in length, touching it curiously like it was completely foreign. If only he knew this was a usual length he liked it kept at, not too long, but not too short. "It feels a lot lighter. Thank you." Mitsuki just nodded with a gentle smile. "Of course, kiddo." Seeing as Mitsuki and Izuku were busy doing their own thing, Katsuki decided to lean back and wait. "Mitsuki, Izuku, Katsuki, where's Dad?" Katsuki asked, sitting back up from where he had intended to relax and rest. "He's out getting some hair stuff and books for Izuku to read. With curls like his, he needs to properly take care of them or they'll just look messy." She declared like it was obvious. "H, doesn't need to do that. It doesn't really matter." Izuku said. Katsuki understood what he meant. He had other things to focus on other than how his hair looked. Maybe like his physical and mental situation. And it wasn't like he was getting any visitors other than the Bakugas that he needed to look good for. But Mitsuki was one to take pride in appearance, regardless of whether or not there was a need to impress. She believed that taking care of yourself on the outside helps you feel better internally too, which Katsuki supposes makes sense to an extent. Yes, of course it does. It's important to take care of yourself in every way you can, she declared, and Izuku shrunk down a bit at her intensity. A soft knock fell upon the door, and Masaru entered with a bag of items and a kind smile. "Oh, wow, that didn't take long. Looking good, Izuku," he said, flashing a thumbs up as he shut the door behind him. Izuku just blushed at his compliment and looked down at the sheets he was fiddling with nervously. Masaru continued on, making his way forward to pull out some books from the bag and hold them out for the sheepish boy to take. I'm not sure what you'd like, so I got you a range of genres. Tell me which ones you prefer, and I'd be happy to get you more like it. It seems his fatherly tone worked, and Izuku hesitantly looked up to meet his gaze, a small smile on his face as he accepted the books. Thank you. You didn't have to, Masaru shook his head. I wanted to. Being stuck in bed all day must be boring. He chuckled. Izuku nodded gratefully and looked over each cover with intrigue, flipping them over to look at the backs, eyes shining with curious delight as he read through each synopsis. Katsuki noted there was one on botany, another on some kind of detective story, and the last one was on the history of heroics. A pretty bland spread if he was being honest, except for the last one which Katsuki knew immediately the intentions behind getting. Mitsuki looked over the green net to see what he got and scared. Masaru, those books are too old for someone his age. Wouldn't you like a comic book or something like that, Izuku? She asked. And no. Thank you. I like these ones. He quickly said, holding them close to his chest. All right then. Though I am serious, Katsuki can lend you some of his comics if you find those too boring. She relented, leaning back to continue neatening up the cut. Izuku nodded, if not just to make her happy, and began to flip through the botany book, examining the table of contents, then turning the pages till he got to the first illustrated one. From what Katsuki could see, each page contained the name of a plant, an annotated diagram, a full illustration, and instructions of how to take care of it. It would be perfect for a gardener or plant enthusiast, maybe not a teenager who had no access to nature, but whatever, Izuku seemed to be enjoying it. The room fell into a comfortable quiet as Masaru settled down next to his son, the only noise being the quiet snips of Mitsuki's scissors. Katsuki was content with just sitting back, tempted to shut his eyes, but when he saw how happy Izuku was, he kept them open, watching each expression Izuku would make fondly. It was nice seeing him like this, with a smile on his face as he read through and absorbed each new piece of information. Even though it was just a book about plants, Izuku read it like it was gold. Well, to him it might as well be. Ever since they were young, Izuku has loved learning, and now he has a completely blank slate, all of his knowledge about the world gone. It makes sense that reading about the world, understanding such a basic component of how it works, would give him so much joy. Seeing him so happy, so relaxed and animated, washed away the exhaustion from Katsuki's frame with each passing second. The family barely noticed the time steadily ticking by, happily sitting together in the peaceful quiet until the sun began to set. Izuku had spent his time reading, eagerly bouncing from one book to another and speeding to the pages. He was a fast reader, and Katsuki was sure that if he stuck with one book, he would have finished the entire thing by now. When he wasn't watching Izuku, Katsuki had taken to doing his homework, dragging over the unused side table and steadily getting through the week's assignments. It was nothing too hard, barely phased and relaxed teen. Call him a nerd, but he actually enjoyed doing homework. He liked the feeling of knowing the answers to questions without having to reference a textbook. It was a stroke to his ego, if you will. Masaru was leant back in his chair, snoozing with his arms crossed over his chest. Mitsuki, however, was playing something like Candy Crush on her phone. The volume was off, but occasionally she could be heard cursing or gloating under her breath. The peace was disturbed when a nurse knocked on the door and opened it. All eyes flicked to her as she stepped in. "May we speak with you outside? It's urgent," she said, and the Bakugu stood. The nurse waved Katsuki down, however. "Just the parents, please." Hesitantly and mildly annoyed, Katsuki sat back down in his seat as the parents exchanged worried glances. Masaru turned to his son. "We'll tell you if it's anything major," he assured. "Why don't you tell Izuku about your day at school while we're out?" Mitsuki suggested, and at Katsuki's small nod, they followed the nurse out. A little way down the hall were two police officers talking with a man in a suit, and Mitsuki prayed that they weren't here for them. Two policemen, and what must be a lawyer, were not exactly something a person would hope to gain the attention of. Her prayers were left unanswered, though, as they were led directly to the three, and she tried to rake her mind over what this could possibly be about. Maybe someone had sued the school and needed their statements, or maybe someone had said something about Katsuki. The men turned to look at them, and her anxieties rocketed at their solemn expression. Surely the family wasn't in trouble? What had they done wrong? Has something happened? She asked, panic obvious. The policemen looked at each other, as if probing the other to speak. It only made the parents more nervous. We've been told you two are the current guardians of Izuku Midoriya. Is this correct? One of them relented with a sigh. So it was Izuku? Yes. There was an accident overseas. A car crash. I'm sorry, but Midoriya Inko didn't survive her injuries. Mitsuki stared at him in cold shock. That was not what she expected to hear. Inko is no fucking way. No, you're joking, she said. Her legs felt weak. Masaru stood there frozen, still and wide-eyed. Mitsuki began to breathe heavier. This wasn't a fucking soap opera. How the fuck could this have happened? I'm sorry for your loss. You're not fucking serious right now. How could this dash? She yelled at the men, conflicting emotions making her border on hysterics. Sure, she hated Inko for what she did to Izuku, but she had still known the woman for years. For most of that time, they were best friends, new mothers trying to figure out how to raise a child and relying on each other. How could that woman, the one who she thought of as a sister, be dead? Her and her boyfriend were intoxicated. He ran a red light just as a truck was going through the intersection. It was unfortunate, he stated, describing the details with great discomfort. Oh my God. She breathed. This couldn't be real. What kind of cosmic fucking justice was this? And who the fuck are you? She directed her attention to the other man. What more could there be to say? I'm an executor. Izuku Midoriya was listed as her sole beneficiary. He said, as if used to these sorts of reactions. Makes fucking sense. His literal job was to deal with the byproducts of death. But was there no time to let them grieve? Or even just fucking process it? Are you serious? She fucking abandoned him, but she what? It didn't make sense. If Inko hated Izuku so much, why would she bother leaving all her money to him? She was happy to let him die, but made the effort to ensure he had something when she was gone. How did that make any sense? The registration was completed a decade ago, and she made no effort to change it since. Legally, he has every right to collect her life insurance despite any feud they may have had. He simply stated, of course that would be the case. Of course it wouldn't have been out of some kind of love she still had for her son. She just forgot to change it, or forgot that it was something she even needed to worry about. How much? Masaru asked. Life insurance could help Izuku out so much. He had no money, no means to get a job, no financial support from anyone. This would help him get the medical support he needed to recover. Inko's death was a tragedy and stung his soul deeply, but Masaru had another boy to take care of. Inko left the boy alone and broken, and Katsuki would never forgive him if he just left the money to sit and rot while he could use it to help Izuku. I'm here to discuss that matter with Izuku Midoriya. His tone was cold and purely professional. No sympathy, no remorse, as if he didn't even realize he was in a fucking hospital. That he was here to tell a young, paralyzed boy with amnesia that his mother just died in a horrific car accident in the country, that she fled so she could avoid the ramifications of her neglect. He just woke up from a fucking coma. He doesn't even know who his mother is yet. He hasn't asked Dash. Then it will be good news, HM? If he doesn't even know who she is, then her life insurance payout will give him some joy. He's not like that, you fucking freak. Mitsuki's blood boiled at his statement. In what scenario would the death of a parent bring joy to a child? But before she could really go off at him, Masaru stepped. All right, let's calm down. This is a big shock for us. Inko was a good friend of ours for years, and I apologize. But this would break his heart to hear, regardless of if he remembers her or not. He's still young, and he's going through a lot right now. We're his guardians, yeah. Can we help him here? He calmly stated. Trying to de-escalate the situation, he knew it would end up with Mitsuki punching the guy or saying something she really shouldn't. The man's eyes looked between the husband and wife, and he sighed. Thank you, officers. That's all you needed to do. I'll take it from here. The officers nodded and bowed respectfully, seemingly happy to get away from the scene. Fucking police. Sorry again for your loss, one said as they walked away, and the man wasted no time in opening up the small case he had tucked under his arm and pulling out some papers. Listen, I've got better things to do than worry about some quirkless kids, say, in a financial decision he has no idea about. As Midoriya Inko's executor, I can give you access to the account. This isn't legal, but it's the only way someone who isn't an officially registered guardian can gain access. Mitsuki's anger peaked at that, ready to spout more profanities at the man, but Masaru stopped her, pushing aside his own anger for a second. Isn't there a way for his hospital fees to be taken straight from his account? That's all he needs it for. He asked. They don't need access to his account. Izuku just needs his medical fees taken care of. It doesn't matter which adult has control over it. Well, yes, but Dash, were you seriously trying to get us to sign into something illegal just because you're fucking lazy? Why didn't you tell us about that before? She just about screamed, earning a glance from a nurse passing by. The man made a hushing motion. It's a lot of paperwork. I'll need to speak with his head doctor then. He groaned, and Mitsuki was about ready to smack the shit out of him. But other than that, it was boring as usual, I guess. Katsuki finished, summarizing his day as nonchalantly as he could. He tried not to make it sound too exciting, too worthy of envy. He didn't want to make Izuku feel bad, so he stuck with the usual stuff. Class, assignment work, meeting All Might in training. He didn't intend to mention the All Might thing, but it kind of slipped out. Katsuki was, unfortunately, a huge fan of him and couldn't stop himself in time. Why, you really got to meet someone so famous. Though rather than jealousy on Izuku's face, he looked amazed. Even when Katsuki was complaining about the annoying people that followed him around or how boring some of the lessons are, Izuku's eyes were wide with wonder. Maybe it would be okay to brag just a bit, not just meet him. He's my heroics teacher. And he didn't think it was possible, but Izuku lit up even more. Oh, wow. Katsuki felt a smile tug on his face. Something about seeing Izuku looking and all made him feel nostalgic and warm. He was seriously too easy to impress. If you think that's cool, wait till you hear about Dash. Before he could finish, the doors of the room opened, and the parents shuffled back in, tired and dejected as they sat back into their seats. Before Katsuki noticed their state, he was already questioning them, the smile from before still gracing his lips. What was that about? Mitsuki looked at her son, and almost gasped when she saw how happy he looked, genuinely. For the first time in months, Katsuki looked at ease, unburdened like a kid. She didn't have the heart to ruin this. Neither did Masaru. We just parked in the wrong place and got in trouble, nothing major. He answered as easily as he could. They would tell him later. Or never if they could avoid it. Katsuki eyed them, obviously not believing them. They had been parking in nearly the exact same spot since the beginning, and there has never been an issue before. But despite his burning need to know everything, just this once he was happy to just trust him on it. Katsuki and Izuku chatted away happily before Mitsuki realized something very important. Oh shit, what's wrong? Katsuki questioned, looking at her in suspicion. No, never mind. Just lost a level in my game, she said, while simultaneously texting her husband furiously. How long has it been since someone checked up on Inko's apartment? The food's probably all molded by now. There was also the fact that no one had been around to pay rent for months, she realized. Oh, fuck, that is not good. As soon as Masaru felt his phone vibrate, he checked his messages. Mitsuki watched as his eyes slowly widened in realization. He quickly typed back, having reached the same conclusion. Let's go now. We need keys. They both sat in contemplation for a moment. They couldn't just break in. Maybe. What happened to his bag and things when he was brought here? There's probably a key with all that. She looked back at her phone and read the message. Oh, yeah, genius husband. Though, that was true. What had happened to all Izuku's things when he came here? Inko didn't come and collect them, and they weren't in the room. Hopefully they hadn't been thrown out. I'll go ask. The walk to the lobby gave Mitsuki ample time to think. She wondered if the landlord would have emptied the place out by now, considering no one had been there to pay rent. Would Inko have at least broken her lease first before leaving, Or have the bills just been piling up? Would she have even told Izuku if she did? Mitsuki wouldn't put it past Inko to let him get kicked out, rather than muster up the courage to tell him he needed to find somewhere else to live when he recovered. It was so fucking cruel how she could just up and abandon Izuku after something like this. If she hadn't broken the lease, then it would be put on Izuku to pay the bills. Taking the money that he desperately needed just to pay off a debt his mother was too inconsiderate to stop accumulating in the first place. But on the other hand, if she did break it, she left Izuku with nowhere to go. She didn't send him his belongings. She didn't make sure he had someone else to look after him. She didn't care. Either way Inko left it, the outcome was bad for Izuku. What would have happened to all his stuff if she had broken the lease, though? There were only really two options when it came to that. Everything was either thrown out or put into storage / She really hoped it was the latter. She really hoped someone let the landlord know what happened, so they didn't get rid of anything. Honestly, they should have thought of this before. It was such an obvious thing, but they were too caught up to even think about it. The lobby was quiet when she got there, thankfully. It was late in the afternoon, so most people were making their way out to go home. The lady at the front desk didn't seem too busy either, so Mitsuki wasted no time in asking. "Excuse me, miss. Do you know what happened to Izuku Midoriya's personal items? He's in room 306. She looked up from her computer and raised an eyebrow lazily, looking at the familiar woman. She didn't even have to search his name up, already knowing exactly who she was talking about considering the family visited him almost daily. His personal items? They've been put away, she said curtly, and Mitsuki sighed in relief. Can he get them back? Most of it, yes. His uniform had to be incinerated. All the blood was a biohazard to keep around. I'll get someone to bring it to his room for you. Mitsuki nodded gratefully and thanked her. Thank the heavens he still had some things. Hopefully, a key would be included with them too. Mitsuki sat back down and nodded when Masaru looked at her in question. She watched him sag down and smiled. It was a huge relief to know he still had some things, considering the possibility that his room might have been emptied and all its contents destroyed. Another way his whole life has been erased. A few minutes later, and a nurse came in with a box. What's this? Katsuki asked curiously as the nurse sat on the side table. Midoriya's things. She stated tiredly and walked off, obviously exhausted. Everyone immediately looked at the contents of the box. Sat neatly in the middle of it was a yellow, beaten-up school bag. Crudely sewed-on patches frayed at the edges and threads stuck out wildly in some areas, but it was still the same obnoxious backpack Katsuki knew from before. The sight of it brought mixed feelings. It was almost like a symbol of Izuku at one point, him with his bright red shoes and bright yellow backpack. It was a constant thing that accompanied the green net wherever he would go, but it was also a reminder of his school career, where bullies would throw the thing around and into ponds just to torment him. Though, no matter how beaten up and ripped it got, Izuku never replaced it. Izuku looked at the box, with a subdued sort of excitement in his expression, in disbelief that it was his things, that these were actual things that belonged to him. He looked at the family, as if for approval, before grabbing the bag by its strap and pulling it onto the bed. As he removed it, however, Katsuki noticed a burnt, dirty old notebook hidden at the bottom of the box. Charred, warped, and partially ripped, but it was still... Katsuki was immediately set on edge. It was that beaten-up fucking hero notebook. The one he had destroyed for no goddamn reason that day. But it seemed like Izuku noticed the book too, reaching out to take it out as well. Before he could, however, Katsuki snatched out and held it close to himself. Izuku tilted his head and retracted his hand, a bit startled by the sudden, panicked movement. Katsuki quickly tried to think of an excuse. It's my notebook. I lent it to you. He stammered and stuffed it into his own bag hastily. He couldn't exactly explain it, but he really didn't want Izuku to see it. He didn't want Izuku to see what he did. If he even realized it was Katsuki's doing, he would hate him. He would absolutely despise him. Would have seen the notebook set back all the progress they had made. Katsuki's constant effort to be better would be all for naught if Izuku knew what he did is something he worked so hard on. Izuku just simply nodded, completely unaware of how fast Katsuki's heart raced. He continued on, refocusing on the bag. Tentatively, he took hold of the zipper and pulled it open. It was relatively full, mostly containing school books that he took out and stacked neatly. Those too were beaten up, not to the same degree as the notebook, but still enough to see that someone had damaged them or thrown them around. Next was a small, clear pencil case, a few pens and highlighters tucked inside, seemingly almost out of ink. Lastly, stuffed all the way to the bottom of the bag, was a makeshift first aid kit, a Ziploc bag filled with various bandages, painkillers, and medicinal creams. It made the Bakuga's hearts drop. Considering that so far everything had been essential for school, it hurt their hearts to see that first aid was counted in that list. That was a necessity for Izuku to have with him at all times. Izuku didn't share their concern, and instead moved on to the small pocket zipped at the front. He pulled out a set of keys and a transit card. Mitsuki zeroed in on the keys. They had a tiny All Might figure attached along with various other colorful charms, a very Izuku assortment decorating the chain. Unfortunately, though, that was it, much to Izuku's disappointment. That was the whole bag empty. Sure, he was happy to find educational books, but everything else was very impersonal. He had hoped to find things that would tell him more about himself, like a diary or something. Heaving a sigh, he lifted the bag back up, intending to put it back in its box so he could have enough space to read through the books. But as he lifted it up, he felt something heavy shift at the bottom. With a new sudden excitement at the potential of finding something new, Izuku stuck his hand back in and rummaged around, trying to find the source. He eventually located it and saw a pocket inside the bag that he hadn't noticed before. To his surprise, found a phone. The screen was cracked severely, with an old, breaking case working as a makeshift wallet. A few yen was tucked behind the cover, which was covered in a variety of worn hero stickers. Curiously, he pushed every button he could see on the device, flipping it over when that didn't do anything and trying to see if there was more. "Can I see that?" Mitsuki asked, and Izuku gingerly gave her the device. She held down the on button for a few seconds, and to their collective surprise, the screen lit up with an out-of-battery symbol. "Holy shit, that old thing still works," Katsuki said, genuinely in disbelief. The model had to be at least a decade old. Definitely bought more for its cheap price rather than functionality or assets. Though with the amount of cracks in it, he wondered how it would even be usable. "This is great, Izuku. We just gotta find a charger for it. Then you'll have your old phone back. Aren't you excited?" "It is. I am excited." He smiled happily as Mitsuki handed him back the device, looking at it with wonder at what it could hold. He couldn't wait to find out. When Katsuki got home, he immediately rushed to his room and pulled the notebook out of his bag. It was severely charred like he remembered it, leaving specks of soot on his fingers whenever he touched or shifted the burnt cover. It looked warped too, waterlogged with pages covered in barely legible, smudged ink. It must have fallen in the pond when he threw it out. Katsuki winced as he realized. Hero analysis for the future number 13. The last one he ever wrote, and probably ever will write. Izuku's hopes and fucking dreams for the future lay charred and broken in the same hands that destroyed them. As he flipped through the near-disintegrating pages, being careful not to rip them more than they already were, the feeling of disgust for himself grew. How could he have done this? How could he have ruined something so fucking special? The analysis was good, very good. Each ruined page covered in detailed and organized notes, littered with useful critiques and comments. That just made it hurt even more. He had destroyed something Izuku was so passionate about, had a great talent in, and didn't even think of it beyond the moment. Izuku had put so much work into the book, marking the date on each page, carefully labeling and highlighting, and he had blown it up and chucked it out the window like it was trash. He really went too fucking far. He couldn't help but feel relieved that Izuku didn't see this at least. He would have been so upset by this. Katsuki knew that for sure. Even now, Izuku was still a huge knowledge nerd. To know that months of collecting and documenting information had been ruined like this would set him back weeks. What if he connected the scorch marks to Katsuki too? Fuck, Izuku didn't know about his quirk yet. He couldn't tell him. Could he? Katsuki's quirk was destructive, and for most of his life, he used it to hurt Izuku, to burn him. He would have scars from it for sure. If Izuku realized that those were from Katsuki, no, he couldn't tell him. Katsuki would not let him know how monstrous he really was, something that his quirk would perfectly demonstrate. He had worked hard to regain Izuku's trust and friendship. If Izuku realized that those were from Katsuki, no, he couldn't tell him. Katsuki would not let him know how monstrous he really was, something that his quirk would perfectly demonstrate. He had worked hard to regain Izuku's trust and friendship, so hard to reel himself in and keep his anger at bay that he couldn't bear the thought of risking it. Izuku hadn't asked, so Katsuki wouldn't tell. What he doesn't know won't hurt him, not anymore at least. The feeling of crushing regret followed him through the book, suffocating him completely when he saw the pages that Izuku had dedicated to him. He wrote a page for Katsuki. Even after all that he did, Izuku still cared enough to put the effort in to make this, even though he had to know Katsuki would have hated it. Katsuki held the book closer, trying to decipher the dried blots of ink that used to be words, trying to see the faint drawing to the side despite how the graphite had almost completely lifted off. He couldn't make sense of it. No matter how hard he tried, the water had erased any bit of clarity. All this work, tossed into a fucking pond, and lost forever because of his carelessness, because of his unjust hatred of someone for just existing. Why did it begin? Why did he keep that fire burning? Izuku reached his hand out to him. He tried to help him, and Katsuki took it as a weakness. After all these months of work and training and therapy, he still knew it was his fault. He knew it, and there was no amount of gentle words of reassurance that could change that. He should have been there for Izuku. He knew that now. He should have stayed as his friend, instead of labeling him as a Deku and tormenting him at every opportunity. Katsuki held a position of power at that school. He knew it then, too. He knew the influence he had on others, but he didn't care. He didn't care that when people saw him pushing Deku away and hurting him, that they started to do it too, since they were following him. He didn't care when Deku was ostracized and made fun of. He didn't care when teachers would yell at him or slap him for being the cause of his classmates' disruption, because he was the one that had done it to him. He had started it and justified it as what a useless Deku deserved for trying so hard. He had convinced himself that Deku deserved it, that it was his own fault for being bullied. He was fucking psychotic for thinking that, especially since it was fucking Izuku he was talking about. The same Izuku who was always willing to help, always willing to step up for people that needed it. Izuku who didn't have a bad bone in his body, only broken ones. He didn't deserve anything that happened to him, and no amount of lies could cover that up. Over time, Katsuki had began to understand why Izuku did what he did. Getting over his initial anger and blame left him cold and confused, wondering about why, about what exactly had driven him to the point of suicide. How much did Izuku really have left? Outside of school, what did he really have? His mother, as recently proven, had been no fucking help whatsoever. He could only wonder what their relationship was like. They used to be close as anything. They were all each other had. But from the phone call he was briefly told by his mother, she seemed like she didn't care, that she thought Izuku was a hassle and a burden. He didn't know how abusive she must have been, and he would never know for certain. But with the way she spoke about her own son, it couldn't have been good. No mother, no father, no friends, no one to rely on. Izuku was completely alone, always by himself with no one to lift him up and encourage him. It must have been exhausting, having to pick yourself back up day in and day out, because you know that nobody else will, that you could stay lying down forever and no one would care. Izuku had to be his own rock, his own source of comfort and motivation in a world that wanted him hurt and broken. All he had was his drive to be a hero. That was it. That was all he wanted, and Katsuki fucking destroyed that. Destroyed his only plans for the future, something that he put his whole soul into because it was the only thing he had. Katsuki had taken that from him and left him with nothing. He couldn't blame Izuku for jumping. He couldn't blame him for not being strong enough to keep going like he thought, because that was not true. He was strong, but he had to be strong all his life, even though he was just a kid, even though he needed someone. It wasn't a choice. His choice was to be beaten down till people were satisfied or keep fighting forever. Katsuki could only think Izuku wanted to die because he was tired of it all, that his whole life would just be a constant uphill battle with nothing good for him at the top. And what did he have to prove him wrong for thinking that? His thoughts were brought to a sudden stop when he absent-mindedly skipped a few pages forward. Splayed across the water-warped pages was a hope he thought Izuku had. What the fuck was All Might's signature doing here? Scribbled over the spread was the name of the number 1 hero. Scribbled in giant black INK. IT looked dry too, unlike the smudged and blurred penmanship that marred all the other pages. This signature looked clean. Katsuki scanned the page immediately, looking for anything to explain what the fuck this meant. All he found, though, was a number and a slash. The beginnings of someone recording a date. He remembered something vaguely like that when he snatched the notebook off of Izuku, but that day... Katsuki flicked to the page after, hoping to God Izuku had written something after that. Something gushing over it. Something to tell Katsuki that All Might just didn't follow the page order and interrupted Izuku's dating system, rather than the alternative. That Izuku met All Might on that day. But each and every page was in order, everything up to account, and a day was never missed. He flipped the next page over again. Blank. It was blank. He turned another over, then another. But there was nothing. The last entry, April 12th. The day Izuku jumped, and apparently now, the day he met All Might. What the hell? He couldn't stop himself from muttering. It didn't make sense. It didn't make any fucking sense, really. Why would he have jumped if he met All Might? He met his fucking idol, All Might, and still jumped. Was Izuku so far gone that not even All Might could save him? Not even fucking All Might, Japan's number 1 hero, could save Izuku. When Kaken left last night, he looked on edge, which was odd. Usually, when leaving he looked tired or content, but never so unsettled. It made him worry. It only started when he saw the notebook Izuku had borrowed. But he didn't know why that would cause such an effect. Well, it looked really dirty, so maybe he was mad because of that? That would be understandable, but he didn't seem to be angry. Did something else happen yesterday? Izuku couldn't stop the mutter storm falling from his lips as the doctor removed his leg braces, too enthralled in trying to figure out what exactly made Kaken so uneasy. The expression on his face didn't sit right with him. Please be quiet while I'm trying to work, the doctor sternly said. He tugged on the brace as if to admonish him, and though Izuku could only feel a faint tingle, he understood the sentiment behind it. He was annoyed. Oh, I'm so sorry I didn't dash. An apology is enough. The man cut him off, and Izuku hunched in on himself more from the tone, immediately feeling bad. He had upset the doctor now. Maybe he had also upset Kaken yesterday without realizing? There was always that possibility. Sometimes when he'd say things, Kaken would react badly or oddly and shut off. It wasn't his intention at all. But in every conversation, it seems like he'd mess up one way or another and make the blonde uncomfortable by asking a too personal question. Things like what happened to him or where his parents were off limits. Despite how desperately he needed to know, he would try his best to learn what topics to avoid, but new ones keep on popping up, leaving him scrambling to change the subject to something more lighthearted and easy, scolding himself for repeating the same mistakes. It wasn't like Kaken was his only source of information in those aspects, but it was more like he was the only one Izuku was comfortable with asking. Something bone deep advised him against asking the adults. Something that made his stomach clench and his muscles stiffen, even for Bakugus who he trusted wholeheartedly. It was just scary. He'd freeze up any time he tried and end up asking something dumb that earned pitying looks, like when his birthday was. That one almost made Mitsuki cry. He was so happy when he discovered his phone for this exact reason. Finally, he would have the answers to the questions eating away at him and not have to make anyone uncomfortable in the process of getting them. He would finally know more about himself from before and hopefully what should shape him now. What kind of person was he? What were his hobbies? Who were his friends? Those kinds of things. Things that he should already know, but his stupid brain couldn't recall. He even had to be reminded of his age and family name a few times, which was extremely embarrassing the more he thought on it. But before he could begin to get too self-deprecating about his current mental situation, a pop and click was heard from the braces, and he winced, being unexpectedly refocused by a sudden pain shooting up his legs as the pressure was released. The doctor gave him a weird look, combating Izuku's somewhat disoriented one. Something wrong? He asked and stood up, though judging by his tone Izuku swiftly advised himself against being honest. He had that look on his face like he really didn't want to know, more like he thought Izuku would make a useless comment again or complain about something that didn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. And no, sorry, sir, he said quickly, trying to mask his own confusion at the unfamiliar buzzing sensation in his bones. He'd figure out more before he told the doctor and made a big deal out of it. It could just be nothing after all. Maybe it was just a nerve being pinched or something, though he doesn't know enough about this kind of thing to make a proper judgment. Although occasionally he has felt some discomfort or dull throbbing, but nothing like the stabbing sensation that happened just now. He'd tell the doctor only if it happened again. He didn't want to waste a man's time or seem stupid if it turns out to be something that's normal for people in his situation. It probably was just something normal. He was told he was paralyzed after all, with no chance of recovery. He shouldn't get his hopes up. And even then, who's to say that feeling pain would be a good sign? It might just be the beginnings of a chronic pain he'd have to live with for the rest of his life, rather than a sign of healing. He shouldn't dwell on it. Maybe hope it never happens again if the latter is more likely to be true. But chucking that line of thought aside, he began to notice the odd feeling of not having the pressure of metal and leather on his skin or the weight of it pressing into the bed. Even odder to see his bare legs since the device was finally fully removed, giving way to slightly scarred skin, which was weird to think about, but supposedly did make sense. He did injure himself, so having scars was something he should have expected. He felt a lot lighter now, more able to shift around. Though the feeling was initially weird, it slowly became far more comfortable. He hadn't realized how much his hips hurt from the slightly upwards angle the braces forced his legs into, or how they made it hard to sit up comfortably. The doctor took a step back and sighed, tucking them under his arm. "I'm going to do some tests when I get back. Please try and cooperate to the best of your ability," he said quickly, staring at the limbs. He only walked out once Izuku had nodded. Utterly uncaring of the nervous state, he left his patient in due to mention of testing, nor questioning the obvious, unusual amount of pain Izuku just experienced. Izuku didn't think it was a secret that the doctor didn't like him very much. He had run out of patience by the time he made his rounds to deal with Izuku, and his habit of mumbling or zoning out didn't help either. The first time the doctor ran tests on him, Izuku made him frustrated, which in turn made the boy upset. It wasn't like he was trying to be annoying. He just didn't know how to answer any of the questions. He felt nervous around him, like he was being scrutinized and would be punished for any wrong answer. He took what must have been too long to respond, and what he did say, he tried to keep brief and nondescript, having originally made the mistake of admitting he was feeling bad when asked, then only receiving a blank stare until he changed his answer to something more pleasing for the doctor to document. The interaction ended with Izuku crying and confused, and the doctor cutting the testing short and walking out, though there was something that he said that still puzzled Izuku. "Do you remember what happened before you jumped?" He said it with a sort of exasperation, almost making it sound unimportant and mundane, like a standard thing someone would ask. Izuku shook his head, not even knowing what the jump he was talking about was, and not wanting to seem stupid again by asking. The jump was the incident that got him in the situation, but he couldn't figure out how exactly that could be. Did he fall wrong, or did he jump off something high up? He'd have to ask Kaken about it. Since he was his friend from before, he should know. But then that might also upset him, as asking Kaken what happened to him usually did. The blonde tried to hide it well enough, making up something on the spot, like, "I'll tell you when you're better. It doesn't matter now, so focus on something else," and kicking his feet up in mock nonchalance. But Izuku could tell there was something more to his secrecy. Kaken's much more sensitive than he allows himself to express, and in times of higher emotion it makes him go back into his own world to calm down, instead of letting it out openly. As Izuku said, Kaken would shut down. Maybe he shouldn't ask then. Yeah, he'd have to find out from someone else eventually. Or maybe there'd be something on his phone he could consult instead. The doctor came back empty-handed, and with familiar nurse in tow, one who Izuku was immediately happy to see. He openly smiled at the blue-haired man, who waved and smiled back, uttering a small greeting. Koji Narumi was a newly graduated nurse who had been assigned to his general care as a few days ago. Koji was someone who was incredibly kind to Izuku, and he made an effort to ensure Izuku was as comfortable as possible which was a lot more than the other medical staff did. He treated Izuku normally, without the pity or fragility he gets from the Bakugas or the scorn and judgment he gets from the doctors. Izuku couldn't be more grateful to have someone so kind looking after him. The two made their way over to the bed, and Koji helped Izuku to sit up, holding him by the shoulders and pulling him to sit on the edge of the bed. He really could have done it himself, but the help was very much appreciated, especially since his legs were still a bit sore. The doctor kneeled before him, after pulling out a pen and clipboard from its holster in the side of the bed. "Try and flex your hip," he said as he put one hand on the heel of Izuku's foot and the other on the back of his calf. Izuku looked at him, confused. The doctor stared up at him. "Try and raise your leg." He reiterated slowly, and Izuku blushed and nodded. He probably should have figured out that was what he meant. He tried, despite knowing it was probably a futile endeavor. Even though he's felt pain before, not once has he been able to actually move his legs. The effort almost left him breathless, even though he couldn't tell if anything was even happening. It was irritating, because while he could acknowledge the muscles in his leg and the feeling of a limb attached to his body, he couldn't control any of it. He felt the doctor's hands shift a bit as he hummed in consideration. The doctor released his leg, writing something down, and the nurse looked over his shoulder to read it, eyebrows furrowing oddly. "Did you feel any tenseness or strain?" The man asked, and Izuku shook his head. It was more like frustration, honestly, but that was emotional, so he didn't need to mention it. "Shouldn't we do a scan if that's the case?" Koji concernedly muttered to the doctor, but the doctor just hummed and leaned back, pulling out a small wooden tool from his pocket. Before Izuku could question it, the man had already hit it just below his knee. Surprisingly, there was the smallest flinch, and his foot kicked out a bit. Izuku looked at his leg in shock, though the other two only frowned, the nurse more in contemplation than anything. His leg actually moved on its own. Was it supposed to do that? "No need. Let's just see how this develops," the doctor said as he stood up, taking the clipboard with him. Koji looked like he wanted to say something more, but the doctor walked out before he could, scribbling something down without looking back at them. "Well, he's probably not coming back." Koji sighed and put his hands on his hips. "How come you wanted to do a scan?" Izuku inquired, wondering if they thought something was wrong. Having his leg actually react was abnormal to him, and unfortunately, gave him a little bit of hope. The usual procedure is to give you a CT scan, but doesn't matter. Koji clapped his hands together. "All right, let's give you a bath." "Yeah," he asked, and Izuku nodded, though his mind was still thinking everything over. The braces were removed, and he felt pain. He tried to move his leg, and the doctor must have felt something, otherwise he wouldn't have written so much down or have Koji suggest a scan. Then there was the knee thing. God, he really shouldn't get his hopes up. Izuku had let Katsuki bring the phone home with him. The blonde had said he'd try to find an appropriate charger for it, but now the weight of the device in his pocket just set his nerves alight. Wait, find, and there was a total mystery. It could just be like the burnt notebook all over again, just a reminder that his life was complete shit and his hopes were continuously crushed. There was also the factor of a password, one which Izuku obviously wouldn't remember, so Katsuki most likely has the best chance of guessing it. He'd try the usual lame birth year thing first, then the more likely answer of nerd shit, like the date of All Might's debut or something. The first place he checked for potential charger candidates was his parents' office. Their drawers were full of the most random fucking cables, accumulated over the course of their lives. He didn't waste any time before he began rummaging around the drawers, tugging out cables and comparing the ends to the phone. He had been heavily debating whether or not he would go through the phone without Izuku first. Sure, it was an immense invasion of privacy, but same with the notebook. If there was evidence of his past bullying, it would do nothing but harm. If Izuku thought his life wasn't worth living before, what would he think now? Technically, it was even worse. Mother abandoning him, then dying. Suffering from amnesia, with almost nothing to his name, and unable to even walk. That's tough enough to deal with without the added factor of being bullied and abused his whole life by people who should have cared about him. With how bad the bullying got, there would undoubtedly be evidence in the device. Texts, photos, notes. There could honestly be anything. Possibly even himself in there too, doing some stupid shit. The extremity of it was what worried Katsuki the most, though. How much was documented, how graphic, how cruel. He didn't want Izuku to see any of that. He didn't want Izuku to find out how awful people were to him, because he knew the Green Net would try and find reasons in himself. Try and figure out what was wrong with him that made people hate him so much. Izuku didn't need that self-doubt right now, nor to find out that he was quirkless and what that meant for his future. The people at his middle school were demented motherfuckers. They didn't stop at just pushing someone to suicide, but had to make a big fucking joke out of it. They had to make sure he was laughed at for surviving, that he was unwelcome at school and a failure in every aspect. He would never forget nor forgive the present they made for him, the vile things written on his desk or the newspaper cutouts. He could only be thankful that Izuku never saw it, and will never have to see anything like it again. He would look through the phone before Izuku did. Katsuki decided, or at least just skim it, making sure that if there was awful shit in there it would be deleted. Izuku didn't need the added torment nor the added trauma. Did it betray the Green Net's trust? Maybe, but he was doing it for a good reason. Before, he could really consider the fact that he was getting a bit too user-aligned to the Green Net. He pulled out a cable that had a seemingly suitable shape. He quickly brought it to the phone's port, and by the grace of some deity, it fit perfectly. "Fuck yeah!" he shouted in victory. Immediately, he stood up, jumping over the pile of cords he had accumulated, and running to find somewhere he'd plug it into. He had ended up plugging it into an ancient laptop his father kept since high school, because it was the only thing that used the same USB port. He needed to charge that up first, then plug the phone cable in, creating a chain of electronics that Mitsuki openly snorted at when she walked in. Or maybe it was at Katsuki, laying stomach down on the floor and watching the screen like a hawk, waiting for it to turn on. "Oh, you found something for it," she commented, letting him know she was there. "Yep. Took fucking ages." He mumbled into the floor. "Sure it did. The little squirt's gonna be so happy." At this, Katsuki sat up, though, sitting cross-legged and back, hunched in a way that made him look guilty. She raised her eyebrow. I'm gonna look through it before I give it to him," Katsuki said after a second, chewing his lip. Mitsuki sighed, understanding. "I get it. Need some emotional support when you do." "I don't fucking need emotional support." "Okay, fine, do you want fucking emotional support, you brat?" She scoffed. "Do whatever, but I think he'd hate having a middle-aged woman snooping through his phone." "Middle-aged? You little fucking dash. It's on," he shouted. There was no password on the device, which was surprising, but also incredibly relieving. Luckily, he won't have to spend hours guessing and getting locked out after too many failed attempts like he initially thought would happen. The home screen flickered on, and Katsuki got a look at the minimal amount of apps on it. Only some search engine Katsuki had never heard of before, messages and calls, and a photos, calendar, and notes app. In any other situation, the blandness of it would be incredibly suspicious, but not even 5 seconds into observing, a pop-up came on screen, warning him that the storage space was almost completely full. He closed it and immediately noticed the amount of missed call notifications Izuku had, as well as texts. He opened the first voicemail. See, it was from Inko, the only one from Inko. Mitsuki shifted from looking over his shoulder to sit down next to him. They noticed the date and time it was left, the day after Izuku jumped. She hoped to fuck that it was Inko, worriedly calling Izuku, try and find out if he was okay. She hoped this could be something they could show the kid, something to show that he was cared about and loved by his mother. But her hopes were dashed the second Katsuki pressed on it and the woman started speaking, sighing first like she just wanted to get it over with. His Sashi called. "He gave me a choice, you or him, and after you did this to me, it wasn't even a question. The landlord knows that I'm moving away, so you'll need to get your things, or they'll be taken by garbage disposal. If you're even awake by then, that is... I guess that's all I have to say. And don't you dare try and call me a bad mother. These years I've been stuck with you have been the worst of my life. You made Hisashi leave me. My parents abandoned me for giving birth to a quirkless too, you know. I've done the best I could for you, and even though you've shamed me even more by doing this, I hope you learn and grow from this experience. Give me a call if you're still alive in a few years. I'd love to know if you stick it out, or if you are truly a quitter." The recording went silent, and the two sat stunned completely. They couldn't fucking show this to Izuku. What the fuck? Katsuki whispered, staring at the minute-long message. This was the message she decided to leave for Izuku? This? The final fucking thing she said to her only kid, and it was blaming him for everything wrong in her life. No fucking apology for abandoning him. No fucking remorse. Before he could get too worked up, he moved on to the next thing. He opened the one app that had the most notifications, and that was messages. The ones at the top were from contacts that in most situations should not have been on a then 14-year-old's phone. The last person to text him was his landlord, apparently. He opened up the chat and turned cold at the shit Izuku was being sent. There weren't many texts and the dates were sparse, spanning once every 2 or 3 months. But the content of them made him bitter. The last 3 especially. Landlord, I need the money by tomorrow, this month's and last month's amount. I'm not listening to you or your mother's excuses anymore. Last chance. Landlord, your belongings are outside the building. Come get them before they are stolen. Landlord, hello? You need to get your things off my verge. Mitsuki felt her heart drop in disappointment, and Katsuki seethed but kept going. He went to the next contact, that being someone labeled Boss. He didn't know why he hoped it would be any better. Boss, this kind of behavior is not acceptable. You didn't even call to say you wouldn't be coming in. Do this again, I will have to fire you. Boss, don't bother showing up anymore. All were texts from the day of or after he jumped. No one was fucking worried about him. No one asked what happened. And why the fuck was Izuku responsible for dealing with the landlord? He was a fucking kid. He didn't need to be threatened with eviction or be the person contacted if the bills weren't paid. He was already working too, something that Alder would have expelled him for if they found out. He moved on to the text from Inko, scrolling up to see the mostly one-sided conversations. Each one he read made him even more infuriated. Inko, cover up the bruises. A neighbor accused me of hitting you. You, sorry. Inko, why is your uniform so destroyed? You, it was an accident at school. Inko, you know where the sewing kit is. You, I don't know if we'll be able to fix it completely. Inko, do you want me to buy you a new uniform? I don't have money to spend on myself as it is. Why would I spend it on you? You am sorry. I'll figure it out. Inko, I don't have the money for this month. It's supposed to be your turn anyway. Inko, I'm 10,000 yen short. You, I'll try and cover someone's shift tonight. You, where's my stuff? Inko, I sold it because you didn't give me your share. Inko, you need to pull your weight. I can't do everything by myself. Inko, because of you, Hisashi isn't here to help us, so don't blame me for getting desperate. Inko, why is the kitchen still a mess? You, I didn't have time to finish it before I left. Inko, are you serious? That's your job. Why did you leave before you finished? You, I was going to be late for school. I'll do it when I get home, I'm sorry. Inko, after all I've sacrificed to you, you couldn't even clean a few dishes for me. You, am really sorry. Each interaction just broke Mitsuki's heart even more. To see the way Inko spoke to her own kid, her baby, was unfathomable. It seems like once Hisashi left and Izuku was diagnosed as quirkless, she completely spiraled. She blamed him for everything, hated him, became completely unsympathetic to him. He was a kid, yet she treated him like an adult, like he was a freeloader she couldn't get rid of. She didn't try to hide it either. Izuku had to live with the fact that his own mother openly hated him, knowing that she didn't care if he got hurt, or if he had to work more shifts, or if he was getting obviously bullied. Nothing. Katsuki's stomach physically hurt with how awful he felt. Izuku, for most of his life, truly had no one who cared about him. After a shitty day at school, he didn't have any comfort to turn to, no one to listen to him or make sure he was okay. No wonder he fucking broke. 14. Saddled with the burden of making sure his mother and him weren't evicted, coupled with the general torment of being quirkless. It was only after Izuku tried to finally seek happiness in death did Katsuki know how much hell his life was. Why couldn't he have known before? Why couldn't he have helped Izuku before? It wasn't fucking hard to guess what shit he had to deal with. He just chose to ignore it because he didn't want to care about the nerd. He just needed to be better than him. None of the other texts were worth reading, he decided. Most of the other contacts were just people from school, sending him death threats or mean jokes. Calendar also had months' worth of reminders stating some kind of bill he needed to pay off or make sure got paid. So far, this whole experience had just been dismal, confirming every horrible thing Katsuki had suspected. Sensing the trend, he dreaded what he would find in the camera roll. What could they do? So far, there was nothing they could show Izuku in here. Absolutely nothing. He doesn't like me. I'm not sure why. Izuku mumbled, shutting his eyes as water poured over his head. Koji hummed from his seat behind him, considering the accidental comment. Over time, he had gotten used to the teen unintentionally vocalizing his thoughts. The nurse didn't mind it at all. In fact, getting an insight into Midoriya's mind was interesting. The way he worked through ideas and problems was analytical yet empathetic. It was like he broke down every concept into motive and effect, then stemmed into a multitude of other potential facets and outcomes that Koji had never considered, especially when it came to discussing biology and true crime, which it turns out they both have a mutual interest in. It also helped him know if anything troubled the teen, such as now. The doctor? It's because you're quirkless. He answered honestly, called Koji blunt, but he couldn't see a point in lying to the teen or keeping him in the dark. Midoriya is too smart and perceptive for that. He would figure out soon enough, and sugarcoating it would only end up hurting him. Besides, being quirkless is something that, in this world, you can't be naive about. Quirkless. Izuku shifted. The concept of quirks wasn't foreign to him. They had been a pretty central theme in the history of heroics book Uncle Masaru had given him. He just hadn't been told what his quirk was yet. It was another topic that seemed to be a sore point for Kaken, one that he avoided questions about like the plague. But it was also one that Izuku would do anything to learn more about. The very concept of them just seemed so infinitely interesting and borderline impossible in terms of human evolution that he couldn't stop himself from rereading every page that mentioned them, trying to find hidden answers or explanations in the unfortunately vague words. Though it wasn't just Kaken that kept it from him. The clipboard records and statements he saw were exclusively about his medical and mental status, where they were supposed to register a quirk. It was just left blank. Now he kicked himself for not figuring it out sooner, because that was so painfully obvious. He just didn't know that someone could even be born without a quirk at this point in time. Considering the hours he spent daydreaming about what his power could be, the nights he stayed awake hoping, hearing that he didn't have one at all, it was more than a bit disappointing. He supposed it made more sense why Kaken didn't tell him. He could now understand the reasoning behind it, though understanding didn't make it sting any less. Koji confirmed, lathering some hair product Izuku was given into the soaking curls. Izuku just quietly thought on it, pushing his personal feelings aside. Being quirkless was one thing in a broader context, but in this situation, he couldn't see how it really mattered. It wasn't like being quirkless caused him to be directly annoying, and Koji didn't say the doctor disliked him because of any personality traits or habits. If anything, not having a quirk should make him easier to deal with since he didn't have any powers the doctor would need to work with or around. Why does that make a difference? I'm a patient and he's a doctor. Why does it matter that I don't have a quirk? He voiced and Koji paused. For a second, Izuku thought that was another uncomfortable question he wouldn't get an answer to, and he prepared himself to apologize for asking. He thinks resources are being wasted on you, when they could be given someone more worthwhile. The man answered, his tone giving away how much he disliked the fact. Oh, Izuku deflated. So it was prejudice, then, for simply existing? Was it offensive that he didn't have a quirk? Was it his fault somehow? Lacking a quirk makes him instantly dislikable, but surely there are other quirkless people in the world. He can't be the only one, so why is it so hated? While Izuku appreciated the fact that he was given an actual answer, it only made him more confused. He's legally not allowed to discriminate against you in a way that will be harmful, though. So don't worry. You'll get the treatment you need. He won't risk his career. Koji explained, hoping to reassure the teen. It didn't really work, and Izuku just stiffened uncomfortably. Oh, I wasn't really thinking of that. He really wasn't, but now that was brought up, his eyebrows furrowed in concern. Was he really that hated by the man? So much so that if given the chance he'd physically hurt Izuku? Just because he was quirkless? You probably should. Quite a few people on the medical staff think the same way as him. You should be more wary. He warned, which only made Izuku's mind hurt with what that meant in a societal sense. If people who devoted their lives to helping others hated him for being quirkless, then that did not bode well for the larger population. That train of thought did make him realize something, though. Do you think the Bakugu's mind? They know, right? He asked timidly, scared of the answer. He knew they were probably aware of it, but he couldn't stop feeling doubtful. Maybe they were just ignoring the fact, or maybe they pretended like it wasn't true. If they secretly despised him, he needed to know because they were all he had. The family that comes to visit you? Izuku nods. Koji's heart twinges a bit. Opening Izuku's mind to the fact that being quirkless was something a lot of people hated would, of course, make him question those around him, especially since they were the only ones who cared about him. They've been by your side since the second you were admitted. I don't think they mind, he said with certainty. Izuku sighed, leaning back a bit. He thought that probably made sense. Why would they keep visiting him if they didn't actually want to? Or maybe they just feel responsible for him in some way. That was a possibility. That's a relief then. Good people like them are hard to come by these days. When you get better, stick with them. Izuku was about to make a comment on how he was stuck in the bed all day, so how could he stick with them? But then he fixed on something else the man said. His eyes went wide. You think I'll get better? What makes you think that? He all but blurted out, having to stop himself from spinning around in the tub. I just know you will. The man shrugged, and Izuku hated how vague that was. He couldn't get his hopes up without solid evidence. He doesn't think he could take any more disappointment. It was probably only Koji being nice, trying to give the teen some faith that things will start looking up. So instead, after a second, he just huffed and puffed out his cheeks. And what qualifications do you have to make that assessment? The teen mumbled, and the man dumped water on his head. Hey, he said in mock offense, hiding his amusement behind Izuku's sputtering. Katsuki was not even a second through the door before he heard his name being excitedly called. Oh, Kakin. Izuku's face is bright as he greets him, and Katsuki notices a familiar book splayed on his lap. Somehow, it had a lot more paper clips and tags in it than the last time he saw it, which was yesterday. The blonde made a non-committal grunt as he dropped his bag by the door and sat down, watching as Izuku's hands flipped to a page in the book, then tilted it up for Katsuki to see better. Look, Kakin, he says excitedly, pointing to a diagram, and Katsuki leaned in. It looked like a Venus flytrap or something, though the explosive teen had never been very well in tune with nature, so he couldn't be sure. It's a plant. Izuku was not dissuaded by his lack of enthusiasm, and his eyes only sparkled more. Katsuki knew that look, and prepared for the mumble storm he was about to receive. Yes, look at what they've evolved to do. They eat other organisms, unlike any other plant that makes its own food through photosynthesis. They even have an inbuilt timer, so they know when to trap their prey. Like the Venus flytrap will snap shut if it's touched twice in 30 seconds, but each carnivorous plant has its own specific interval. Oh, and because they derive their nutrients this way, they can inhabit poorer soil conditions, which decreases their chance of spatial competition from other plant species. His hands moved animatedly with his speech, making motions to support his points, dropping his book down so he could better express it. Katsuki somehow found that ridiculously endearing. But that's only one way plants have evolved to survive in unfavorable areas, like plants that have crassulation acid metabolism or CM photosynthesis. They evolved to survive in the most extreme, inhospitable conditions, through opening their stomata at night to minimize photorespiration and the loss of valuable water. With how specific the process is, I'm amazed it even evolved to happen at all. Katsuki's understanding of what Izuku was talking about shut off after Kasua whatever the fuck, and he opted just to lean back in his seat, paying attention not to the words, but to the greenette himself. Something like longing tugged at his heart at Izuku's expression, and he realized that he had missed it. He missed the way Izuku's face could just light up over these long months, even years. He was worried that brightness died out long ago, that its embers were stamped out to ash. But now, there it was, like looking at a star, watching it shine, giving its light despite being surrounded in darkness, and offering it to anyone willing to witness it. The basic unit of life can formulate in so many different but crucial ways. And the fact that they're mostly autotrophic too. They make their own sustenance just through simple molecules, and we survive from the excess products. It's just the adaptations that plants go through that we and other species adapt around to use dash. I just think it's amazing how everything is so interlinked. Plants are so cool. They don't have a brain, but they are able to react and respond to stimuli just because of the composition of their cells. Oh, and parasitic plants, the way they are able to just dash. Izuku hadn't paused to take a breath in a long while, and Katsuki worried about how his voice was starting to strain from a lack of air. As much as he didn't want to interrupt, Izuku's health came first. Okay, breathe. I'm listening, so slow down. Katsuki said, and Izuku gave him a look that said he forgot he needed to breathe. After one quick inhale, he kept going, much to Katsuki's dismay. Sorry, I'm just dash. Yes, okay. But do you see why I'm so excited? It's just so interesting. By how enthusiastic he is about it. It must be so. If it's not heroics he can obsess over, it was plants apparently, which was slightly amusing to the blonde considering he looked like a shrub. I'll get you your own damn plan if you like them so much. You can look after it and nerd over or something. He blurted out and thanked his brain for the sudden idea, seeing how Izuku's face somehow got impossibly brighter. You would? I mean if you don't mind, and if it's not too much trouble, dash. The blonde was quick to shut that down, hating how Izuku shied away, thinking he was a burden. I don't mind, and it's not trouble. I'll grab one on my way here tomorrow. Thank you so much, Kakin. I don't know how to repay you for everything. Izuku's eyes grew teary, and he looked down, fidgeting with the book's paper edges. The nerd was going to cry over getting a pot plant. A fucking plant. Something in Katsuki's chest squeezed painfully because, to Izuku, who had nothing his whole life, receiving a gift like this must be such a big thing, despite how small the gesture was. He'd get the green net, 1,000,000 pot plants, he decided. He'd make up for everything Izuku wasn't given. The only thing I want you to do is to get healthy and grow the best damn fucking plant ever. That's it. He ended up saying, holding back from saying that this was Katsuki repaying him and that he deserved the fucking world. Izuku sniffed and his watery eyes met the blonde's, giving him a sweet smile. I'll try my best. I didn't know you were such a plant nerd, Katsuki mumbled, staring at the ceiling and leaning back in his seat. Izuku looked up from his book, hands still leafing through the pages. Since Katsuki had promised to get him a pot plant, the green net has been stressing over which one would be perfect. He folded the bottom corner of each page he found interesting, then went back through and eliminated them one by one. Katsuki was just thinking of like a mint plant or something. Something probably safe for a hospital. But he'd rather Izuku choose something he really wanted. HM? I wasn't. He asked, head tilting to the side, curls bouncing lightly with the movement. Nah, well, not that I saw. Oh, what kind of nerd was I before? The teen asked curiously, and Katsuki instantly regretted this line of conversation. He didn't know what would come about if he reignited Izuku's love for heroics, or if there was even passion for that anymore. Brain injuries change people, that's what he heard. Maybe Izuku would be indifferent to quirks and heroes, or maybe he'd become resentful because his chance of becoming one was ripped away. Izuku's hand lifted to tuck a stray piece of hair behind his ear, waiting for Blonde's answer. Oh, you don't have bandages on anymore? Hang on when you get your leg braces off. Katsuki said, noticing how the blanket lacked its usual rigid shapes as well. Izuku, thankfully, happily hopped onto the subject change without question, face brightening up. He held out his arms, showing the blonde how they were pretty much completely healed. Just yesterday, after you left, they didn't have to put bandages back on my chest or stomach either. My ribs are all healed, and there's no worry of infection or blood clots in my arms anymore. He happily explained, and Katsuki nodded, though as Izuku rotated his arms around, his eyes caught and became stuck on faded lines that crossed over his wrists. He bit the side of his cheek in guilt. He should have probably expected that. But, for some reason, he had never even considered Izuku would. His eyes tried to meet Izuku's, but all he found was a teen looking at his wrists too. He gulped nervously, unable to read his expression, unable to gauge any emotions he might be feeling. Izuku was just peacefully observing, contrasting how Katsuki shifted around in discomfort. "Oh!" Izuku suddenly exclaimed, and the blonde jumped to his seat, almost setting explosions off in his now sweaty palms. "Have you found a charger or something for my phone yet?" Izuku asked curiously, and Katsuki willed his racing heart to still. He expected Izuku to ask about the scars, because they were such obviously intentional wounds. He didn't know whether to be thankful or not that he didn't comment. While he had no idea how to explain this kind of concept to Izuku, his lack of questions made him worry the Greenette already knew what they meant, and the kind of life he must have lived in order to earn them. Katsuki cleared his throat. "Ah, yeah, I found one." He coughed awkwardly. "Oh, you did? Could you open it? Did it work?" Izuku sat forward, eyes sparkling as they peered into anxious red ones. Katsuki knew he was excited. Rightfully so. He finally would have an important piece of his life back. He might finally have some answers, finally know who he was. He knew he wouldn't be able to wait another second, too eager, too full of anticipation. Katsuki knew that yet. Izuku had such high hopes for his past. He was desperate to know more, but he didn't want to disappoint him. He didn't want Izuku to see what it was really like, not when he put so much faith in it. He couldn't imagine the crushed expression he would wear, reading through the messages, listening to his missed calls. He didn't want to imagine it. He'd wait until Izuku was more settled in his new life, more secure, more healed. Izuku needed to heal first and foremost. He needed the will to keep going, and Katsuki had a feeling that knowing what his life was like would reverse all that progress. I can't guess the password. Disappointment was clear. Izuku's expression dimmed and his shoulders dropped, and Katsuki had to remind himself that it would be nothing compared to the face he would wear if he knew the actual truth. But the teen quickly righted himself, plastering a careful, small smile on his cheeks. "Oh, right, that makes sense. I'm not sure what it could be." His fingers fidgeted with his blanket, trying to distract his own emotions. Guilt was becoming a second nature for Katsuki at this point. Every other moment, no matter what he did or convinced himself he was right in doing, it was slithering up his throat, suffocating him, corroding him. He couldn't escape it. "I'll keep trying," he quickly said, and Izuku nodded. "Yeah, thank you, Kaken. At least it's working, right? We have to guess it eventually." Izuku tried to be cheery, but it was obvious how he was frustrated with himself for not being able to even guess his own password. Katsuki bit his tongue hard. "Hey, Baku bro, how come you never hang out with us after school?" Katsuki paused his chewing and looked up at the redhead briefly. Lunch was quickly becoming a part of the day he hated the most. It was loud, it was crowded, and there was always some kind of annoying question thrown his way, despite how clear he made it to everyone that his personal life was off limits. He'd let them hang around him at school, but that was it. There was something his therapist said about how closing himself off so much was unhealthy, and he'd end up alone and bitter. But in his mind, the last time he let himself out, it ended up in a fucking disaster. Katsuki was not good with a group. He did not want the eventual ego and self-confidence boost friendships would bring. He was satisfied with how things are, and he wouldn't risk it for anything. "Ha! I'm busy." He grunted and heard the pink one whine. This wasn't the first time they've asked this, and it undoubtedly wouldn't be the last. At this point, it's become basically an instinct to just respond with "I'm busy" or "fuck off," depending on the day. It's not that he dislikes them. They're good people probably, but ultimately distractions. He had to focus. He had his own priorities, and none of that involved wasting time in an arcade or something for a few hours. "With what?" she pressed, obviously dissatisfied with his routine answer. To be fair, however, in truth, he was actually busy. He had plans after school, just not with something that concerned any of them. "Not your business." The blonde went back to eat because he knew how the rest of this conversation would go. He'd say he's busy. They'd ask, "Well, what?" Then they'd complain and get distracted over something else. It wasn't hard to keep them at a distance because he didn't give an inch. He never gave them any information to keep their attention spans. Rude. "We're just curious," came the expected shout from the electric one. He'd speed this thing up himself. Stop being curious and worry about something else, like how you're all failing every subject, and we're only 4 weeks in. Low blow, man. It was the shark-toothed one again. Admittedly, he was probably the only one Katsuki found tolerable. The rest were insanely hyperactive and way too nosy. Maybe he's got a secret girlfriend? Katsuki's brain paused and he sputtered. His head jerked to stare accusingly at the blonde one, frankly in shock. Oh, wow, that's totally it. Pinky cheered, scooting closer in as if Katsuki would finally confess. Disbelief never left his face. What the fuck are you talking about? He croaked, absolutely dumbfounded. Are we right? Did I guess right? Leave it to the dolt to come up with the most outlandish fucking comments. Not once had Katsuki even imagined himself having a girlfriend. It was just not one of his priorities. He couldn't even comprehend what the fuck gave Lightning Bolt that kind of idea. Has he not been a closed-off dick this entire time? Did he seem like someone who was interested in that sappy kind of shit? Not even close. Leave me alone, you fucking freaks. Katsuki went to stand up. He was officially very fucking uncomfortable. It makes total sense. You sly dog. Soy Sauce Face wiggled his eyebrows and nudged him with his elbow. Katsuki was about to pop a vein and packed his tray up. You're all fucking insane, he uttered, chair screeching back as he stood. If that's not it, tell us the truth. Fuck no. He flicked him off as he walked away. He takes back what he said before. These guys were fucking maniacs. Kirishima personally thought that this was a very bad, very stupid idea. But of course, Mina wouldn't take no for an answer, nor would she back down when she set her mind to something. One way or another, she'd achieve her goals, which was, in other circumstances, an admirable trait. Kaminari was determined to know if Bakugo was hiding something, hoping it was embarrassing, so he could have some dirt on the other blonde. Zero was honestly just along for the ride. Curious too, but he didn't really care about what Bakugo did in his free time. Considering how Bakugo would most likely react if or when he sees them, Kirishima had no choice but to go with them all, coming along for damage control. It was not his idea to follow him, and it was not his idea to go for such a dishonest method. But his sense of loyalty wouldn't allow him to just let them all go and get themselves blown up. He understood that his friend was a very private person. He liked to keep to himself, and that was totally fine. Sure, it'd be nice to know more about him, but Kirishima didn't want to cross any boundaries or anything, especially not by spying on him. The hardest part tailing him was having to keep the rest of the group from talking too loud and giving themselves away. Kaminari kept giggling, joking with Zero, and Mina kept commenting on any move he made. Any glance he took at someone or something like this was all some big conspiracy. Kirishima would not be surprised if Bakugo just went home. He honestly thought that was the most likely outcome of all this. So far, nothing even remotely abnormal had happened. Bakugo was just walking calmly, assured in his path like he had walked it 1,000,000 times before. They really shouldn't be doing this. It wasn't manly and it wasn't heroic. They could seriously break Bakugo's trust by following him like this, especially when he's made it so clear that he didn't want him to know about his life outside of school. Look, look, look. Mina whisper-shouted, exhilarated for some reason when Bakugo turned into what looked like a florist. Katsuki had no fucking idea what kind of plant he should get. They ended up talking about other things before Izuku could give him a solid answer. So Katsuki was kind of completely in the dark here. He was desperately out of his element. Everything looked the same. Some plants had flowers, and some just looked like small trees. He didn't know what was good to get. He was also more unsure because it was mainly bouquets and flower cuttings that lined the walls. It was very possible he was in the wrong place. Would you like some help? The lady at the desk had walked out to him, noticing the absolutely lost look on his face. Would he like some? No. Does he absolutely need some, unfortunately? Yeah. Do you have pot plants here? We do. What were you looking for? Something small, probably. What was it Izuku was talking about yesterday? A Venus flytrap? That probably was not something he could get for him, despite how excitedly he talked about the carnivorous plant. We have bonsai flowers, herbs. We have seed mixes, as well if you want to grow your own. The lady happily explained to him, staring at him expectantly like he had any idea what he was actually looking for here. No. It's for my friend. Do you have anything hospital safe? Of course. Most of our plants are on small scales. What is your friend like? Another fucking tough question. Also a bit odd. Maybe it was one of those symbolic things he'd heard about, like how flowers have meanings or some shit. How does someone describe someone else? What words could he use to describe Izuku? Kind? Caring? Those are such bland descriptions. Nothing he could think of fit right. He liked to read. He liked to talk. His hair was green? What the fuck? He's a nerd? Is what he ended up saying. For the life of him, he could not come up with anything better. He crawled up his neck as the lady laughed. A nerd? All right then. She started to walk off, like she suddenly knew the answer to what Plan Izuku might like. Katsuki followed, stuffing his hands in his pockets. He never claimed to be a fucking wordsmith. Is he near a window? She asked, looking through the various shelves as she went. Yeah, gets a bit of sun. Here. She suddenly stopped and tentatively picked up a small, rounded pot filled with sprouts of lavender. When Katsuki thought of the plant he'd get for Izuku, for some reason he imagined something more leafy. This should be good. What do you think? The worker asked. Fuck this. Katsuki was completely out of his depth. It's purple. Yes, indeed. As well as being purple, it provides stress relief and medicinal benefits. You said he's a nerd, as well as being a hospital? It has a calming aroma, which may help him with any anxiety. She explained, and for a second, Katsuki was a bit taken aback. Oh, that's perfect. Considering how dogs-eared his description was, this was surprisingly suited to the green net. That would do perfectly. Izuku was riddled with nerves that acted up mostly whenever Blonde wasn't around. Something that will help him relax would be an absolute godsend in that sterile, lonely room for the paralyzed teen. Is it easy to look after? Katsuki asked as she brought it to the till. She mentioned something about sun earlier, and he would hate to give Izuku something that may be difficult to keep alive. He knew the green net would never forgive himself if the plant died. He would probably cry for days out of grief and guilt. As long as it gets ample sunlight during the day, it will thrive, and proper soil and water, of course. If it grows too big, you may have to change the pot or cut some shoots. We have a pamphlet for it. If you'd like one, she explained, taking a For Beginners manual out from its stand. He's totally getting flowers for someone. I knew it. Mina watched from across the street, looking at how the worker giggled at the blonde and then led him somewhere else. Her mind was running rampant with ideas, all of which she couldn't wait to tease him about later. We don't know if it's for someone. He might just like flowers? Kirishima tried to defend him, though he himself knew that it was most likely untrue. Bakugo did not seem like the type to have any kind of plant, except maybe a cactus. Are we talking about the same Bakugo here? What if there's something up with the florist? I don't know, man. This feels wrong. It's fine. We're just finding out more about him, so we can be better friends. Besides, we're his hero course classmates. If there's something going on that's fishy, we gotta know. He wasn't convinced at all. It was all just excuses. She really just wanted the drama that came along with secrets, especially if it involved someone she hung out with. She liked to know things. She liked to know what people were up to so she could gauge them better. Someone driven like her did not mix well when put against a stone wall like Bakugo. Something was going to break, and Kirishima could only hope it was a fortress Bakugo built around himself to keep everyone out. He's buying something now, Kaminari commented, playing some kind of hand game with Cyril while they waited. Steadily, the electric teen was losing interest in this whole thing. If it wasn't anything juicy like a secret romance or a strange hobby, then he was content with just letting sleeping dogs lie. So far nothing had really happened, and he was mostly just wondering which game he should play when he got home. Oh, he's leaving? Mina refocused, looking at Bakugo paying the till, then turning around and walking out. He's holding something. Looks purple? Lavender? How classy. Cyril muttered after sparing a brief glance, slapping the back of Kaminari's hand, making him yelp and try and hit him back. He kept moving his hand away just in time, though. See, guys, he's just buying a plant. Let's go. This is such an invasion of privacy. Kirishima tried. Bakugo resumed walking down the street, holding the pot under his arm. Privacy, privacy. We're in public. He's in public. It's not like we're following him into his house. We're just concerned for our friend. Mina started walking again, and the rest followed, Kirishima more reluctantly. Mina, this is so not hero-like. It's for the greater good. Of what? My happiness, and also our friendship. Hey, guys, isn't he heading toward the hospital? Kaminari asked, noticing the building that loomed at the end of the street. Oh shit, he totally is. Kirishima was starting to feel incredibly guilty about this. It was seriously not their business. His heart rate started to pick up in dread. Do you think someone in his family is sick? Mina seemed only double down. Curiosity had shifted to concern. In her mind, this was more of a reason to follow him, to know what was happening in his life. He was obviously shutting himself off, maybe scared of getting hurt or judged, or maybe he had just gotten used to having no one to talk to. She, for one, would not let that stand. If Bakugo was going through a difficult time, she needed to know about it, so they could help him. Visiting hours were open, so thankfully no one really spared a glance at them as they walked into the lobby, aside from the fact that they were UA students. The only real issue is that they had lost sight of Bakugo. Oh, well, that sucks. Let's go. Kirishima tried, but Mina was already walking up to the front desk. Hi, ma'am. Our friend Bakugo Katsuki just walked in, and we really needed to give him something for a school assignment. Would it be possible for us to go and give it to him? The redhead swore today alone was going to give him a stress issue. The lady, however, didn't bat an eye. What were your names? Mina Ashido, Kirishima Idru, Denki Kaminari, and Shiro Handa. Would you mind telling us where he's headed? I think we might get lost. She quickly said, pointing to each one of them. Kirishima felt more and more like the accomplices in a crime here. Technically they weren't, but still. Room 306. It's on the 3rd floor and to the left as you exit the elevators. Please keep the talking to a minimum on your way. Thank you so much, ma'am. We'll be quick. Mina. Kirishima whisper shouted as they walked off. They got lost down a few halls anyway, having to end up asking a passing nurse for help. But eventually they found it. Guys, it's not too late to just back out and go home dash. Sure. Mina leaned in close to the door, listening intently. They could hear Bakugo's muffled voice and an unfamiliar one. They couldn't make out words, but the tone was light happy. Bakugo actually sounded happy. No way, who's in there? Kaminari asked and stepped forward. The only issue was Shiro was standing on his shoelace. Shit, Kami dash, Mina whispered in a panic as the blonde fell forward and, unfortunately, reached out to handle the door to try and catch himself. Kirishima's heart dropped as the door swung open, and tumbling Denki with Mina's hands on his blazer. Trying to pull him up, they all froze. What the fuck? They were so dead. What the fuck? Katsuki said slowly, face slack in utter disbelief. Izuku just stared on in shock, wide-eyed and confused at the strangers tumbling in. Oh, hey Bakugo, what are you doing here? This is such a crazy coincidence. Kirishima laughed awkwardly, scrambling to pick Kaminari back up so they could quickly leave. Katsuki's eyes turned furious. No fucking way you stalked me into a hospital. He shouted incredulously, pissed off for so many reasons. Number one was the fact that they had interrupted Izuku praising and thanking him for the lavender, borderline working himself into hysterics with gratitude. The sparkle in Izuku's eye died as soon as he saw the door swing open, and Katsuki would wring their sorry necks for it. Second was also because they followed him all the way into a fucking hospital. They had willingly performed a major breach of his privacy, all because he wouldn't tell him what he did after school. That was fucked up in so many ways he didn't know where to even start. It's not stalking for your friends. We were just curious, Kaminari mumbled as if that justified everything. As if that justified forcing themselves into Bakugo's business when it was not their fucking place. They stalked him into a fucking hospital. That was in no way okay. Why you're Kakin's friends? He heard Izuku ask. Now Katsuki's brows furrowed for a different reason. They knew about Izuku now. He doesn't know how he feels about that, but by the uneasy squirming in his gut, it wasn't any kind of good. Kakin? That's so cute. Yes, we are Dash, Mina tried, walking forward, but immediately Katsuki stood up, blocking her view of the green net. Don't talk to him. Go the fuck home. He seethed, but Mina just sidestepped him, too curious about Izuku to be afraid of Katsuki. All right, whatever. We're sorry for following you. Who's this? None of your fucking business. He did not ever intend to let these people into his personal life. He did not ever intend to let them in, but now that boundary had been crossed. They didn't listen to him, and now they knew about Izuku. A sudden jolt of fear coursed through his spine, because what had they found out? He couldn't hide Izuku. He couldn't hide his past actions from them, nor Izuku's quirkless status. There was a reason he was closed off. There was a fucking reason he was reluctant to open up, as much as he hated to admit it. He somewhat appreciated their company in school. As much as it annoyed him, he appreciated the effort they made to include him. Not any fucking more. Now he had no idea how they'd react. He lost control. I'm Mina Ashido, the one with spiky hair is Kirishima. The person who fell in is Kaminari, and that guy with the elbows is Zero. She quickly explained, skipping around the bed to talk directly to Izuku. The greenette's hands began to fidget as she neared, obviously nervous because of these strangers. Katsuki should have been more careful. It's nice to meet you. I'm Izuku Midoriya. Are you all hero students? Izuku introduced himself politely. Though confusion never left his gaze, his eyes kept flicking to Katsuki with uncertainty. Am I the only one who sees something wrong with this? The blonde groaned, hands coming up to harshly card through his hair. This was all too fucking much. He was about ready to break down, or break something. But he had to keep his composure. He would not become violent in front of Izuku. He would not become aggressive in front of Izuku. That was the promise he made. He would be better than he was in the past. But this was seriously testing his limits. Sorry, man, I tried. Kirishima came up to him, voice sympathetic, yet it did nothing to ease the obvious distress in Katsuki's frame. Meanwhile, Mina just hit the hospitalized teen with a barrage of questions. Are you two friends? Did you go to middle school together, or something? Me and Kirishima went to the same one before we got into UA2. How you managed to befriend Mr. Grump is what I'm really wondering. You seem like such a sweetheart. Izuku's brain was struggling to keep up. This whole thing was so overwhelming. For the last few months he's been awake. Katsuki was the only person his age who he had talked to. Now there were 4 new people who Kakin knew, but seemingly didn't like. He didn't really know what to do. Dash, he stammered, breath stuttering and nerves under her expectant gaze. Stop. All of you, out. He demanded. Katsuki needed them to leave. His tone had a certain finality, an underlying threat that even Mina realized. Reluctantly, she stepped away, not before muttering that she'll be back, and slowly they all shuffled out, Katsuki following behind and closing the door after. He didn't get a chance to say anything before Mina was asking more questions. Who is that? He's adorable. Katsuki let out a long, exasperated sigh, pinching the bridge of his nose harshly, feeling the vein in his forehead pop. Why the fuck did they have to do this? Why the fuck did they have to stick their noses into his fucking life? He couldn't just send them away now. They'd annoy the fuck out of him till they either got answers or Katsuki exploded them, which honestly, at the moment, he wasn't completely opposed to doing. But Katsuki had grown to be better than that. He wouldn't let all his hard-earned progress go to ruin just because of these fucking idiots. He would not. You guys fucking... Ugh. He's my childhood friend. He gave a little, mostly because he just wanted them to leave as fast as possible. Seeing how they went as far as to follow him, he knew they wouldn't go until he told them something. What happened? Why is he in the hospital? Katsuki was giving up more today than he ever wanted. He could feel his secrets and personal life spilling out farther than he could keep them in. He hated this. He hated losing so much control. There was an accident. He can't walk, and he's got amnesia or some shit. He really just needed them to give up and go. Oh no, that's awful. Can we do anything to help? Kirishima asked, but Katsuki was only pissed off by the concerned look on his face. As if they had any right to be concerned when they had been so fucking invasive for the blonde. What? Are you going to magically give him his fucking memories back? He snapped at them, folding his arms tightly across his torso. He pointed his gaze to the ground, as if he could just pretend they weren't here. It didn't work. Will he recover, like fully? Who knows? Ah shit, man. We're sorry. Katsuki didn't want to look at them anymore. He didn't want to fucking talk with them. They didn't deserve any answers. None of them deserved to know. Yeah, you fucking should be. I still thought you had a girlfriend, Dash. Mina elbowed Kaminari in the gut, mumbling how this was not the time. Katsuki was too pissed off to even grant that a response. These nosy asshats were the fucking future of hero society. Yippee. It was tense for a second. Quiet aside from the uncomfortable shuffling of Mina and Denki, the latter just couldn't keep still, and the first looked like she was dying to ask something. Would walking back in and slamming the door shut be appropriate to do right now? Fucking spit it out, then leave. Can we go back in? That sent Katsuki's hackles raising. Why the fuck did they want to do that? Did he not make it clear that he didn't want them to stay? Fuck no. He seemed happy to talk to us. She rebutted, and Katsuki blanched, remembering the anxious look on Izuku's face as she approached. Happy? Nervously pulling at his own skin was a sign of happiness? You fucking scared him, Dash. I just want to say goodbye, then we'll go. It's the polite thing to do. He huffed incredulously. She's telling him about the polite thing to do after just stalking him into a hospital room. He didn't even want to consider it. He really didn't want this to be prolonged any further, but he also really didn't want to answer questions Izuku might have if they suddenly just disappeared. Quick, how long have you been in here, Izuku? Katsuki blanched, muscles tensing in restraint, so he didn't lunge at her. That was not the fucking setup for a quick goodbye. I think a few months? What's it like in a hero course? Kaken won't tell me too much. Izuku answered the pink-haired girl hesitantly, noticing how annoyance was quickly building in the blonde. Though, the green-net more so thought he was upset because they asked about his situation, like he is whenever Izuku asks about it. Nevertheless, he finally had a chance to ask about Katsuki and learn more about him from these people. He didn't want to miss such an opportunity. That was unfortunately clear to the blonde. Kaminari hopped into the guest chair happily, and Katsuki was struggling to keep himself contained with how much they were pushing this. It's so fun. Getting to train our quirks to be stronger makes me feel like I'm on my way to being a real hero, you know? He chatted to the green-net, leaning in slightly in a way that Katsuki instantly hated. He also hated the way Izuku's eyes lit up. Damn nerd is not helping in sending these people away. What are your quirks, if you don't mind me asking? He asked with a stomped-down kind of excitement. His gaze kept flicking to the explosive teen, as if wondering if it was fine to ask. Before Katsuki could fully comprehend what made him feel slightly guilty about Izuku wanting his permission to talk, the other blonde continued. I can make electricity, though if I use it too much it'll fry my brain. Kaminari said it proudly, but Izuku's face turned horrified. Katsuki scoffed, and the other quickly backtracked. No, not literally. I'll just overload and go stupid for a while. Katsuki could immediately tell that Izuku wanted to ask more questions, seeing how he shifted a step straighter, his eyes giving way to how his mind turned in thought. But he interrupted before this could go any further. Sure, it was fine for Izuku to be curious. It was his nature to be, but not about these fucking dolts. You said you'd leave after saying goodbye, he said through gritted teeth. Sue him for not liking the way this was going. He didn't like it for a multitude of reasons, but mainly because of the quirk talk. If Izuku wanted to analyze quirks, he could analyze Katsuki's, where he could control what he said, what he let Izuku know. Knowing these guys, they brag about their powers and abilities, completely careless to how it might make the green-net feel, what it might make him realize. Izuku had no quirk, and he had no future in heroics, not anymore, despite how much he used to love it. They don't know all that, so he couldn't trust this whole thing to continue. Mina huffed childishly, and so did Kaminari, complaining lightly. But he was made to stand anyway when Ciro pulled him up by the collar. All right, Grumpy, we're going. We'll see you later, Midoriya. Ciro farewelled, taking away Kaminari before they faced Katsuki's full wrath. He was aware that they were pushing the blonde a bit too much today. It was a miracle he hadn't exploded at them yet. Why you will... Izuku stuttered, head tilting but voice undeniably hopeful. Do you want us to? Izuku looked at Katsuki, as if he would tell him if he wanted to or not. Okay then. The torment did not stop even at school the next day. He should have expected them to blabber about it to the rest of the class. Katsuki was beginning to regret not exploding them yesterday. As soon as he entered homeroom, he was practically swarmed by a few people, asking and interrogating him. He pushed through them, try his damn best just to get to his desk without blowing up. Just ignore them. Come on, who's that cutie in the hospital you've been hiding from us? Katsuki paused. He thinks it was the invisible one that said it. What the fuck? I haven't been fucking hiding him. What the hell are you talking about? He could hardly argue with them before he was showered with a barrage of more comments, each one making the vein in his forehead pop. He admits it, so it's true then. I'm sure you won't mind if we go and visit. He kept walking, shoving them aside. Just ignore them. Just fucking ignore them. I bet he'd love the company. I feel bad for the guy if all he has to talk to is Mr. Grumpakugu. Katsuki was practically shaking by the time he got to his seat, teeth gritted and shoulders tense. This would be a long fucking day. Lunch wasn't any better. He's such a sweetheart. I can't believe you haven't even mentioned him before. Mina babbled as they walked, earning a few murmurs of agreement. Why were they so fixed on this? It really wasn't such a big fucking thing. Stop fucking following me around, Katsuki grumbled, stuffing his fists into his pockets. He was so sick of this. We're sorry about following you yesterday, bro. It was super unmanly, Kirishima said, placing a hand on his shoulder as if that would make him feel any better. Katsuki shrugged him off immediately. I don't fucking care. Leave me alone. He chose to ignore the hurt look on the redhead's face, instead determined to walk away quicker, get away from them before he really lost his temper. He could usually manage them. Normally he could tune them out, not let them get to him. But this time, each time they mentioned anything about Izuku, it just struck a nerve. No matter how many times he told them to drop it, they didn't, and sooner or later he knew something would go fucking wrong. Everyone kept prodding at him, putting him on a pier just so they could get some kicks out of knowing his life. You gotta open up to us. We're your friends. You're not my fucking friends. You don't know me, so leave me the fuck alone. He snapped, spitting acid with his words. He kept walking, and this time they didn't follow. Katsuki was seething for the entire walk to the hospital. Thinking over the whole day was giving him such a migraine. The argument he had with those idiots. His brain was hurting just thinking about it. It wasn't even an argument. He told them to leave him alone, and they wouldn't until he yelled. Looking back on it, the whole situation just felt a little too familiar, a little too much like middle school, where he's being chased by people who only wanted something out of him. But he didn't feel guilty about snapping. His personal life was none of their business. It almost felt like he was going insane with how they almost villainized him. Was he fucking crazy for hating the idea of others visiting Izuku? Was he crazy for not wanting them to overwhelm him? They were talking about him like he was wrong for that. Like he was possessive over Izuku or some shit. He was not fucking possessive. But apparently being protective of someone in Izuku's situation meant he was. Apparently. It was a fucking crime to want your friend to heal quickly and in a controlled environment. No one understood the whole situation or knew the whole story, nor would he ever bother telling them. They didn't deserve to know. He didn't think they'd understand either. It would just end with bridges burnt and a foul taste in everyone's mouth, finding out how much of a monster he was, that Izuku is quirkless, etc. But whatever, he didn't need them. He didn't want them to be in his or Izuku's life, so he wouldn't waste any more mental energy on it. This whole day had just been so fucking exhausting. All he wanted was to get to the hospital, alone this time, and sit with Izuku, maybe get some homework done if he felt motivated to. Unlikely. Thankfully, the hospital was relatively quiet, and he was able to peacefully pass through and up to Izuku's floor without suffering more of a headache. Opening the door to Izuku's room was akin to Heaven's Gates, or something similar, and Katsuki sighed. Kak and I have something to tell you. Instantly Izuku's voice chirped, greeting the blonde happier than ever. Katsuki just grumbled in response and sat down, dumping his bag beside him, prompting Izuku to continue with a vague hand gesture. They're going to move me. he announced, and Katsuki looked at him, brows furrowed. Huh? What the fuck, why? He asked concernedly, but Izuku just bounced in excitement, almost amused by how Katsuki misunderstood. They're moving me to the rehabilitation ward, Kakin. Oh, oh shit. Izuku smiled brightly, giggling at his reaction, and a grin broke out on the blonde's face before he could stop it. They think I have a chance to walk again. My foot moved on its own a few days ago, so they think my condition is closer to paresis, not paralysis. Izuku exclaimed, his eyes shimmering with excitement. Katsuki sat up straight in his seat, moved better than ever. What the fuck, Izuku? That's great. Katsuki cheered, a genuine smile breaking across his face. He couldn't believe it. He couldn't hold back his own elation. Because for once, something good was happening for Izuku. Something fucking amazing. Koji was telling me about how there's this injection that can regenerate severed neurons and diminish scar tissue. It can also form functional blood vessels at the injury site. He said that coupled with physical therapy and surgery, I'll be able to use my legs again. Izuku's eyes were almost teary as he spoke, overwhelmed with the possibility that he could regain his mobility. Katsuki momentarily thought about how he must have cried with joy when he first heard the news. Fuck. Katsuki leaned back, looking up at the ceiling with a bright grin. Suddenly that whole issue with school seemed minuscule, unimportant compared to this. Izuku had a chance to walk again, and not be stuck on a hospital bed forever. This was fucking amazing. It felt like a weight had been lifted from Katsuki's chest, and he could finally breathe, because this meant that Izuku could truly move on with his life now. He wouldn't be confined or dependent. He could do whatever the fuck he wanted, whenever he wanted. Katsuki couldn't be happier. Does the old hag or dad know yet? Katsuki asked, and Izuku shook his head, smile still in place. No, I want to tell you first. Katsuki couldn't help but feel a sense of victory. Izuku had chosen to be the first to know, over everyone else. He kicked his feet up, crossing his arms over his chest. Better call them later then. She's gonna have a heart attack, he smirked, envisioning the god-awful screech a surprised Mitsuki would make, and then the crushing hug Izuku would be subjected to. Oh, did you get my phone working? Izuku asked, his voice light and hopeful. Katsuki, still riding on the high of the good news, replied easily. Pain in my fucking ass, but yeah, I got it open. Oh, you did? What's in it? Izuku giggled. Like this day couldn't get any better. Katsuki's smile disappeared. Oh, fuck. He fucked up so bad. Are you all right? Is something wrong? Izuku's brows creased and his smile dropped. He looked at Katsuki in growing concern, noticing the way the blonde paled. Izuku, I don't think. He struggled to find the right words. Some believable excuse for why Izuku couldn't see it. There really wasn't one. He had admitted to it being open. He had already admitted to seeing it. Izuku just kept staring at him with those eyes, and he didn't know what he could do to fix this. Kakin? Katsuki kept his mouth shut, but that only prompted Izuku to continue. He wrung his hands nervously, and the blonde avoided his gaze completely. He shouldn't have even said anything. He should have just congratulated Izuku and left it at that. The one time he was careless. Kakin, I know my life wasn't good before. I want to dash. Izuku's voice wavered as he tried to search for the right words, and his eyes fell to the blanket. Katsuki's heart plummeted to his stomach, and his breathing halted. I know my life wasn't good before. What? The words fixed in Katsuki's mind, bold and blaring red, and he could hardly think of anything else. Echa! His voice cracked, filled with shock. How'd he know? I mean, I can guess. Izuku said softly, like that explained everything. It didn't do anything to ease Katsuki. After everything he did, all the effort he put into protecting him from that. He could guess? What was it? What did he neglect? What did he do wrong? What do you mean? Katsuki asked, desperation making his voice tremble. How did Izuku know? Who fucking told him? After how careful Katsuki had been, all the work he put into making sure Izuku wouldn't have even an inkling of his life before, how did he figure it out? I mean, Kakin, my own parents have never visited me. Neither has anyone outside of your family, aside from your friends. Izuku confessed. A certain weight that carried in his words settled directly on Katsuki's heart. He swallowed, throat dry and strangling him. Izuku continued, unaware of how he was ripping away everything Katsuki had held close to his chest, uncovering the secrets he buried. The truths he thought Izuku wasn't ready to know. I can guess why. I'm quirkless, you know? Who told you that? Sweat began to bead on Katsuki's neck, and he felt his eyes sting. He knew even that. Everything Katsuki did was for fucking nothing apparently, and he felt like the rug was being pulled out from under his feet. But Izuku pressed forward, shaking his head. That doesn't matter. I want to see my phone, no matter how bad it is. I want to see it. You can't. Katsuki instantly denied, and Izuku's eyes locked with his. Please, you don't need to protect me from it. I want to see it. I need to know. The amount of resolve on his face terrified Katsuki. If he knew the things on there, the strength Izuku had now would be destroyed. He still had no idea, not a clue about the awful things his mother said, or the horrible messages his classmates sent. That was something he didn't know about, and Katsuki could make sure he never did. You can't, Katsuki repeated, frustrated, helpless. Why now? Why of all things is this what he chose to be stubborn over? Why couldn't he just trust Katsuki on this and believe in him? He was doing this to protect Izuku. Why didn't he trust him? This isn't fair, Kakin, Izuku whispered, but Katsuki felt like he had been struck. Why didn't Izuku trust him? You still want to see it, even if it's awful? He uttered, laden with guilt. Of course I do, Izuku replied instantly, his gaze never wavering from Katsuki's. Shit! Katsuki's voice broke, and he tore his eyes away. His hand ran through his hair, locking a grip halfway through. He doesn't know what to do. What the fuck should he do? The trembling of his hands gave him away, and Izuku reached out for him hesitantly. What are you afraid of, Kakin? It was an innocent question, but it sent shivers down Katsuki's spine. The worry in Izuku's voice didn't reach his ears, and instead his heart raced. Did Izuku suspect him? How much did he know? Has known and for how long? His eyes widened, and he turned to look at the greenette. Seeing the hand fall to his lap, and the way his brows creased, analyzing Katsuki. Izuku was smart, and how much he had already figured out was something Katsuki never factored in. He was smart, but he was trusting, and the depth of that weighed heavily on his shoulders. Katsuki couldn't keep betraying that trust, because sooner or later, Izuku will find out. He could briefly, horribly imagine it. Would it be disappointment on his face, disgust, hatred? How would Izuku look at him when he found out how much Katsuki had tried to keep hidden from him, just to save his own spine and image? Just don't be disappointed. I'll bring it tomorrow. Katsuki finally relented as those eyes bore into him. Resignation washing over him to the point that he felt drowned in it. He felt so torn. If he hid it, Izuku would grow suspicious, but if he handed it over, he would know things for certain. At either end, Katsuki would end up being hated. Thank you. I really mean it, Kakin. Thank you. Izuku smiled gratefully, and Katsuki only hoped it wouldn't be the last time he saw it. Katsuki hated this. He dreaded it immensely. How could he have fucked up so bad? After his meltdown at the hospital, he ran home and screamed into his pillow till his vocal cords gave out. It was a bit dramatic. He'll recognize that now, but the shock of how much Izuku knew made his world tilt on its axis. Actually more like spun on its axis erratically, turning and jolting and throwing him around before he could get his bearings. Izuku knew his life was shit, and he knew he was quirkless. Yet he still wanted to know more than that. Why the fuck would he want to know all the things that led him to his breaking point before? Why couldn't he just be happy with leaving that life behind and focusing on the future? Like Katsuki was doing, like what he was definitely doing. Thankfully, though, it was the weekend, meaning he didn't have to talk to those dickheads again, and he could also take as much time as he wanted needed in getting to the hospital. He was so tempted to delete some things, not everything, but just the worst bits. The unnecessarily cruel parts, like Inko's voicemail or the messages from his past classmates. He tossed up the options in his head. On the one hand, he could still keep a handle on everything, but on the other hand, if Izuku figured out what he'd done, it would definitely cause a rip between them. He couldn't exactly say, I did to protect you, without having to explain what exactly he was protecting him from. Could he? He opened the phone and watched the battery drain at a baffling rate. What was that? Like 1% every minute. 45 seconds? Maybe if the battery died. No. When did Katsuki become such a fucking coward? Opening the messages, he decided to do one final read-through, just to ensure there were no surprises or things he had missed. He looked over the ones from his classmates, the majority of them under an unknown number tag or their names. There were a few recurring ones that Katsuki knew were part of his lackeys. He scrolled to the top of the chats and read through, feeling that familiar ball of anger start to roll again. They were fucking awful, not as personal or upsetting as Inko's. Just awful. Jokes, suicide baiting, threats, promises, etc. The worst part was a lot of them were sent after he jumped, taunting him or blaming him for what he did. When you come back, I'll help you finish the job. Smiley face. You made the pavement all dirty with your blood. Why couldn't you have died quietly instead of being such a nuisance? So close to finally doing it. Sad face. Could you be any more disappointing? I hope your face got fucked up, so you'll be a freak on the outside now too. Couldn't even do one thing, right? There were more. So many more, and Katsuki decided that they all needed to go. His resolve cemented, and he made his choice. There was no point in showing Izuku that. No point in letting him see these disgusting, degrading comments. Internally, it made him nauseous, sick to his fucking stomach, because he knows that he's probably said worse. Take a swan dive off the roof of the building, and hope you'll have a quirk in your next life. What the fuck was he thinking? But he didn't have time to dwell on that aspect and hate himself even more. He had pushed this whole thing as late as he could, and he needed to get to the hospital soon. Izuku surely knew something was up, since he usually arrived early on weekends. Now, judging by the fading blues in the sky, it was almost sunset. Could he call in sick? Tell Izuku he got the flu or something. No, that was something a coward would do. Katsuki was not a fucking coward for fuck's sake. He just had every right to be nervous. Giving Izuku this phone was something that could really hurt him or make him give up hope for his future. And that's not even touching on the fact that he will surely confront Katsuki about some things. He realized sorely that there was no evidence of them being friends or even mildly acquaintances. Only mentions of him from other people. Mentions that did absolutely nothing in his favor. In fact, exactly the opposite. Cat can beat the shit out of you today, huh? Why do you still call him that anyway? He hates you. I hope Bakugo lights you on fire next time. That'd be really funny. Watching you cling on to Bakugo is really pathetic. Get a life already. The only one who's going to be a hero is Bakugo. You got no chance, XD. Katsuki read through him all as he walked, a scowl set in place. Who the fuck did these extras think they were, using his name like that? Did Izuku read all that and believe them? Did he ever agree with those sentiments? He knew deep down that it was true. After all, what did Izuku have to prove it wrong? Nothing, because that's who Katsuki was, who he used to be. Just a bully who enjoyed beating Izuku down, and if Izuku didn't, that's all he would be remembered as. His stomach constricted at that thought, and his palms became clammy. Who would he be now if Izuku hadn't jumped? Would he have ever changed or tried to be better? Would he still be arrogant and violent and utterly fucking naive? Is he still that person now at some level? He readjusted his hold on the phone and deleted them one by one, watching with a subdued kind of satisfaction at seeing the conversations diminish into what could almost be passed as friendly, though extremely disjointed. God, why did everyone at that school have to be such fucking sadistic asses all the time? Whatever, he could just explain away, like he used to delete some messages because his phone was too full or something. Katsuki grunted when something slammed into his side. He staggered a few steps, hand grabbing a lamppost to steady himself, so he didn't crash onto the road. His ribs ached, and he turned back to figure with a snarl, seeing a guy on the floor next to a toppled bike. What the fuck, dash? Katsuki screeched, "Watch where you're walking." The man grunted back. They both shouted insults at each other while Katsuki pressed a hand firmly to his side, clenching the other in a fist so he didn't explode something. Someone offered a hand to help the other guy up, but he just batted them away rudely. Fucking asshole, Katsuki thought as he brushed down his shirt. making sure he didn't look like a fucking wreck before Izuku, and before he undoubtedly would become one emotionally. His fists fell to his side, snarling as the guy flipped him off. Who hit someone with a fucking bike in the first place? Katsuki unclenched his hands, then clenched them again. Empty. His eyes darted to the paving instantly, and he spun around frantically when he couldn't see it anywhere. Where the fuck did it? He saw the phone's cracked screen lying on the road in front of him. The road he would be lying on if he hadn't grabbed that lamppost. He walked forward. It's fine. A few new cracks were probably fine. He jerked back when a car drove by right in front of him, almost hitting him. He stood there for a second, arms up and quirk at the ready, stunned with his heart racing erratically. It was fine, he repeated. He looked back at the phone. It was not fine. Fuck. Katsuki breathed. He was completely irredeemable. Katsuki's heart sank as he listened to the stilted silence of the hospital room, and the weight of his guilt grew more unbearable with each passing moment. He had fucked up immensely and had once again caused irreparable damage. This shouldn't just be let go. It was a careless mistake, and internally he was tearing his hair out, berating himself for being so reckless. Katsuki couldn't even bring himself to look Izuku in the eye. He stared pointedly at the ground, head ducked, so he didn't have to see the hatred that would certainly be pointed at him. Izuku, on the other hand, never failed to surprise Katsuki with his unwavering empathy. His green eyes, though watery, held no hint of anger or resentment. He just stared at the broken remnants of his phone, cradling them carefully in his trembling hands. It's all right, Kakin, Izuku said, his voice soft and forgiving. Katsuki reluctantly looked up and watched as a small, wobbly smile formed on Izuku's lips. It just made him feel worse. I promise, it was an accident. I wasn't looking where I was going, Katsuki repeated, aching with remorse. Izuku just nodded, his smile holding a touch of sadness. I believe you. It's all right. There's nothing that can be done about it now, Izuku said, and his words hung heavily over the blonde, instead of making him feel better. Izuku sounded so sincere, and Katsuki knew he would prefer being yelled at. He cursed himself again, feeling like he didn't deserve this forgiveness, this understanding. He needed Izuku to be angry. Izuku should be angry. He should be at least frustrated or disappointed or scolding him for not being careful. But Izuku's calm response only added to the gnawing guilt in Katsuki's chest. Shit, he mumbled, unable to shake off the feeling that he had let Izuku down in the worst way. Izuku wasn't disappointed in him, or didn't show it if he was, and it just filled Katsuki with the sense that he was just used to it. Izuku was used to being let down, and whose fault was that? I'm not upset, Izuku said, his voice soothing and kind. Katsuki's brows furrowed, and he couldn't hold his frustration any longer. You should be fucking pissed at me. Izuku met his gaze, and there was something so assured in them that it made Katsuki want to scream. But it was an accident, it's not your fault. I'm just glad you weren't hurt. The sincerity in his words cut deep, and Katsuki swallowed hard, feeling like he was choking back a lump in his throat. He glanced down at Izuku's shaky hands cupping the broken device, then back at watering, smiling eyes. In that moment, Katsuki wished he had been the one to suffer the consequences instead, or any kind of consequence. He should have gotten hit by that fucking car instead of Izuku's phone. He should have more to show for this than just suffocating guilt and the unbearable weight of forgiveness he did not deserve. Katsuki felt horrible. Admittedly, the thought had crossed his mind to destroy the phone before, not seriously, but the instinct was there. Now that had actually happened, though, why could he never do anything right by Izuku? Just when he thought he was making progress, that he was actually supporting him, he went and fucked it all up again. Izuku said he wasn't mad, but that didn't make a difference. Self-hatred was a pit Katsuki could never crawl out of, and one that he didn't deserve to escape either. As he sat by Izuku's bedside, he racked his brain for something he could do to make things right, if that was even possible at this point. How much more could he destroy? What else did Izuku have left that hadn't been ruined by him? He could only think of those useless house keys, a crumbling notebook, a ripped-up bag, and his damaged body. That was it. And it was all Katsuki's fault. Izuku had fallen asleep, nothing much more being said between them. Katsuki couldn't speak through the guilt lodged in his throat, and Izuku gave up on trying to begin a conversation after a while. The room was filled with silence, and Izuku lay there peacefully on his side, hands tucked to his chest. Hair fell over his eyes, and Katsuki carefully reached out, tucking a strand behind his ear, a practiced motion at this point. There was a time when the moments of silence and stillness like this used to scare him a lot. The beeping of machines that echoed in the hospital corridor and the steady rise and falls of Izuku's frail ribs were so painfully reminiscent of the months he spent unconscious. The months Katsuki spent waiting, praying for him to wake up, to twitch or make a noise, any inclination that he was still there. Back then, the blankness of his face used to match the exhausted one painted on Katsuki's. The days he couldn't muster even a frown. His only reminder that this wasn't the same, that Izuku was here with him now, was the absence of machinery hooked up to the green net. The wires and tubes were gone, and Izuku just looked like a normal person, asleep in a bed. A normal person, covered in both surgical and self-inflicted scars, skin pale and dull, and only making his freckles stand out more. Katsuki's eyes roamed his sleeping face. Like this, there wasn't a smile to hide the slight bags under his eyes or the lack of color in his cheeks. He wondered when was the last time Izuku had seen the sun or felt the warmth on his skin. When was the last time he felt the wind ruffle through his hair or listened to the rustling of leaves? The thought occurred to Katsuki. Would he like that? Would that help him? To go out into the world and actually experience the things that bring out the stars in his eyes and brighten the smile on his face. He knew there were gardens nearby and parks and florists. Would that be something he could do? His heart softly leapt at that. He could give Izuku that kind of experience rather than keep taking them away. It would be something new, something good. Taking him out to see the world was an opportunity to make amends. Katsuki glanced at the broken phone, forgotten on the bedside table, and his resolve solidified. Yeah, Izuku needed something new, and this was just the thing. Katsuki had never really spoken to Koji before. There wasn't much of a need to, aside from a vague greeting or goodbye. They had different schedules, and rarely did they overlap. So, rightfully, Katsuki was a tad bit nervous when he approached the nurse on his way to the Green Ned's room and proposed the idea of taking Izuku out for a walk. To his surprise, though, Koji instantly agreed and arranged for a wheelchair be authorized for Izuku's use. Katsuki was a bit taken aback by the speed of it, since everything at this hospital seemed to take a slow pace. It was dark out now, and Izuku was sleeping soundly. Katsuki decided he would head home for the night and come back tomorrow, which would be a Sunday. As soon as he realized that fact, his mind was swimming with ideas. They had a whole day to fill, a whole day, the first day that Izuku would be mobile for. There was a garden outside the hospital, one lined with flowers and maintained constantly. There were also a few cafes close. Even that florist he went to before wasn't too far. But would he be allowed to take Izuku out of the hospital? I don't see why not, the nurse replied, flipping through papers he had brought along with the wheelchair. He leaned it against the wall outside Izuku's room, where both he and Katsuki stood. He hummed and pulled out a sheet, holding it out for the blonde to look over. If you want to take him out, you'd need his guardian's consent and clearance from his doctor, but I can get that for you. Katsuki scanned the paper. It just seemed like a safe keep, filled with clauses and assurances that they would not be liable for injuries or illnesses acquired outside of hospital grounds. Like he'd ever let Izuku get hurt outside the fuck? How long were you thinking? Koji asked, and Katsuki stuffed his hands in his pockets, feeling a touch uncertain. How much was too much? A couple hours, if that's possible. The nurse nodded in agreement. If it doesn't interfere with his PT, then that's fine. Katsuki rocked on the balls of his feet. Daya think it'd be good for him to go out? Koji's response was swift and full of conviction. I think it'd be great for him. The second Katsuki woke up, he was a wreck. A bundle of nerves solidified in his gut and would not stop writhing. He had a cold shower, hoping that would make him feel better. It most certainly did not. Choosing an outfit was even harder. Fashion designer parents, and here he was, staring at his closet like it was full of the most garish and ugliest items in the world. His hair was another issue altogether. Absolutely nothing had gone right so far, and he felt like he would melt with how much he was sweating. Was this a bad omen? Or was there just some god fucking with him right now? What's wrong, Katz? His mother asked from the kitchen counter. She was proofreading one of their new magazines, and Katsuki suddenly remembered something. Oh, right, the Guardian's signature. He raced back up to his room and grabbed the sheet Koji gave him before he left last night, and a pen on second thought. He almost fell face first down the stairs before quickly writing himself. You gonna tell me now, or am I gonna be left in suspense? She smirked at him, taking a sip of her coffee, and Katsuki practically threw the paper and pen in front of her. I'm taking Izuku out for the day. Sign it, he announced, racing to the kitchen to grab an energy bar. It was not his usual breakfast, but this morning had him feeling anything but usual, so it'd suffice. What? You didn't tell us. Mitsuki screeched, rolling up the magazine and whacking him on the back with it when he walked past. Katsuki hissed at her. Fucking sign it. I'm leaving in 2 minutes. They pointed matching scowls at each other, and Masaru decided not to get involved. Mitsuki tore away with a growl, snatching up the pen and scribbling her signature down furiously. Fuck fine. Have fun. And you better take lots of fucking pictures. Katsuki grabbed the paper as soon as she was done and stuffed it in his pocket. He made his way to the door, shoving sneakers on and grabbing a cap before he walked out. His hair would not be seen today. I mean it, brat. I want pictures dash. He shut the door before she could finish. Actually, did he bring his phone? Katsuki patted himself down and groaned loudly. Fuck. 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 Fuck, why the hell was it so hot outside? It was supposed to be tempered today. Mild according to the weather report he checked multiple times. So why does Katsuki feel like he's about to combust? Was it too hot to bring Izuku out? Or was Katsuki just losing his damn mind? Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and he couldn't figure out if it was from the heat or his anxiety hitting overdrive. Regardless, he immediately swiped them away with a muttered curse. He needed to relax before he actually became a walking hazard, but that was much easier said than done. As he walked down the busy street, Katsuki couldn't ignore the minefield of dangers lurking at every turn. Bikes zipped by. People hurriedly shoved their way through the crowds, becoming practically bulldozers in the narrow streets, and cars blared their horns at pedestrians who didn't care to look before they crossed the road. Surrounded by all this relentless noise, Katsuki's nerves were on high alert, and his jaw clamped tightly. What the hell made him think dragging Izuku out into this chaos was a good call? When has the world ever been a kind, good place? Never. Yet, here was Katsuki, tossing Izuku directly back into it. What the fuck was he even thinking? He got hit by a fucking bike literally yesterday, and he still thought this outing was a stroke of genius? Guilt was a powerful thing, and one that made him stupid apparently. If he didn't know that before, he sure as hell did now. Pulling his cap down further, as if that would help anything, he grimaced. There was no way he could cancel, as much as he now wanted to. He couldn't afford to call this off and let Izuku down again, against his better judgment and internal alarms urging him to just call this whole thing off. Maybe compromise and walk Izuku around the hospital instead. He swallowed down as much unease as he could and trudged on. Even if the hospital halls seemed like a safer, less unpredictable option than the outside world, he knew he had no other choice but to see it through. No. He couldn't control what happens out here, but he'd be damned if Izuku didn't have a good time in the midst of it all. He was a hero in training after all. If he couldn't defend Izuku from a stray pedestrian, then he should really start rethinking his career. Koji smoothly maneuvered the wheelchair, bringing Izuku into the plaza, and Katsuki's eyes widened. Izuku was clad in large jeans that practically pulled around weathered white sneakers, despite being rolled up in an oversized yellow sweater with some faded graphic on the front. He looked like a normal teenager, a certain light in his eyes as he gazed around the area hopefully. Their eyes locked, and Izuku gave him the brightest smile. Staggeredly, Katsuki approached the two. It was so oddly strange, seeing the green net out of his usual pale blue hospital gown. After so long, he had grown accustomed to it. Actually, it seemed like he'd only ever seen Izuku in a uniform, despite how long they'd known each other. Kindergarten, elementary, middle school, and now this hospital. It shouldn't feel so personal. It really shouldn't. But somehow, in a ridiculous way, he reminded himself, it made him feel closer. Katsuki tried his best to mimic some kind of smile, taking a deep breath through his nose. Where they get the clothes from anyway? As if he was a mind reader, Koji spoke. I donated a couple of my younger brother's old things. They're the same age, but I forgot how tiny Midoriya is. Izuku flushed at his statement, but the excitement in his eyes as he smiled at Katsuki didn't diminish. That vibrant energy practically radiated off of him, and steadily Katsuki found himself shedding any residual nerves. That's right, there was no reason for today to not go well. You ready to go? Katsuki asked, feeling more steady than he had in a while, and Izuku beamed up at him dazzlingly. Yes, thank you so much, both of you. Seeing as they were ready and set to go, Koji stepped away. Have fun, but be back before 5, or I'll send out a search party, he threatened amusedly, waving them off to go do his other duties. The brunette thanked him again as he left, then turned back to the blonde. Katsuki was sure that if he wasn't chair-bound, he'd be bouncing up and down like a rabbit with how happy he was. Without wasting another second, he rounded to take hold of the wheelchair's handles. You have no idea how excited I am. Izuku started, excess nerves making him mess with his sleeves as Katsuki pushed him towards the automatic sliding doors. Katsuki just snorted. Pretty sure I do, he muttered fondly. But Izuku continued on as if he needed to explain it, as if it wasn't obvious. I couldn't believe it when Koji told me this morning. Then when he said it was your idea, Kak and I haven't been outside before. Well, I have, but not that I can remember. I definitely have been, but it feels like this is the first time, he trailed off, mumbling quickly as they finally exited. The sun bathed over them both, and Izuku's eyes darted around eagerly, taking everything in. Katsuki just took one look at Izuku's pale skin under the sun and on a whim, took his cap off, flipping it around and sticking it firmly on Izuku's head. Wah! Izuku ducked, looking up at Katsuki from beneath the brim while his hands reached to feel the new weight. Katsuki just snickered at how his curls peeked out the bottom, fluffing out in a ring. Don't want to get burned on your first day out? He answered, beginning to walk again. Izuku snuck a glance back at him. And no, not really. What about you, Kakin? I'll be fine. I've actually seen the sun in the past few months. The blonde stated, and Izuku sat back with a faint blush on his cheeks, mumbling an embarrassed agreement. That makes sense. So where are we going to? That was the big question. Katsuki looked to the sky, like that held the answer. Did he ever come to a definitive conclusion about the day's plans? He didn't even end up making a proper list. Too preoccupied with being an overthinking wreck to remember he actually needed to come to a decision. There were so many, yet so few options. Anywhere you wanted, is what he ended up saying, and Izuku turned to look back at him, head in a confused tilt. I don't know anything. He turned back around in his chair. Did you forget that I'm the one with amnesia here? Katsuki choked on his own spit. An amused smirk tugged at his lips, and he breathed out a huff. When did you become such a smartass? When you asked me for directions. Izuku giggled, but something caught his eye. What's that over there? He pointed in front of them to the large fountain in the distance. It was situated in the center of a park, surrounded by a circle of roses and various other flowers that only looked like a blur of bright color from where they were. Huh, the memorial statue. Katsuki squinted to make sure he got that right. It's not like he hadn't been there before, just not regularly. Going to the place that tallied the deaths of heroes just felt like a bad omen, since he wanted to actually be one. Not that any villain could ever kill him. He would never let that happen. It was built for heroes, as a symbol of remembrance for those who died while protecting the city. You want to see it? He explained, and Izuku's hands stilled a bit. Katsuki was ready just to scratch it off the list and suggest they go someplace else, because now that he thought on it, something so macabre was definitely not how he wanted to start this day off. Wow. Oh, yes, thank you. Izuku answered instead, an undeniable sort of awe in his voice. Right. Izuku was kind, Katsuki remembered. He wouldn't be deterred by something like morbidity if it meant being respectful. Katsuki hummed and pushed them along. The flowers would be nice at least, and it would give him time to construct a proper plan. Izuku stared up at the carved monument, something indescribable swirling within his wide eyes. Katsuki, personally, would rather not look at it too long. Instead, his gaze drifted to the stores lining the streets. Books, antiques, stationery, cafe. "You hungry?" He called out, and for a moment, didn't get a response. "Hey!" He tried again, and Izuku blinked before turning back to face him. "Oh, I'm all right. Are you hungry?" Katsuki looked at him blankly. While the baggy clothes did well to hide Izuku's skinny frame, Katsuki knew it was there, and he knew Izuku deserved to taste more than hospital food. Plus, getting something to eat before going out was generally a nice experience, at least from what Katsuki remembered. Though on second thought, maybe his friendships from before were not something he wanted to be reminded of right now. "Yup, there's a cafe over there." He jerked his thumb at it, and Izuku followed the direction. "Sure." Izuku stared up at the chalkboard menu with a worried expression. His eyes flew at Katsuki, who stared down at him, and he whispered, "Kaken, I forgot I don't have any money." He said it like it was some sort of terrible secret, and Katsuki's lips quirked up at the edges. "Good thing I came prepared then, huh? What would you even do without me, nerd?" He pulled his wallet out of his pocket, and Izuku jumped. "Huh, are you paying?" He exclaimed like that was unexpected, like he didn't even think someone would want to buy it for him. Katsuki fought off the frown, threatening to show, because he had hoped Izuku would know by now that he could rely on him, in this sense at least. "Of course, what do you want?" Izuku waved his hands in a dismissive motion. "And no, it's okay. I don't want to take your money dash. I'm buying you something anyway. Might as well pick what you actually want," he said finally, and a conflicted look passed over Izuku's face. He bit his lip, gaze dropping to his lap. Katsuki didn't like how, after so long, Izuku still struggled to accept help, especially from him. He wanted to give things to Izuku. He wanted to repay all that is taken away. But Izuku was just trained to not want that kind of thing, to not rely on other people when there's something he's lacking. Months of healing couldn't repair years of conditioning, no matter how much Katsuki had hoped it could. Izuku said quietly, his eyes flitting back up to the chalkboard then to Blonde. "Don't look at the prices," Katsuki began. "I'll get you anything and everything you want." "Are you sure?" Izuku asked after a second. "Yes," he answered easily, instantly. What about the caramel effort pay, is that right?" Izuku muttered off at the end, wondering if he pronounced a foreign word correctly, despite all his previous words. Katsuki's nose instantly scrunched at the picture of it, filled with ice cream and drizzled with caramel syrup, along with other ingredients that he would normally throw up at the sweetness of. That cup of sugar? Izuku's eyes widened at the disgust in Katsuki's tone, and his hands waved, shaking his head. "And no, never mind. I'll pick something else, Dash." He started to backtrack, but Katsuki stopped that immediately. He did say he'd get him anything, and unfortunately, that also included something that could send a person into cardiac arrest. "Izuku, do you want it?" He iterated, combating the internal urge to make Izuku pick a healthier option. He was a hospital patient, for fuck's sake. What did that clause say? The hospital wouldn't be responsible for any ailments. Would letting Izuku have this count? "Yes," Izuku admitted, looking down at the ground. Katsuki held back a sigh, and instead stepped forward, ready to order. "Then I'll get it for you." Katsuki watched intently as he took a sip. It took a second, but Izuku's eyes crinkled at the corners, and Katsuki barked out a laugh. "How is it?" He grinned knowingly, drinking some of the black coffee he got. It was strong, but Katsuki was not a wimp. "It's really sweet," Izuku admitted with a small voice. Katsuki tried not to look too smug. "Fucking told you. Hang on." Katsuki took the drink out of his hands, because like hell was he going to let Izuku's first experience out be ruined by a bad drink. Izuku watched as he scooped out the ice cream, putting it in his own cup before pouring some of his coffee into the frappe. Katsuki handed it to him, and Izuku took it back in what was practically amazement. "See if that's better," he said, and Izuku nodded, instantly mixing it together with a straw and taking another sip. His eyes dazzled, and Katsuki felt his ego inflate to the size of a blimp. He was just killing two birds with one stone, really, making both of the drinks taste better. Izuku's praise was just an added bonus. That's really good, he exclaimed, and the blonde grinned victoriously. Thank you, Kakin. Katsuki just shrugged. Don't thank me yet. Just wait till you see where we're going next. Izuku smiled, but then gave him a certain look. Oh, I thought you didn't have a plan? He asked innocently, but Katsuki scared. I always have a fucking plan, he said, as if he didn't just remember it now. Whatever, his improvisational skills on the battlefield were unparalleled. This should be no different. If he thought Izuku's eyes sparkled before, it was nothing compared to how they dazzled now, practically full of entire galaxies, as he took in all the plants around them. Katsuki thought that it looked just right, the green net practically blending in with all the foliage like he belonged here. Be with you in a minute. A familiar voice called out, and Katsuki realized it was the same florist he met last time. Both of them turned to face the voice, and Katsuki saw recognition flash over her face. Welcome back, she greeted in surprise, her eyes widening even more when she noticed the meek boy in the wheelchair. Izuku looked between the two curiously. Oh, is this him? The nerd? She asked, and instantly their faces flushed. Katsuki coughed into his hand. Yeah. He did his best to avoid Izuku's questioning stare, as if he could explain that the only way he was able to describe the green net was by saying nerd. He would never live that down. She clapped her hands once, a smile spreading across her face as she turned her attention to Izuku. I hope the lavender suited you. I thought it did. Izuku nodded, a nervous smile on his face as he looked away from the blonde. It was perfect, thank you, he uttered, and she hummed back. Katsuki was momentarily relieved the focus was off of him. Glad his description of you was enough for my quirk to work on, she said offhandedly, but instantly Izuku's interest was piqued. Oh, what is your quirk? Nothing that special. I'm just good with plants is all. She waved her hand in front of her dismissively. Anyway, what can I help you with today? You got another good one? Katsuki asked, interjected, and she nodded her head, unperturbed by his lackluster manners. Of course. She started walking, and Katsuki pushed them both to follow along. She hummed again, scouring the shelves. After a second, she stopped and pulled out a vase popping with bright oranges and golds. She held it out for them to look at, and Izuku leaned forward. Calendula, he said, and the woman grinned. Katsuki shouldn't have been surprised he knew what it was. Yes, otherwise known as marigolds. They can provide some health benefits, but otherwise are just pretty. She explained, sending a look to the blonde that he couldn't quite decipher. I see, Izuku muttered, eyes sparkling, and Katsuki thought that this was going a lot easier than he expected. At first, he ignored it, but by the third time his phone was buzzing in his pocket, Katsuki had no choice but to step out and answer it. Izuku and the plant lady had gotten into a discussion about cacti or something he wasn't really listening to, so he quietly left them to it. What? He knew who it was instantly, because who else would ring him so persistently? Just checking in. How is everything? How's Izuku doing? Mitsuki answered, tone light. Fine. Katsuki graved her with a minimal response. He stared around the street, bored and mildly annoyed. Like he let Izuku do anything less than fine. Great. You got him something to eat, yeah? He's not getting overwhelmed, is he? Oh, you should take him to the park, but make sure he doesn't get burned dash. Katsuki groaned and pinched the bridge of his nose. I've got it covered, he gritted out. Good. Don't forget those pictures, she trailed on and down the street. Katsuki saw a familiar, all-encompassing shade of pink. Oh no. Yeah, whatever, bye. He hung up quickly and spun on his heels. Shit. Huh? Bakugu? Bakugu. He heard the distant call, and all sense of ease dissipated just like that. Fuck. Not this again. Katsuki realized too late that it wasn't just Mina. There were others. It was a few people he recognized from his class. The invisible one, the floaty one, and the frog one loitering behind her. His chest tightened as he instinctively shifted his weight, positioning himself toward the door, ready to just go back inside and pretend he didn't notice them. But then he paused. Going back inside would lead them straight to Izuku, and he really was not ready for more of that. He hesitated, hand hovering near the door handle, and in that short moment, Mina caught up. She was the only one who approached, while the others lingered curiously behind. Too late for him to evade now. Katsuki dropped his gaze to the pavement, his jaw tense, and drew in a slow, controlled breath. He could hear her footsteps stop just a few paces away. "Bakugu, can I talk to you?" Mina's voice was uncharacteristically quiet, toned down from its usual cheerfulness. He cut her a glare from the corner of his eye. He didn't have much of a choice at this point, did he? Still, he didn't move, didn't speak, but he also didn't blow up at her or walk away. Mina took his silence as permission to continue. "I didn't mean to, overstep before," she started, biting her lip in hesitation. "Well, obviously I did, but listen." Katsuki's eyebrow twitched. She didn't mean to? His teeth ground together as she fumbled for her next words. "It was bad of me to push so hard, but when I get into something, it's hard for me to back out sometimes." Her eyes locked with his, and she seemed genuinely apologetic, but Katsuki wasn't buying it. He clenched his fists in his pockets. Respecting someone's privacy wasn't that difficult, was it? She and the others had followed him from school to the hospital. For what? He held his tongue, jaw working tightly as the silence stretched on. Mina sighed when it became clear he wasn't going to respond. "I just want to say I'm really sorry. And I'm sorry for dragging the others into it too. If you don't want to forgive me, that's fine. But maybe you can forgive them? It's eating Kiri up inside, Anyway," she stepped back a little, "that's all I want to say." Katsuki didn't even blink. He just stared at her, dumbfounded, annoyed. Mina waited for a moment, and when he didn't so much as grunt in response, she turned to leave. He released the breath he had been holding and reached for the door. God, that was the last fucking thing he needed today. "Wait, one last thing. What's his favorite color?" Mina suddenly shouted over her shoulder. Katsuki froze, eyes narrowing. She hadn't even moved away yet. "Ha!" he barked. "His favorite color. You know what those are, right?" He sputtered. "Of fucking course I do." His teeth grit as he processed the question. What the hell was she getting at? Izuku's favorite color, what was it? Yellow bag. Red shoes. All might. Red and yellow or some shit. "Why?" he asked, irritated. Mina gave him a knowing look, like she had figured out something he hadn't. But instead of explaining herself, she shrugged. "Okay, thanks. Have fun on your date." She waved cheerfully and spun around, heading back to the others. Katsuki sighed in relief. Now back to the... Katsuki's entire face flamed. "Ha!" he screeched, his voice breaking as he heard her barely contained laughter. Katsuki found Izuku still sitting by the panel of seed packets, muttering under his breath as he secured a flower pot on his lap with one hand and inspected a pack of seeds with the other. With a grunt, Katsuki settled back into the aisle beside him and pulled out his phone, cringing at the amount of texts his mother bombarded him with, threatening lectures about hanging up on her like that, or she'd beat his ass, and reminders to take photos. "Was it your friends outside?" Izuku asked quietly. Katsuki's head snapped toward him. Izuku looked up, sheepish under the sudden intensity of his gaze. "Wasn't that Amina? You were both pretty loud," he mumbled lowly. Katsuki clicked his tongue, frowning as he shoved his hands into his pockets. "They're not my friends. I told them to leave me the fuck alone." Izuku blinked in confusion. Why? "'Cause following me to a hospital was a goddamn shitty thing to do. I told them to stay out of my business, and they didn't, so fuck them." "Oh." Izuku stared down at the flower petals, his lips pressed into a thin line as he thought. Did they realize that was wrong? Katsuki gripped the handles of Izuku's wheelchair, leading him from the nursery back to the main shop. "I don't fucking know. One did, at least." Izuku hummed softly, his fingers brushing the delicate petals. Katsuki braced himself, expecting him to tell him to apologize or some bullshit like that. Of course Izuku wouldn't understand. He didn't even know what having friends was like. "Well," Izuku began hesitantly, "people do make mistakes." Katsuki's hands tightened on the handles, the words hitting him harder than they should have. His chest constricted, and he fought the urge to snap. Izuku wasn't talking about him, right? He wasn't. "You're a really cool person," Izuku continued. So I understand why they want to know more about you. And not that it was the right thing to do, he added quickly. I just don't think it was done out of malice. I'm not fucking apologizing to them, Katsuki muttered. You don't have to, Izuku said softly. But if they do apologize, I think it could be better to give them another chance. You deserve to have friends, Kaken. Katsuki's jaw clenched. He could feel the weight of those words settling in, stirring something uncomfortable inside him. People deserve second chances or some shit. Comparatively, what he did to Izuku was far worse. In his eyes, it was unforgivable, and yet, what would you know, he growled. But even as he spoke, Izuku didn't flinch. I know that you don't seem happy, Izuku said, his fingers grazing a vibrant yellow petal. The gentle touch seemed to soften his words, yet they hit Katsuki like a blow. The words caught in his throat. I am happy here with you. Izuku was quiet for a moment before responding, his voice barely above a whisper. I think you deserve much better than me, Kaken, and you deserve to be happy when I'm not around too. Katsuki's grip on the wheelchair tightened. Izuku, if you're ready to buy, I can ring you up now, the cashier interrupted gently from the front. Thank you so much for today, Kaken. There was a certain sadness in his smile. Izuku's voice wavered, his usual bright tone laced with bittersweetness, something that Katsuki noticed right away as he walked him back to the hospital. That tug of disappointment in Katsuki's chest only deepened, a sharp click of his tongue the only acknowledgement he gave to the sinking feeling that their day was ending too soon. But it was sunset now, and he needed to do the responsible thing and get Izuku back. You act like we'll never do it again, Katsuki muttered, the words as much for himself as they were for Izuku. Izuku's eyes widened in surprise. We will? Of course, damn nerd. Soon, you'll be walking on your own, too. Izuku blinked, his wide green eyes glistening as they filled with tears. Thank you. Katsuki looked away, trying to hide the heat rising in his face. You've already thanked me like 100 times today, Katsuki grumbled, though his tone lacked its usual bite. Because I really mean it, Izuku mumbled, ducking his head to wipe his eyes on his sleeve. Thank you so much for everything. Katsuki didn't respond right away. The sincerity in Izuku's words was hard to face head-on, especially when Katsuki could still hear his own thoughts echoing back at him. I don't deserve this. The next day, Katsuki trudged up to his classroom, the weight of yesterday lingering in his chest like an itch he couldn't scratch. He arrived at school earlier than usual, intending to avoid his classmates for as long as possible. But the moment he stepped into the classroom, something immediately caught his attention. Something garish, wrapped up in a gift basket on his desk. The fuck is this? Katsuki stared down at the brightly colored thing, stuffed with yellow tissue paper and tied with red ribbons. A care package. Mina chimed in, standing beside Kirishima. Her voice was uncharacteristically gentle, like she knew she was treading dangerous waters. The fuck are you giving it to me for? It's not for you, silly. It's for your friend, she explained. Katsuki stared. Yeah, since you won't let us see him, we made this for him, Mina added, and Katsuki could feel the heat rising in his chest again, that mix of irritation and something uncomfortably close to something he wouldn't accept. Why? Kirishima shrugged, but his usual sharp smile was soft. Think of it like a get-well-soon gift. It's not fair that he's stuck in the hospital all the time. Yeah, Mina chimed in again. We're training to be heroes, but Kugu, we're not heartless, you know. Katsuki's eyes drifted to the tag, hanging off a red and yellow striped ribbon. From your friends at 1A, tongue sticking out. What a fucking joke. Later, at lunch, the cafeteria table rattled when Katsuki dropped his tray onto it with a thud. The group, sitting there, jumped, startled by his sudden appearance. Biba Kugu, Kirishima blurted out, his eyes wide with nervousness. Are you still mad at us? We're really sorry, Dash. Shut up, Katsuki grumbled, cutting him off. Even to his own ears, the words lacked their usual venom. He stared at Kirishima for a moment. I'm not doing this for you, he muttered, before turning his glare toward Mina. His eyes narrowed, but she only smiled back at him, entirely unfazed, completely relieved and happy. And I'm not fucking doing this for you either, he added, though this time there was less fire behind it, just a heavy sense of resignation. Mina shrugged again, her smile bright as always. Sure. Don't think your little fucking speech did anything, Katsuki grumbled, half to himself as he stared down his food, half tempted to just flip the tray onto the floor and walk away. Kirishima's face lit up, his grin wide, but Katsuki forced himself to ignore it for the rest of lunch. What's that? Izuku asked as soon as his gaze landed on the colorful basket Katsuki was carrying inside. Katsuki scratched the back of his head, unsure of how to present it. It's a get-well-soon gift from EXT Dash. He caught himself, biting back the word extras before continuing. The people in my class. For you. Izuku's eyes widened, the genuine surprise and joy brightening his face in an instant. Really? That's so nice of them. Please tell them thanks for me. Katsuki grunted, feeling awkward. He walked over and sat down on Izuku's lap. Uh-huh. Izuku's smile only grew as he rifled through the gift, pulling out snacks, little packages of sweets, and small trinkets. Katsuki watched as Izuku's fingers lingered on each item. He especially seemed to marvel at the small figurines of various heroes and pop culture characters. He saw the tag tied on it and tilted it to read. When he did, he turned absolutely starstruck. Oh, wow, they even said they were my friends. Izuku's voice was full of wonder, his words sending a strange warmth creeping through Katsuki's chest. He hadn't expected Izuku to be so touched by something he considered superficial. After a moment of silence, Katsuki shifted in his seat. I took your advice. Izuku looked up from the items, curious. HM? What advice? One apologized. Katsuki muttered, leaning back in his chair, crossing his arms as if to brush off the significance. Oh! Izuku beamed, setting aside the trinkets. That's good. Well, not good, but better. I'm happy for you. The corners of Katsuki's mouth twitched, but he didn't say anything. Instead, his gaze shifted to the new room Izuku had been moved to, larger than the previous one, though still confining. But the window, positioned right by Izuku's bed, offered a view of the hospital gardens, along with the fading glow of the sunset, casting a warm light across the room. It felt more peaceful, a small improvement, but still nowhere near enough for someone like Izuku. Katsuki sat slouched in the stiff chair, watching as his childhood friend looked over all the small gifts again, holding them gently, almost reverently. Katsuki's chest tightened. Izuku's wide smile, so vibrant and innocent, made him feel like a fucking fraud. Katsuki exhaled sharply through his nose, trying to shake the feelings that would just never go away. He wasn't going to let himself spiral down that path again. No, he was different now. Better now. He had reasons to keep his head up now, despite everything in his being telling him he shouldn't bother. Today in class, the sports festival had been brought up, and the idea had been hanging off his every thought since. It was the first real shot he had to prove himself, not just as some hothead in school, but as someone capable of standing above the rest, who earned it on equal grounds. And maybe, if he won, maybe then he'd be worthy of something better, worthy of Izuku's forgiveness. If he could show the world, and Izuku, what he could do, maybe he could start to believe it too. He glanced out the window again, the setting sun reminding him of the time. He didn't have long to prepare for the festival, and by what he'd seen of his classmates, he'd need all the experience he could get. I gotta get going, he said after a moment. Can't fall behind on training. Izuku's smile faltered, his eyes flashing with disappointment. Huh? Training? At this hour? Sports festivals coming up? Katsuki grunted, trying to ignore the small voice in his head telling him to stay a bit longer. He couldn't give in. He was supposed to focus on getting stronger, on climbing to the top. Yet just one sad look from Izuku was enough to make him falter and hesitate. Damn it, he had a lot of fucking work cut out for him. Sports festival? Izuku's face brightened again, curiosity replacing his sadness. What's that like? It's a tournament for the year groups at UA. You fight in rounds until there's one winner. You'll probably see it on TV. On TV? Izuku gasped, excitement bubbling in his voice. So I'll finally be able to see your quirk? Katsuki stiffened. Izuku didn't even know. How could he know? Izuku's gaze wavered, always attuned to the sudden tension that sometimes seemed to strike the blonde. Ice explosions, right? From the nitroglycerin in your sweat? That's all Ani told me. You'll be fighting with it, right? Yeah, Katsuki replied, his voice quieter than he intended. He didn't know what he wanted more. For Izuku to see his strength, or for him to never remember how he used to use that same quirk to tear him down. But no matter what, Katsuki knew one thing. He had to win. For Izuku, for himself, for the chance to finally stop feeling like a failure. Izuku, however, just smiled softly. I bet you'll be amazing, Kaken. I can't wait to cheer you on. The next day, Izuku was in for another examination, a checkup to assess his condition. He hadn't had many sessions of physical therapy. He didn't know if he was progressing at a natural rate. But today, everything just seemed impossible. He did his best, but no matter what, no matter how much effort he put in, it seemed like all he could manage was a small twitch of his tendons. His legs just wouldn't lift or move or bend. Without the doctor's hold on them, it was like they didn't even belong to him. If you can't even manage this much, the doctor said, shaking his head with a sigh as he let go of Izuku's legs. At the words, at the clear disappointment, Izuku's heart sank immediately, a cold, heavy feeling spreading through him. What? I'll try harder, Izuku quickly stammered, his voice trembling, but the doctor was already standing, turning to leave. We'll stop for today. Save your strength for physical therapy tomorrow. Izuku's eyes widened, his voice catching in his throat. W, what did you mean? Will I be able to walk again? I thought I was getting better, wasn't I? The doctor paused at the door, glancing back with a cold, indifferent expression. For now, try to keep your expectations more realistic. With that, the doctor left, leaving Izuku alone in the room. The silence was oppressive, and Izuku's heart pounded painfully in his chest. The words echoed around his mind, the sense of dread and helplessness feeling hauntingly familiar. Why was that so familiar? The doctor's words echoed in Izuku's mind long after he left the room. His legs still felt numb, heavy, like they weren't even a part of him anymore. He tried not to cry, biting the inside of his cheek as he stared at them. Realistic expectations. The phrase replayed in his head, over and over, each time crushing him a little more. Izuku's chest tightened, and he pressed his fist into his lap. Was this it? Was this really his life now? Trapped in a bed, with his legs useless, watching the world pass him by while he stayed behind. He didn't even know why it felt so familiar. The suffocating helplessness, the heavy silence after the doctor left, the way his heart sank like it had been stomped on. It was like he had been here before, like he had felt this weight before, but couldn't grasp why. Katsuki had come by after training, and the hospital room was quiet except for the occasional sound of the outside world seeping in through the window. Izuku sat quietly, staring out the grounds below, while Katsuki sat in his usual spot. He had noticed immediately that something was off. Izuku wasn't smiling the same way. He didn't greet him with his normal excitement. His eyes were distant, like his mind was somewhere far away, caught in some sort of spiral Katsuki couldn't reach. You know what I find really cool about plants? Izuku suddenly broke the silence, his voice softer than usual. If you start spouting Latin jargon again, Katsuki grumbled, trying to lighten the mood, but Izuku shook his head with a faint smile. No, that's not what I meant. What is it then? Izuku paused, gathering his thoughts. There are a lot of plants that can regenerate completely, just from precursor cells. Some trees, even when cut down to ground, regrow as sprouts. They grow back their stems, their leaves. Katsuki blinked, tilting his head slightly. Izuku. There's one. The Selaginella lepidophylla Izuku caught himself, remembering Katsuki's earlier complaint about the scientific names. He smiled apologetically. It's called the resurrection plant. It's more like a moss, really, since it's a sporophyte, but it can survive almost complete desiccation, you know? It lowers its metabolic activity to the bare minimum when there's no water, and then, when water becomes available, it just rehydrates and goes back the way it was before, even though it was almost dead. Izuku's smile faded as he finished. There was a sadness in his voice, an undercurrent of hopelessness, that Katsuki couldn't ignore. Katsuki just stared at him for a moment, worry gnawing at him from the inside out. Izuku? Yes. Izuku's voice was soft, too soft. You're gonna get better. Izuku's eyes widened. He stared at Katsuki, his expression frozen. Slowly, tears welled up in his eyes, spilling over before he could stop them. He pressed the back of his hand against them, trying to hide it. I know, he whispered, but his voice cracked, betraying the truth. What happened? Katsuki asked quietly, his voice low and gentle, a tone he rarely used. And nothing happened. Izuku lied, his voice barely audible. But then the dam broke. Izuku started to cry, his shoulders shaking with each sob. Kaken, I don't know anything, he choked out between sobs, his voice raw and desperate. I don't know who I am. I don't know what happened before, and I don't know what will happen now. I feel so stuck. Katsuki's chest ached as he watched Izuku unravel. Without a word, he pulled Izuku into a hug, holding him close. Izuku clung to him, his face buried in Katsuki's shoulder as he cried, the tears soaking into Katsuki's shirt. Katsuki held him tightly, his jaw clenched, heart pounding. He knew that feeling, the feeling of being stuck, of not knowing what's next, of being so lost in guilt and uncertainty that it felt like there was no way out. Since finding Izuku's notebook, Katsuki had been piecing things together. He knew there was something more, something deeper that had shattered Izuku before his memory was wiped, something that went beyond what anyone had told him. And as Izuku cried in his arms, Katsuki made a silent promise to himself. He was going to find out the truth, no matter how painful it was. There was one major place to start, one that could hold the key to what really happened. Katsuki didn't know if he was ready for the answers, but he knew he couldn't stop until he had them. For Izuku's sake. Preparations for the sports festival seemed to rush by, blurring one day into the next. Katsuki found himself caught in an exhaustive cycle, train until collapse, sink into the mire of his thoughts, then drag himself back into focus by sheer force of will. At school, his classmates were electrified by the upcoming event, buzzing with plans and excitement. They jabbered on about it, about how heroes would be watching and scouting them for work studies, about how this would be their first real shot at recognition. Katsuki didn't engage much, absorbing the noise rather than contributing to it. All he lended was an occasional glance, or keeping an ear out for people openly discussing strategies like idiots. He knew, logistically speaking, that he could beat the majority of his classmates and be possibly matched by a few. But any time assurances like those arose in his thoughts, that burrowing itch in the back of his mind would start digging again, shoveling up old concerns. Thinking so arrogantly had never led to anything good, not in the past, and it wouldn't now. So currently, he tried to stick with caution, though meticulous pre-planning wasn't something he normally bothered with. That was Izuku's thing, analyzing every little detail, muttering strategies under his breath like it was some sort of obsession. Katsuki had always fought with his gut, reacting in real time and overpowering his opponents through sheer instinct and raw strength. But this time, he tried to think like Izuku. Izuku used to study people, heroes, like they were puzzles, breaking them apart in his head until he could see exactly what their weaknesses were. That much was evidence in his notebook, filled to the literal brim with intricate analysis, doctored with an attentiveness that would be impressive to anyone who read it. Katsuki tried to do the same now, reference and adapt that kind of mindset, scanning for flaws, habits, and gaps in the techniques and mannerisms of others. He watched how his classmates moved, where their attention wavered, how they handled stress or being overwhelmed during training. It wasn't natural for him, felt too much like slowing down, but it worked. The more he paid attention, the more he could feel himself putting together a mental list of quick takedowns. Still, there were a few who were hard to pin, some whose full potential hadn't been explicitly shown. That bird guy, Tokoimi, his quirk was undeniably strong, but Katsuki didn't know its limits. Would it be weakened in direct light? Would it be hindered by a strong enough blast, or would attacks like that have little effect on the incorporeal form? Then there was that half-and-half bastard, Todoroki. His fire and ice combination was impressive, sure, but it was also weirdly restrained. He hardly ever used his fire side, unless it was to melt his ice after the fact. Was he just holding back out of pride or egotism? Or was it some kind of personal hang-up? And that purple-haired guy who hardly spoke, Hitoshi something. Katsuki didn't know shit about the mechanics of his quirk, and that pissed him off more than anything. And then there was Yaoyorozu. Katsuki could admit her quirk was remarkable quietly in the back of his mind. If she had the knowledge, which she did extensively, and the time, she could make anything. Hell, she could probably whip up some kind of explosion-proof gear or weapon strong enough to level the playing field. And this was just his own class. Wanbi was still a complete wild card. He didn't know much beyond contentious spouting of Monoma, who seemed to think Wanbi was God's gift to Yue. Katsuki bristled just remembering the guy's smug face and eccentricity. Boasting was one thing. He could respect a bit of confidence, but this was just completely obnoxious. So, as the days counted down, Katsuki only worked harder, pushing himself to the edge of what his body could handle and then a little further. He had a goal, and it wasn't just about winning the festival. It was far more important than that. The hospital room was quiet, the heavy silence broken only by the faint click and swish of Katsuki's phone as he played, rewound, and replayed the same training clip for what felt like the 100th time. Kaken had been distracted lately, and Izuku tried not to interfere, but minding his own business really wasn't his strong suit. Sometimes, Katsuki would just stare at his phone, an exhausted scowl on his face as he reviewed videos of his training, scratching out revised regimes or additions on a spare piece of crumpled paper, trying to find faults or cracks in his techniques with a criticalness that bordered on self-loathing. In short, Izuku was getting worried. "Kaken," Izuku said, interrupting the staunch silence. It felt almost taboo to do such a thing, but Katsuki had been playing and rewinding the same clip for close to an hour now, his frown and furrowed brows deepening each time. He hadn't broken concentration for even a minute, and Izuku could see he was coming to the end of his tether. Katsuki exhaled deeply, finally taking his eyes away before rubbing a hand over his face. Yeah, Izuku. Is there anything I can do to help?" "Nah, I got it. I gotta do this on my own." That's what he said, and he did sound resolute in it. But Izuku really didn't want to watch him spend another hour devolving into a simmering frustration. But maybe it'd help to get a second opinion. He tried again. The two stared at each other for a moment, and Katsuki finally seemed to notice the concern carved in Izuku's features. He relented. All right. Katsuki flipped his phone around and passed it over. Put those big eyes to work. Izuku looked absolutely delighted to do so. He took hold of the device and put the video to the beginning. "What's bothering you about it the most?" he asked, scanning over Katsuki's routine. He tried to hide his excitement at being able to see the hero student in his element, kept his expression carefully schooled so as to not nerd out completely. Kaken was so impressive, he'd always known that. But seeing it really, "There's something wrong with my form." Katsuki grumbled, sliding down the back of his seat, like this whole ordeal had physically exhausted him. Izuku hummed. Looking at the video, there wasn't something glaringly wrong. Katsuki's movements were powerful, strong, effective. It was clear he knew what he was doing, and it was very clear that in a battle he would come out victorious. But Izuku knew Katsuki wouldn't accept that as an answer. I don't know about that. Maybe it's just that it seems too mechanical. The movements flow from each other, practiced. But I think because of that, you're losing a bit of momentum in the push-off here." He pointed to a specific moment. "There's not as much power put into it as you're putting into your upper body movements." Izuku replayed it slowly, and Katsuki looked. Izuku hummed and flicked further into the video, to the start of another routine Katsuki had been watching earlier. In this one, too, you're going in with your left arm first. It's guiding the rest of your movements. Katsuki scrutinized the video, and at the same time, thought back to the majority of his training sessions. He does always start with a left hook, doesn't he? "Yeah, I guess I am." Well, that being said, I don't know much about fighting or any of the right techniques, so maybe that's actually fine in battle unless your opponent faces you long enough to get used to it. I also think that since it's just training, it's not an accurate representation of how you'd really fight in the moment. So, I wouldn't be so hard on yourself. Some of my classmates are fucking powerhouses. I can't just trust that I'll be good enough in the moment when it counts. Do you ever think that your classmates might think that way about you too? Katsuki stared at him. I mean, you placed first in the entrance exam and everything, and you're incredibly smart, and your quirk is amazing and dash. All right, shut it, nerd. I'm just saying, Kakin, even in those videos, what was bothering you about them is negligible in comparison to everything else. The power of your strikes left literal dents in the training dummy, even without your quirk, which is incredible. Katsuki looked down at his hands. Izuku continued, there's a difference between focusing on improvement and just focusing on your failures. You're losing faith in your actual abilities because you're too worried about the small things. You're super strong, Kakin, and very capable. So these small things will be ironed out in time, with experience, and probably before you even know it. The blonde leaned back in his seat, looking up to the ceiling, having faith in himself. How could he even try to think that he was better than he was, when that ended so catastrophically last time? The last time he had an unfounded amount of belief in his abilities. It made him so ignorant to the suffering of someone else. It almost killed someone. He started, but quickly realized he couldn't finish that sentence. He shook his head and let the silence settle over them both again. Izuku's fingers twitched in his lap. Kakin. Yeah. If you have some time, could you maybe tell me a bit about your classmates' quirks? Katsuki exhaled. He rolled his eyes, but couldn't quite hide the smile encroaching on his face. I guess so. Letting Izuku nerd out about some of his classmates' quirks was actually a lot more helpful than Katsuki first assumed. Deku's analysis expertise was interwoven with his whole being apparently, not just through years of note-taking. Tokoyami's quirk, Dark Shadow, might have an aversion to light, since it's a literal shadow. That meant that if they were paired up together, all he'd have to do is blast it, overwhelm it with the light from his quirk. Shinsu's quirk, they couldn't decipher as easily, since Katsuki hadn't seen much of it or experienced it. Izuku suggested to maybe just not interact with him if they were paired together, since he doesn't know how the mind control is triggered. For any of his classmates with heightened senses, like Gyro with her hearing, or Shuji if he had extra ears out, Katsuki had a natural advantage. Explosions were loud, and he was loud too. Disorientation followed by a swift takedown would be easy. For speed and agility-based quirks like Ida or Ojiro, he'd have to focus on evasion and unpredictability, relying on his other senses and trying to box them in. Agility quirks are often about freedom of movement, so if he took that away, he'd have an opening to overpower them. For Todoroki, all Katsuki could say was that he doesn't use his fire, and begrudgingly that he's powerful with even just his ice. Izuku hummed and frowned at that, and wondered why that could be, why he'd limit himself like that. But, pushing his own personal concerns aside, he just assured Katsuki that in a battle of ice and explosive firepower, as long as he stayed free and able to move, Katsuki should win it. Izuku thought that the quirks that work in tandem often need each other to function, so if he could exhaust Todoroki's ice, it might weaken him to some degree. At only half power, Todoroki was handicapping himself. But Katsuki didn't want a half-ass victory like that. It actually pissed him off to think about it. But if Todoroki wasn't going to do his best, then it really only worked in Katsuki's favor. Beating the number 2 hero's prize son? Yeah, that'd get him noticed by top-tier hero agencies. And if his ego took a hit for beating someone who was only half trying, then he'd just have to grit his teeth and shoulder through it. Winning at this point was bigger than just his pride now. If he could get All Might to notice him, then maybe he could get some answers, get the opportunity to talk to the man who had something to do with Izuku's suicide attempt. All Might wasn't part of an agency, but he could still take on an apprentice. It was unprecedented, but that just meant Katsuki had to go above and beyond. Make him see. So, Katsuki would show him. He'd give the competition a merciful, heroic beating, burn his name into the minds of every hero agency in the country, and work his way up to the top. The morning of the sports festival wasn't nerve-wracking for Katsuki, not in the same way it seemed to be for everyone else. He had rejected the responsibility of giving the opening speech, deferring to Aiju Kirishima, who had apparently placed second in the entrance exam. It was a massive weight off his shoulders. And to be completely honest, he wasn't here to spout some weak nonsense about good sportsmanship or camaraderie. Anything that would have come out of his mouth was not going to be good-natured in the slightest. So yeah, instead of worrying about speeches now, he could just focus on competition ahead. As the students milled around, jittery and waiting for it to begin, Kirishima was bouncing on his toes, shaking his hands like a boxer, psyching himself up. But Kugu, how could you do this to me, man? I'm so nervous. Katsuki hardly looked up. You'll be fine. No one gives a shit about the speeches anyway. Yeah, you're right. I just gotta say something manly and inspiring dash. Katsuki tuned him out, letting Kirishima babble his way through the nerves. He had other things on his mind. His parents had mentioned setting up a watch party with Izuku in the hospital or something like that. Just the thought of it made his stomach tighten. Izuku will be watching him today, and that made him more worried than anything. Izuku will be watching him beat up his classmates, use his quirk to excess, and do whatever it takes to win. Izuku would be watching, and Katsuki had to keep himself on his best behavior. Because of it, no losing his temper, no coming across as some rabid, aggressive, and power-hungry idiot. That is the last thing he wanted Izuku to see of him. Not again. His phone buzzed in his pocket, and Katsuki pulled out immediately, his thumb swiping to answer before the name had even registered. What? He barked. Hey, brat, came the cheerful voice of his mom. Wanted to catch you before it all starts. Do your best today, all right? Already planning on it, Katsuki muttered, his tone softening despite himself. Good luck, Kakin. Izuku chimed in faint, but unmistakable through the speaker. Katsuki's lips twitched into a faint, involuntary smile. But then he caught the curious stares of his classmates and scowled, turning away to hide it. Too late. Oh, is that Midoriya? Kirishima asked, perking up and leaning into Katsuki's space slightly. Hey, Midoriya. Hi, Kirishima. Izuku's voice was bright, and that was all the encouragement the rest of the peanut gallery needed. Mina and Denki rushed over, practically draping themselves over Katsuki, to join the call. Hey, Midoriya, are you watching the festival? Mina asked, grinning widely. Yeah, I know you guys will do great. The bell sounded, signaling the students to line up. It was about to begin. Gotta go now, Katsuki said, already moving toward the exit. Oh, well, good luck, everyone. What was the school motto again? Izuku asked, and Masaru muttered something off speaker. Oh, P plus ultra. Yeah, plus ultra, everyone. Plus ultra, Midoriya. Kirishima, Denki, and Mina echoed cheerfully. Katsuki smirked, moving to hang up the call. Later, nerd. Watch me win this thing.